Welcome back to another exciting monthly final. Before we begin, let's get up to speed on what happened last month, starting with East Asia. In the quarterfinals, Reject won Miwa 3-0. Rival Esports won Frenzy Gaming 3-1, and Navi won Effort Result 3-1. But the most exciting matchup has to be Zeta Division going up against Crazy Raccoon. Zeta more than just asserted dominance in the first set, pommeling down Crazy Raccoon's safe and took a swift 2-0 in the first set. Crazy Raccoon went on to take the second and third set, putting them to match point. But Zeta said enough is enough, as Shtetampo took the helm and dominated in the fourth set, equalizing the series. Taking it to the fifth set, Zeta showed us why they're the better team, leaving nothing for Crazy Raccoon to work with, closing out their match with a 3-2 victory. Moving on to the semifinals, Reject, although a bit shaky, still proved that they're the better team with a 3-2 victory against Rival Esports, moving them into the grand finals.
Going all the way to the finals, and Rival Esports will sadly be knocked out.
At the other side of the semifinals, Zeta secured their spot in the grand finals after winning Navi 3-1.
It's Zeta Division that are proceeding to the grand final.
Zeta hit their stride in the grand finals, relenting to none, picking up possibly the quickest 3-0 sweep we've seen so far.
Most importantly, Shtetampo and his teammates, they're going to be taking monthly finals number 2.
With all that action, this is where East Asia stands. With Reject, Zeta Division, and Crazy Raccoon within 11 points of each other, this monthly finals will decide who goes to the Brawl Cup. It's all high stakes here, so watch out for that. Moving on to EMEA, an interesting turn of events would be an understatement. In the quarterfinals, while Humble won Reverso Gaming and Foot Esports won Experian NXT both at 3-0, Reply Totem lost to Eclipsar Esport, and SK Gaming lost to Team Electros both at 2-3. Eclipsar Esport went on to 3-0 Humble, a result no one was expecting, but was well-deserved as Eclipsar Esport played exceptionally well.
ECP make it happen, and they're going to the finals.
At the other end of the semifinals, Team Electros won 3-1 against Foot Esports, yet another unexpected but brilliant performance from Team Electros.
And Team Electros took advantage. 2 world champions have now fallen.
With the clash of the underdogs happening in the grand final, there could only be one. And with a sweeping victory at the hands of Eclipsar Esport, they have shown that they are a force to be reckoned with.
And Eclipsar Esports have done it!
Yet another region with an extremely tight margin of points between SK Gaming, Eclipsar Esport, Humble, Team Electros, and Foot Esports. This monthly finals will be a high-stakes event to determine which team will make it to the Brawl Cup. The South America region has shown time and time again the volatility that we've come to know and love, as the teams rumbled it out once more for a higher standing. BC Gaming SA won Olimpo Squad 3-2. Loud won Algain Segura 3-0. SK Kalalis SA won Zarita Gang 3-1, and Casa Brawl won Legion Otaku 3-2. Going into the semifinals, Loud was poised to win, but fell short after a 2-3 loss to BC Gaming SA.
BC Gaming, the spins and pins are out. They've done it. They're going on to the grand final.
SK Kalalis SA, however, held their own against February monthly finals champion Casa Brawl, putting up a stunning 3-1 victory.
But to no avail, the reign of terror is over in South America. After 1 year wait, we will have a new grand finals champion in our month number 2.
Yet another duel of the underdogs in the grand finals, but SK Kalalis SA came out on top with a 3-1 victory.
And SK Kalalis, folks, have done it. Your monthly champions here in SA.
The South American whirlwind rages on, as any of the 8 teams can still grab that spot in the Brawl Cup. Last but not least, we have North America, where the Tribe chants still echo. Tribe Gaming had a rocky start, winning 3-2 against Eternal. Code OG defeated Pioneers 3-1. BC Gaming 3-0 to STMN. And Space Station Gaming won 3-1 against Elevate. Tribe Gaming rode their victory momentum into the semifinals and took a clean sweep against Code OG.
But the boys in blue have done it, moving on to yet another semifinal.
BC Gaming also had a 3-0 of their own against Space Station Gaming.
Pushes in and BC Gaming established themselves. There's a top 2 in North America.
With Tribe revisiting the grand final, all eyes were on BC Gaming to dethrone them. They fought valiantly, but fell short, losing to Tribe Gaming 1-3.
Here's RBM, gonna wrap onto that safe, and that's that.
With 2 monthly final wins under their belt, Tribe Gaming has secured their spot in the Brawl Cup. BC Gaming sits comfortably at second place, but there's a slim chance that their spot might be taken by Elevate, Pioneers, Code OG, or Space Station Gaming. And that has been the recap for the March monthly final. With high-stakes matches happening in East Asia and EMEA, and the whirlwind that is South America, which teams do you think will make it to the Brawl Cup? Stay tuned to find out.
We're back, better than ever for another year of the Brawl Stars Championship. Teams from around the world will fight for a chance of becoming the Brawl Stars World Champions and their share of the $2 million prize pool. With a new and improved format, there's no telling what might happen this year.
His gadget won't be enough to get the kill, but SK Gaming.
Follow the journey along this spring split. Stars will be born, legends will rise, and the next champion will be crowned. Who will take home the glory of it all? Their story starts right here. Let's get ready to brawl!
It's the final day of the April monthly finals, and North America is ready to bring the heat. Tribe Gaming have already locked in their trip to Dallas, but one golden ticket is still up for grabs. And today, 3 teams are ready to throw down for it. No second chances, no safety nets, just pure high-stakes Brawl Stars. I'm not flying solo. Joining me are Ready, Uber, and Kenny waiting in the wings. Ready? Tribe's out of the way. So who's seizing their moment today?
It's going to be either Pioneers or it's going to be BC Gaming. BC Gaming has the best chance to do it, but they are down a member over last month, so it's going to be a tough journey for them today.
We only have 3 teams in the race today, as you just mentioned. Yesterday, the SA monthly finals had it all. 5 matches decided in set 5, 3 double match points, Zarita Gang and Alpha 7 having Cinderella runs, a reverse sweep in the grand finals, upsets all day long. Do you think we're in for another shocker today, Mitch?
I actually have my eye on one particular matchup in the quarterfinals. We'll talk about that later, Sonny. That could be an upset. But here in NA, we definitely have some teams that are established at the top of the heap, and a number that are still trying to claw their way up and earn some respect. So maybe the outside chance of some upset wins. The game is changing. The meta looks a little bit different than last month, so there are plenty of opportunities for upcomers to sneak in dubs. But I don't think it'll be quite as ridiculous as yesterday.
Let's hope not. After today, 3 months into the season, we will finally know which 8 teams are going to Brawl Cup at DreamHack Dallas. Let's take a look at what's waiting for them there.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
Humble, 50%, Crazy Raccoon, have fallen short.
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
For the 8 teams from all around the world that are going to be playing on the big stage in Dallas, there's 1 extra regional slots up for the World Finals and 2 slots now for the LCQ on the line. Let's take a look at what's waiting. Let's take a look at what's waiting for you. If you get a ticket for the Brawl Cup, you can do that right now. And with every purchase, there's an add-on available. You can get those socks in, keychains, a sticker pack, Kenny's favorite, a pop socket. I'm looking for that as well. Yeah, make sure to get that. And We're now heading into our groups. We're looking at them for the very first time here already, now with Loud as well. We don't know yet who's going to be seed number 1 and 2 in North America.
That's right. Things are looking a little full now. We got to add our second to last region just yesterday. And as you pointed out, we are still waiting on knowing what that seeding is going to be. Tribe, they've already locked in that first or second spot, but it's up to BC Gaming and Pioneers to dictate how the rest of the stuff is going to go today.
And again, I like Reddy was saying, we don't quite know who is going to be representing North America, or rather, we don't quite know in what order. Tribe Gaming have definitely made it there, and BC Gaming are in a pretty good position as well at 133 circuit points behind them. We have one more ticket left though, and we do still need to see how today shakes out. And that also will determine whether Tribe get that first seed or end up in the second seed, because again, getting a favorable early matchup is great, because I think the last thing you want to do is go up against a Zeta or a Humble or even an SK straight out of the gates.
As mentioned before, in the North America region, we have some team that established themselves as a very top-heavy region here. Looking at the leaderboard already, it tells the same story.
Yeah, this is the now, but let's go back in history just a couple of months and even the last month as well. Tribe Gaming taking first place twice in a row. BC Gaming getting second place twice in a row. And the rest pretty much left to fight for the scraps. But due to how the points have worked out, you see Pioneers, they were there with 84 points. That puts them actually just in the right position to overtake BC Gaming in points, given a very particular set of circumstances.
And also, just want to point out that this is coming into these games, and all of those top 4 teams are guaranteed at least 10 points, right? Because that's what you get for just being in a quarterfinal, even if you get eliminated there. But have a look at this one. This is quite the bracket to behold. Tribe Gaming get what I would say is a little bit of a safer start to today's matches, which bodes well for them and their seeding. But I'm looking at this Space Station Gaming versus Code OG game. It's an interesting one. There's a lot of history there, of course. We'll dive into that later on. I'm fascinated to see how that plays out. And I'm looking at this STMN team. Do they have what it takes? Because I don't necessarily know if, they've been carrying the torch for that brand as high as we've sort of seen in the past. And they've got some stiff competition in this region. And then we just put Pioneers and Elevate head-to-head because we like watching Art of Chaos. So that'll be a fun matchup as well. But as Livy going up against some previous teammates.
Me and the team have locked in our predictions for those first 4 matches for the quarterfinals. And looking at it, it looks pretty similar. We seem to agree in most of them. Uber, what's up with that second quarterfinal?
Listen, I'm unk-pilled. I'm boomer-coded. I'm ready for Code OG to serve up a bit of an upset. Don't forget, this team is Charles, OG, and Second Best. Really quality players. They're going up against the Space Station game of, obviously, Bobby Chino and Sands, but this team has looked a little shaky. I'm not convinced yet of what Space Station are able to provide. Right now, they're in 5th. They are tied with Code OG for circuit points at 82 or 92 after that first round, respectively. So that, to me, is a fascinating one. I have decided to pick the one game that is a little contentious and just go with my gut. Come on, OG. Come on, buddy.
For everybody that didn't do that yet, you still have a little bit of time to lock in your predictions over at the event site as well. You can earn a pin at the end of the reward track and also some Pro Pass XP, so make sure to do it right now. You better do it. We're heading into our very first match of the day already, and it's gonna be a banger. Tribe Gaming versus Mountain Men FA. I'd say there's a heavy favorite here, but Mountain Men could cause the biggest upset all weekend. And this wants to say something, really.
I think we've said this for like every single opponent that Tribe has faced, like, oh, they could be the one that's going to do it. But it hasn't happened yet. Tribe have won 6 matches in a row when it comes to these monthly finals. They're your month after month champions, and they really did prove themselves also at last year's LAN in the World Finals. They don't need any introduction, but in case you're tuning in for one of the first times, it's RBM, Luffy, and Zeus that will be carrying that Tribe banner and have kept these guys on the map as a top NA organization.
Tribe Gaming was just walking through the last 2 monthly finals, February and March, and now they're trying to do it a 3rd time over.
Yeah, I mean, look, these guys have had a great start to the year. Basically, the only thing that would sort of cause them not to get the top seed going into Brawl Cup is to lose in this round. They are like 30 points clear of BC Gaming in 2nd place right now. So that's the only way things could go wrong. This team have done everything right so far this year, right? February was so clean, generally. Even if they dropped a set each series that looked very, very good, And then March, of course, they showed us against that upstart team of BC Gaming that they were just better. These guys feel like they're head and shoulders above the rest of this region. And yeah, they are flawless so far in terms of their games. Just need to secure a solid win here, get a semis-finals berth, and then they can already start thinking about what they're going to roll out for us in Dallas.
Certainly an opponent to fear. On the other side, we have Mountain Men FA, and they've been already in a monthly final. They played in February, didn't come back for March, but are now back for April already.
Yeah, I wonder how their February journey ended early. Oh, wait, it's a rematch against Tribe Gaming. Mountain Men FA, they have played against top teams before, and they've actually done quite well. Even in just our last qualifier as well, they took 2 sets off of BC Gaming, our second place team in North America, currently keeping an eye on that spot for the Brawl Cup. And also, interestingly, they've decided to steal a name from Tribe Gaming. This roster has been known as Motomommies, and then also subsequently as Mountain Men, because MTM kind of sounds like Mountain Men. So this is a funny reference that you see the Mountain Men themselves in Tribe Gaming now facing a team that have called themselves Mountain Men FA.
You already mentioned it. It was quite a close matchup in the February monthly finals. 3-1 overall. Uber, let's have a look at just how close it really was.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot of credit that should go to Mountain Men FA, because the last time these two teams played, yeah, the meta was in a very different place, but this says to me that their drafting was pretty good. They were sort of preparing compositions that could most of the time at least take a game off of Tribe Gaming, and then when we got to that bounty map, they kind of wiped the floor with them. So that's very promising. I would say at this kind of tournament, they're one of the weakest teams just in terms of circuit points and overall standings. They still have a whopping 60 coming into today, so that is pretty good. I think they're tied with STMN right now. So they're a team who's always good for an upset. It would be mental if that happened here against Tribe and actually threw their top seeding into question, but I feel it's going to be pretty unlikely.
Okay, you guys, now we've talked about the stakes here. I hope you two are ready. I know I certainly am. All we need are the maps still. We're starting on Hideout. Heist is still not going to be played today already, right?
Nope, it is not. Confirmed. And the reason is that there have been some fundamental changes to the mode, and so to keep things fair, we have eliminated from the pool, substituted it with some other maps as well. No repeats either. It's not going to be unfair, but oh my goodness. Okay, audience seems to think this is not a fair matchup at all. That is probably the lowest that I've seen. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is number 8 versus number 1, pretty much. I think that Mountain Men deserve to be in the top 8 here. I think they could absolutely break into that top 4, which is maybe a crazy thing to say, but they've been faced against the toughest opponents in the bracket every single month, and each time they give us a pretty good show.
Just saying, yesterday Zuridagan made it from that 7th spot on the leaderboard all the way to the finals. Came in 2nd in the end, but still, Mountain Men FA is right now sitting in that 7th spot. They could do the same. It's certainly not over their hope. Hideout, first map, first draft is already rolling in. Bell, Kit, and Buster are going to be banned out by our Mountain Men, and Tribe Gaming with Jean, Angelo, and Lumi. I wonder if we do get to see her one more time today. So far, she has a 0% win rate, Uber.
Yes, she still looked absolutely terrifying in that final in SA yesterday. I'm liking what we're seeing from Ollie right now. The strat has changed. No longer is Ollie using his kickflip gadget to jump in and then get a big super off. Basically, he's making use of the all eyes on me gadget that will cause the person hit by his next shot to become hypnotized, walk towards him for a brief time. And that's enough for Ollie to actually get a big super off on them if he's already moving forward here. So a little bit less of looking for that shock and awe, triple hit of the super, but just trying to take down as individuals, which of course is crucial in bounty. It is a little odd to see, I think, Ollie prioritize so high on a bounty map, but Tribe Gaming are no strangers to trying to play tanks where they otherwise shouldn't be played. They, however, will go with the Grey first.
Yeah, you see a lot of the Grey here. Just even before Grey absolutely rocketed towards the forefront of the meta. See this often combined with Hank as well. Getting that mobility for Hank has been absolutely huge. And Gray's going to be just good in general for securing that blue star at the beginning of the game. Chester now making an appearance. The reason why he's meta, it's basically because of his hypercharge. He gets it pretty quickly, Maybe we could see an adjustment to that in the future, but for now, that is what he's rocking with, a super fast charging hypercharge, which gives him an excellent super. A lot of the times you see him used for the utility of the bomb, okay? It's all about breaking open those walls. And if you can outrange the Ollie, then you're looking pretty clean. Can do well against him in close range as well. Gives Tribe Gaming quite a few options here. Keeps him flexible for using that last pick to its fullest effect.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, I've kind of put the Chester almost in the same category as the Carl at times. Is just kind of giving you a bit of everything across the map. Obviously, varied super effects, guaranteed super effects with the hypercharge. But we're going to see a, you know, I'm not surprised to see a Gus here at this point. Quite a few teams have wanted to bring them in. It's really powerful when you have star lead and you are giving up map control, just, you know, inching back in towards your corner towards the end of the round, and then giving that sort of guaranteed survivability. But it also pairs so well with Ollie on offense. I do wonder what Belal's choice of gadget is going to be if he's looking for genuine gap close, because then he can get a ton of extra value, you know, out of that Gus shield, just to make sure he can actually deliver the hypnosis to where it needs to go. Brock will round things out. Gives Mountain Men the option of a little bit of wall break as well. Also, very long range. Definitely is going to allow Rafiki to compete quite well with someone like Zeus and even Luffy to a degree.
My one concern from these selections for Mountain Men FA so far is that they don't have really great options for if things get in close range. Like a Daryl could really mess this up in Tribe. They've got an RBM, and that's a big concern. So possible, there we go, there's the aggro pick. Melody's going to be able to start at long range and then work her way in closely. Really, as far as Mountain Men's options for dealing with this, they do have CC, you know, of course, Ollie, that's like the main thing in his kit. You have Gus as well that can blast him away. Rafiki could opt to swap away from that wall break and decide to go for the rocket laces. So all kinds of options here available to Mountain Men FA. There's plenty of opportunities for these gadgets to be baited out as well. It's one of the benefits of playing Melody is that she has 3 different supers that you can utilize, and her hypercharge charges decently fast. I think that Tribe Gaming can win this pretty much based on a skill matchup. We will have to see how the strength of the Brawlers goes for Mountain Men FA, though.
Oh, look at the wall break here. Rafiki pretty exposed there, but pretty tanky setup for Tribe Gaming. Lal does end up falling. Mountain Men end up with that star exchange, getting that second elimination. And on the blue star carrier, no less, is pretty helpful for them. However, Tribe wasting no time trying to push up here. Rafiki knows this, and he does have the all eyes on me gadget. Almost catches Luffy out. Bomb there for RBM. Super drawn out of Rafiki, probably just for the extra durability that it comes with. And Luffy really wants to tangle. These guys are not pulling any punches early in the game, but Mountain Men are winning out on these defensive trades.
This is how Tribe Gaming often do plays. They can get super aggro, but usually they are able to escape. Mountain Men FA are doing quite a good job of landing these shots in close range. Excellent dodge of the hook from Zeus as well, dropping him to low health, and they continue to hold their ground. But one little shot from Luffy is all it took to shut down Sam and continue to close this gap, now down to 1 star. This is tough for Sam. In close range, his shots are not very fast, they're kind of unlikely to hit. It's a total skill-based matchup, and he's also a newer addition to the roster. But Rafiki is picking up the pieces, also dodging that long pull attempt from Zeus and keeping Mountain Men in the lead by a safe 2 stars.
Luffy, though, keep an eye out for that Melody hypercharge. It's going to be quite dangerous, especially if Zeus can deliver Luffy a little bit easier. Here it is, hyper at the ready for Luffy, and we're going to go straight away, trying to make short work of Mountain Men, but they, again, went out on the defensive trade. Rafiki's got to be careful. He's holding 6 stars right now because the Ollie has been nigh unkillable for Tribe so far. RBM, not quite the purchase he's looking for on that hypercharge super, but it's now a 1-star game. Zeus has another hyper to work with, but time is a little bit short. Bomb going to be thrown down by RBM. Bilal falls and out, puts Tribe Gaming in the lead. They're out of there, folks. It's the getaway plan. 3-star lead, despite Rafiki never having died in this round. There's not much he can do to salvage.
He's working with a ton of health, and I mean, geez, just the fact that he got every single one of those kills, he's not working with a lot of damage, whether that's team comps, whether that's just serendipity that he wound up with all those stars. It's a good look for the guy. But I really felt like Tribe was pretty much farming the other 2 members of the squad. They didn't have much that they could do with their backs against the wall. I think in particular, Brock, he doesn't operate with a ton of health, and in mid-range, he's not often going to be that successful. Could be an early interaction win for Tribe Gaming as they secure this 1-star lead and a blue star on Zeus.
Mountain Men still adamant about trying to fight for that early blue star here, but Zeus can punish it all too easily with the walking cane. Very telegraphed, very obvious when the Grey needs to make use of that gadget to catch a player out, and Zeus is able to also use it to blow up these walls. Rafiki caught, Again, being the Ollie, just going to be damage done. However, the map's opened up a little bit more, such that the Ollie's subject to this poke damage, and it's even going to be easier for Luffy to charge these notes.
Rafiki in, RBM vulnerable. Bilal gets the kill, but he's flanked by Luffy. He's already picked up the one piece behind him. Zeus now looking in to claim vengeance. Lands the shot as Bilal tried to juke it, but straight right back into that bullet from Zeus. It keeps Tribe Gaming in the lead by 2 stars, which was much closer just moments ago. And check this out, Zeus, he continues to break open the walls. Makes things a little bit more favorable for Bilal into RBN, for example, but that's made up for by the fact that there's a teleport on the right side. Nice defense from Mountain Men FA on the left side, closes our gap to just that tie-breaking blue star.
Yeah, nicely done for Mountain Men. They are dealing with a fair bit of pressure, but Bilal had a pretty timely super there to give that extra shielding. Try as RBM might, he couldn't bring him down. However, not a hyper supers ready. Zeus actually goes backwards with that dimensional door, maybe hoping to draw an Ollie super out. Either way, ends up using more passively. Luffy wants to come forward now, definitely telegraphing an intent to dive. Walking Cane, though, pulls up a little bit short. Rafiki's able to avoid it. Tribe have the lead, but they're trying to negotiate from a position of power here, ready.
They're gotta push into this hypercharge from RBM. The super out, Rafiki's done. It's just Bilal and Sam to try and claim this victory. Only 2 stars separating the two. A kill on Luffy, but then one more could do it, but they absolutely are wiped by Zeus and Luffy in tandem. Tribe Gaming cleanly secure this very first set.
God, there's so much to work with in that composition. The dimensional door means that the already highly mobile Melody can just appear anywhere at a moment's notice. Really scary stuff, and we also know that Chester tends to just produce damage from God knows where, with pretty little warning as well. Very different tempo that we normally see on this map. Usually teams, Sunny, are a little bit more careful. They want to play like a longer range poke game, but no, we're in NA now. We're throwing down. It's the freest kind of Brawl Stars you could hope for.
Beautiful analysis there. Usually we see a lot of sharpshooters, and our Tribe is coming in with a super aggressive comp, and it just works out because, as you mentioned, with the dimensional doors, Melody can come in and wipe the floor with Mountain Men. Honestly, it looked kind of promising. Mountain Men had the lead for the most part in round number 1. Once Tribe Gaming got into rolling, it was just over for them ready.
I think legitimately Zeus facilitated all of this for Tribe. Like, Luffy did have good plays in there on that aggro Melody, but in game number 1, we actually saw Mountain Men F8 successfully defend it. A lot of that was due to Sam over there. You saw him highlighted in the magenta. He got so much damage. I mean, check this out, and Rafiki, of course, the last one standing after that hypercharge attempt in from Luffy. Mountain Men F8, they did like a pretty good job of defending in game 1. And come game 2, we got a taste of what they looked like on offense. And it likewise looked very, very close. They just faltered in those last few moments there. I think Rafiki in particular struggled to operate on that range game with most of his walls broken down by Zeus with the walking canes. He didn't have as much play as he did on defense.
I think Mountain Men showed us so far that they know what to draft. I like their draft as well. It was just not really there to handle with what Tribe Gaming had in their minds. Just nothing really to control the aggression that Tribe Gaming is showing up against them. Now I really hope they do plan for all eventualities if Tribe Gaming wants to come up with something a little bit out of the ordinary on Last Stop as well.
The Ollie was a little cheeks. I'm not going to lie. That for me is... Rafiki did very good at not getting blown up, I guess. But I don't know how much credit I can give them for that. So, yeah, maybe ended up being a little bit of a liability in terms of their draft. But this team is the one that, have managed to take games off of Tribe Gaming in, almost every set that they've lost against them, I think. So that's a good sign. It does mean that their draft is such that they never get completely blown out of a game. But hitting the last stop, though, Sonny, and already we're seeing like the regular offenders, the Kit, the Meeple, and the Buster still being looked at here by Mountain Men as brawlers they just don't want to handle.
They double ban them now. Really interesting. Jester is going to be their first pick here. Talked about it before. Just a lot of DPS. Very strong the current meta thanks to his hypercharge as well. We do see a little bit of a pattern over the course of the last weekend and yesterday in the other regions. Hank was the brawler that was picked up most by both EMEA and SA. In East Asia, it was more like a bit more of sharpshooters with the Bell, the Charlie. We didn't really have Hank in the top 3. I wonder if NA will follow along with EMEA or more East Asia. Carly's going to be picked up here. Yeah, just super strong as well. Heat ejector gadget down the lane will just control that lane so easily. It's perfect for Last Stop ready.
I feel like those are pretty much the only comments to be made about Carl, because he's just a good all-around brawler. And yeah, like the gadget in particular, I say this a lot, but I want to remind you guys that it does almost as much as an Amber Super, like really just a couple hundred damage difference. And having that as a gadget that is on a timed cooldown is just so huge for Tribe Gaming to possess. They'll also be successful, I believe, in this Chester matchup, as long as they actually know the position of Chester in those bushes, which is where he's really going to thrive. And I think Bo will also help with, you know, the Chester issue, because he can now break those bushes using his super.
I'm really high on the Bo pick right now. We saw it a lot in SA, and it's really punishing. Maps like, you know, Gem Fort, Last Stop is a good example. These are both maps that have those strips in the side lanes that you want to try and bully into. So much so that this map actually gets split left to right instead of, you know, north to south, because teams usually just try and take two brawlers, collapse onto one of the bush sides of the map and control them pretty aggressively. So Bo got to be obviously very, very good, because, you know, much like Bell, you can deploy these sort of traps, these mines around the gem well, and kind of give your mid an advantage if you're not the mid laner yourself, right? And Bo can fill that role pretty well. Letting Luffy just kind of run wild a little bit and, like, you know, abuse that map control, go for pinches here, and find that hard engage, threaten the gem carrier, I think is going to be very effective. But Mountain Men here have got a really safe gem carrier in terms of their stew. It's going to be really hard to actually, like, pick them off at any point unless Mountain Men come forward and give you an opportunity. But RBM gets to be here on a tank, and now with this Tungsten Toughness hypercharge, Meg truly is a force to be reckoned with once more.
She's much stronger, and we saw great examples of that yesterday. I think she's going to be pretty good into that Melody, since now Melody doesn't really want to get next to you, because Meg is going to be running that star power that blasts you away. Yeah, it's really only one brawler that properly gets on top of you, unless, like, you get snuck up upon by a Chester. But it is a worthy conversation. We'll see RBM. He's going to be using that jump pad to get into the left side, and I think that's a common theme that we can expect to see repeat throughout the game, since he is operating with so much health and capability in close range thanks to his star power.
Okay, toolbox thrown down to soak up some... Oh, buddy, that's not good. I'm sorry. Sam, I don't know if he was ready for the super swing or not, but RBM's able to toolbox down, soak up some damage, and take down the enemy gem carrier. And look at this. As you can see, Tribe are using this two-player stack on the right side of the map to try and control it. But Mountain Men are actually just trying to match it. They're just trying to win the 2v2 instead of doing the same on the other side of the map. RBM eventually falls. Sam picks them up, but Zeus is that mid laner, and so far has been pretty safe, pretty comfortable here. And oh, buddy, that's not good. Luffy is going to be able to pick these up with a protected pirouette and drop them in allied territory. A big hypercharge swing there for RBM means that Zeus can capitalize, pick up some of these downed gems if he can get through Stu.
Scrappy interactions left, right, and center, and so many turrets flying out just to tank these single shots. We'll see Sam hypercharging around, getting up to full health and claiming a kill in his wake. The hypercharge and super out from Rafiki, putting RBM in dangerous territory. This is Mountain Men FA with only one gem to go. They have one more that they need to pick up before they can really start to feel safe about this. Tribe Gaming looking for their next entry into mid, but Zeus is kept low by Sam, who's actually on low health himself, now having to disarm these stealthy hypercharged mines that he may have actually just found the exact position of. We'll see Mountain Men FA now climbing up to 10 gems. If they can just hang on defense here, they have the game.
Hypercharge though for Luffy. That's a scary prospect. In we go, folks. Okay, Rafiki does get brought down, but not the intended target. Still, we have a countdown reset at least. Sam burning a little bit low now, and RBM, of course, is getting ready to jump on in once more. Rafiki should just be blown up here. And now Zeus is controlling the middle part of the map, catching up on these gems slowly, trying to force these resets, but now they have to go for the stew. RBM built hypercharge, but doesn't have a mech now to get him into the fight. Rafiki takes Luffy down. Sam a little bit dangerous here. RBM needs to go for it, but there's just nothing to be done. Tribe play it a little too scrappy, let themselves fall a little bit too far behind. It's wild to me, though, because already they do get Sam to drop 4 gems in the middle of the map. Luffy supers in to pick them up, but they can't walk away with them. If that goes differently for Tribe, if they just, God, get the Carl out alive, this looks way different.
Their primary struggle has just been permanence on the point, and a lot of that is owed to how Mountain Men FA are playing this, so the brawlers that they've selected. Stu being highly mobile and being utilized as an assassin, Bilal literally fitting that description as Melody, and also just using RBM sort of as cannon fodder in some circumstances. We're seeing a different layout this time, especially different in the success factor, as Tribe Gaming has taken this initial control, and we'll see Zeus place these mines over on the right side to prioritize taking down Rafiki, who makes a misstep, gets stunned there by the Snare Bear, but luckily for Sam, he's been able to get those gems to drop onto the ground. Not too much of an issue though. RBM has now shifted to the role of gem carrier.
Okay. RBM doesn't want to take the risk against such a highly mobile Mountain Men team that they might be able to pick up the down gems before him. Here goes Luffy, and that's what you're looking for with Carl. A nice little almost wipe as Rafiki barely is left alive, and RBM's going to be able to come in and get these gems picked up, and a super swing gets walked into by Bilal. No time to get shielding, no time to get notes. So now we're up to 9 here on the side of Tribe Gaming. Luffy with yet another super build. Speed Zone destroyed, and a countdown has begun.
It feels like in their heads, Mountain Men FA lost this game 20 seconds ago. They're still trying to find their way back. They need a demag RBM and then take him down. But RBM gets the kill with the star power. We knew that was going to happen. With only a few seconds to go, Zeus being the highest priority brawler, still can't be taken down. Dropped to just within an inch of his life, but still hangs on, threatening another set secured for Tribe.
Yeah, good looks here, I think, for Tribe. And a much more realistic way that their composition is sort of supposed to play out. They should be able to beat the Chester on that right-hand side. Even in the Carl matchup, I do think there's a lot of pressure on Luffy just to straight win that matchup. But as soon as that happens, Zeus gets to take one of Sam's gems, get that gem lead, and RBM can attract all the attention he wants as long as Zeus can pinch to the left and help him.
Lane difference this time. They put Rafiki on the left side to try and deal with RBM. It's been quite successful so far, but a bit of a stalemate, no one actually taken down. The right side seems to belong to Luffy. Bilal diving Zeus, unsuccessful. This is how the Melody operated much of last game, with Bilal just going for the heart of the whole operation and finding himself in this 1v3, which didn't succeed really even once, but you only need it to work once is the thing. Steal those gems, get back to the base. If he can keep up this aggression as well, it creates a sort of buffer zone between all of Tribe and Sam, currently holding the most gems in the lobby.
RBM, big swing. Bilal taken down. That's big map control now for Tribe. Luffy was looking for Sam, I think. Heat ejector deployed. Sam gonna burn for a little moment because of that. That means it's longer before he can get back into the fight, but RBM never had a chance to swing on Bilal. And the gems get dropped here by Tribe. Not good at all. Luffy now has to salvage the situation, but he's so low, too low in fact. Easily burned down by Mountain Men as he pursues them. And without a mech in the game, RBM is virtually useless on the map. Not a whole lot that he can offer. 11 gems now for Mountain Men, and they are in position to close out this gem grab map.
Seriously well played here for Mountain Men FA. I think that final lane swap is really the thing that... Wait, is that
Ain't no
that's
way.
that water?
Ain't no way, brother.
Yeah, okay, so I guess his morning routine started at 5 a.m. where he dunked his face in a bowl of that. Maybe that
Put that
is
banana
what
peel
helped.
on the face, you know what I mean?
That's right, you got to eat it and then rub it on your face, okay? And, you know, make sure you go do some push-ups outside, maybe, like, think about some things on your balcony. Is that how they won set number 1? I don't think so. I think a lot of it comes down to the steal.
That does not look a guy that takes 8 minutes to put on a sock, by the way. No, these guys look pretty switched on.
I hope you guys are doing this every single time before a broadcast as well. I want some locked-in casters at my side, please.
I mean, I don't have... I'll take the sponsorship from, you know, insert artisanal water brand here in order to do it, because you have to. You've got to dunk your face in that stuff. Like, how much water do you have? I don't know. I come from a place where water is really scarce, so it's just bizarre to me. But you know what's not scarce here for Mountain Men FA? The deeps, baby. This is nuts. Sam not only was hard to kill, but also was able to stay alive with those gems for a lot of this game. The fact that RBM ends up getting used as a backup gem carry here already is probably not great. It's a comp for Tribe that, you know, they had to be very aggressive with. And for me, the bow, I'm not sure if it was the order of the day here necessarily.
Not really. I mean, there were some moments where it really worked. Like game number 1 comes to mind where we saw Rafiki like inadvertently trigger one of those mines, get stunned, and the game pretty much devolved from there. I feel like that's like some pretty serious mental there. But in terms of like what we saw from the rest of the team, I think it was just the pressure that Melody applied. Like they couldn't allow those gems to sit on the ground and let the gem carrier come back to grab them. They had to have RBM grab them. That way, Melody couldn't steal them all and get the countdown.
We talked about it, how Melody is not really picked up anymore, at least not in the other regions. Now NA comes in here, and 100% win rate so far after 2 sets of Melody being in play. Looks great. We just need some aggression in this region, it seems. We did have some surprises that shifted the rankings of the other regions. Mountain Men FA, so far so good. Once again, if they win against Tribe Gaming, they're the first ones to do that in any single monthly final, and that's probably an even bigger upset than all the ones that we've seen yesterday.
I mean, yeah, yes, I'd say it would be, considering that, you know, Tribe Gaming have been so flawless so far. But dropping sets here and there in each of these one series is not exactly out of the ordinary. So no one has sounded the alarm quite yet for Tribe Gaming. It was a questionable, I guess, execution on their draft in that previous game. But now we have the Ollie locked in here for Mountain Men. They really want to secure this pick.
It didn't work out for them in set number 1, and I think Tribe Gaming, they've left this open because it's not really important to them. They have other higher priorities for that first selection. I mean, this is Bell's Rock. Angelo's quite strong. I feel like Gray and Lumi are just sort of given in terms of bans when your enemy has that first pick. Now, how they're going to deal with that Ollie again in a mode where you are actually forced to share that mid is the question. Hank, I'd say, is a pretty reasonable response over there. They just got to make sure that they actually get that super. Usually not too hard, but depending on the way that Mountain Men FA decide to play this, they could deny that super to him for kind of a while just by, you know, keeping their distance.
This seems to have been the plan for Tribe Gaming from the outset, because a Gray band here, just to make it harder for Mountain Men to quickly close the gap onto the Hank and overwhelm him, is really important, apparently, to set up their strategy. So that kind of makes sense. They want to try and keep Mountain Men at arm's length, or hand's length if they get dragged on in. The Gene will be the next pick in this composition. So sometimes a bit of inevitability the Magic Hand can offer. Also a bit of extra sustain here for a Hank that likely is going to take a decent bit of poke damage as he tries to set these angles up to pop some bubbles on Mountain Men.
They also fulfill that role of like getting that pull that Gray usually would offer. Now, there are opportunities for Mountain Men FA to get some turrets up. They're going to go with Rico, which doesn't show up here in competitive very often, but is many times a pretty solid selection. My concern for Mountain Men FA, though, is that they're kind of just like begging their enemy to play Sprout, practically. Like, having the Gene there makes Sprout a much safer pick. Sprout's going to like 3-shot a Rico. Since it was introduced into the game in, what, like 2020, it has been a Rico counter, and it's a phenomenal selection here. The only counter they have to a thrower here is really the Ollie. That's also gadget dependent, and I don't think you want to get in close range versus this Hank. You know, they'd have to play an aggro game. It conflicts with how they would be playing this Rico.
Okay, so pretty solid brawlers to sort of play around this Ollie to some degree. Remember, this is knockout, so Ollie obviously a great option when things start to come a little bit more confined. Another Brock pick here. This time for Tribe Gaming. Saw that obviously in the bounty map, but obviously crucial to be able to open up the map just a little bit more. Very, very potent, especially as this is the kind of map where as the gas closes in, you can get stuck in these little nooks and these little corners. Something you've got to watch out for, especially when a rocket rain starts coming in. The Brock can be a real nuisance. And just having the option to open up the map however you like is going to be pretty helpful. It might also be Tribe Gaming looking to set the stage for like a positive matchup for their tank as well. Or just punish the Ollie for being forced to maybe play a little bit more in the open, even if he does boast a longer range than Hank.
Okay, well, we see the initial wall break, and it's going to come over to this Indestructible on the right side that allows RBM to sit in this corner where he cannot be touched by Rafiki at all. It's a pretty high IQ play there, and it means that Rafiki has to retreat from this side. Keeps RBM in a little stronghold, and also gives Luffy the opportunity to open up the map to, as you said, punish that Ollie, but also, importantly, the Rico, who pretty soon here won't be able to do precisely what he's doing now, ricocheting those shots down mid.
RBM has been encroaching on this right-hand side, just waiting for Rafiki to give him enough room, and now he's got what he wants. This is pretty scary to go up against the Hank now. You've given up this map control, because obviously Rico, pretty vulnerable, not overly durable. Sam has done well to hold his own in this left-hand side of the map, but Tribe Gaming have just sat the Brock there to just hold that position. Rafiki, super on RBM, no good. Bilal now in danger, trying to pop the super. RBM does take a face full of damage, but he'll burst the bubble of the Rico, and Sam will be left upon. Somehow it got closer than you would expect, but either way, that's a good start for Tribe.
Tribe Gaming really spread themselves out there, and really just the synergy was what led them to actually be able to get those kills. We saw the pull from Zeus and then RBM finishing off, I believe it was the Rico with that bubble. Just good team play right there. Now Mountain Men FA have been forced to retreat from mid. They no longer have control of that area, and they're going to have to make Bilal reposition over here. He's going to the complete opposite side of the map, where he's still going to be vulnerable to this wall break from Luffy. Tribe Gaming seem to have gotten it locked down, but here come the hypercharges.
Yeah, exactly. Hypercharged fish torpedoes for RBM means he can absolutely handle it if the Ollie were to walk up on him. Bilal trying to put himself in a part of the map where he's going to be useful, but it's not much he can do to answer these bubbles that come in from RBM. Now, down 2,000 HP. Zeus will chase him with a Vengeful Spirit. That accounts for about 75% of that health, and there it is. Nice round for Tribe Gaming. A very strong showing with his Hank composition.
Judging by how we saw this last game go, it's a big question mark. What are we even going to see Mountain Men attempt into this? Because they can't play into that Hank lane. Maybe they'll opt to just place Ollie on the other lane. That way they don't even waste the time putting him over there and having that lane swap occur. And it looks like they have done that. Rafiki now is going to go over to the left side because it's sort of worthless for him to attempt facing RBM when he can't get his shot around that Indestructible.
I mean, then he has to play against the Brock. that doesn't seem much better at all. Luffy's already shut him out of the map, essentially. Rafiki's had to fully heal up, and presumably you'll probably try and do the same thing, which is keep Luffy honest here and try and play within the range to potentially catch him with a gadget. But they're moving RBM across the map here. Tribe Gaming know that they have basically 2 out of 3 favorable matchups, given that the Gene's not really expected to be a lane bully per se. And now they're grouped up, which is very good for a Hank. That's exactly what RBM wants to see. And they've lost the map controls. Not looking good here, Reddy. Not at all.
Tribe still have to maintain their position. Rafiki can get aggressive. He's going to go for it. Onto RBM, stunned, and everyone gets to descend upon him. But Sam and Bilal are still low. Sam getting clipped around the corner. Luffy got the kill. Rafiki in close range versus Zeus does have the DPS, needs 2 more shots, but Bilal is on the case. And now Luffy is getting pinched in by Rafiki and Bilal. Trying not to give any more charge to Bilal, but he did anyway. The massive value for Bilal is actually going to be getting that Rico hypercharge. It's so difficult to avoid, and there's so many different surfaces that you can bounce it off of that he's got to be getting close to that in order to get a better chance of winning a round. They're just 1 round away from taking this one now. It seems like they've found exactly how to deal with Tribe.
Okay, Rafiki over the top actually has a different use of gadgets. So for the mobility, ends up running straight into Zeus though. Not ideal. Tribe though still need to win these next 2 rounds. So, you know, Mountain Men can afford to let this one go. They don't want to feed another wave of supers, but this has happened so early in the round that Sam basically has to run to the top of the map, and there's no gas to pick him up. Magic Hand's been earned off the back of that for Zeus, and that's the super Tribe are going to play around in the early stages of this decider round.
And Mountain Men FA have earned their Rico hypercharge, and he's pretty much just bound to get that. He shoots a bunch of little pellets. One of them's going to hit at some point. So the execution, once again, is of massive importance. Didn't take Bilal many hits to actually secure that. Now he has it. And nothing, pretty much. Maybe he scraped Luffy just a little bit, but that's a pretty big whiff. Tribe Gaming saw that coming, and they positioned themselves accordingly.
Yeah, much of the map has already been opened up, right? That's, of course, the Brock going to work, making it a little bit hard for Bilal to get easy bounces and range extension as a result of that. RBM now has his hyper. 3 supers up for Tribe Gaming. Mountain Men are under the pump. And here's RBM continuing to encroach on Rafiki. Now realizes, of course, that Rafiki has, a mobility gadget and not just all eyes on me. So needs to actually give him a little bit more room. But Sam just wants too close into the bubble. Rafiki's going to go for it here. But RBM has hypercharged fish torpedoes. He'll push up, secure the 2 versus 2. Magic Hand hypercharge caught both Mountain Men players. And Zeus has to be careful. But he's having to back out of that fight. Recoup a little bit now. And it's just Bilal left. This gas surely is going to claim the Rico before Tribe suffer any more losses. And there you have it, folks. Another set snapped up for Tribe Gaming.
If it had not been for that Gene hypercharge grabbing 2 vulnerable brawlers, then that would not have been a Tribe win in that game. That was locked down for Mountain Men FA. So, well played. it's a lot of times we actually see like Gene Hypercharges not really amount to anything. So the execution is still here. It's still online for Tribe Gaming.
My favorites are usually if you pull with a chain and you end up pulling someone you actually can't take down, they take you out and you lost the match for your team, even though you hit your pull, which is hard enough as a chain. Well, it worked out for Tribe Gaming this time around. Once again, a set that goes down 2-0 for Tribe, but it was so close. Mountain Men FA almost took that second round. Nobody can say something else in this one. Bilal even gets the star player here in pink. 3 kills on his side. On the other side, though, RBM showing us once again how strong Hank is right now.
I mean,
I liked it.
You know, we can see how much of a problem it is, right? RBM is always asking for more in terms of map control. And unfortunately, Rafiki can't really do much about it. He has good range for a tank. Unfortunately, he just doesn't really interact well at all when he's on the wrong side of one of those walls. And the only time that Mountain Men were able to do anything about the Hankcom was Rafiki basically getting a perfect landing with his super on top of the Hank while he did not have, you know, a hypercharged super of his own and blow him up and try and sort of, you know, convert that player advantage. So really difficult. I just think that as good as Ollie is, Hank is doing it way better, especially on a map that features so many of these walls.
We saw a lot of Hank yesterday also on Ring of Fire, which is our next map, so I do expect him to come out once again, or be banned out maybe. We talked about it, how maybe he needs a healer in the back, maybe a Byron could be a nice addition, but we have a couple of teams that prefer to play him with a Bell, for example, with something that has a little bit more range, and the Hank just kind of does its thing. If he goes down, it's all good. He plays it kind of like a Mortis. You just try to make pressure. If you do go down, just come out of spawn and do the same thing again, ready.
And sometimes we see people put the exclamation point, and by the way, not sometimes, like whenever possible. They're going to do that with a Gray. So that's got to be a high priority ban. Hank, Gray, such a good combo that a lot of times has just dictated the pace of the match and overall the meta. We'll see both of those brawlers left open. Interestingly, Mountain Men FA have opted to ban out this loot. Despite it being quite counterable, there's this delicate balance between the prevalence of B, for example, who I would anticipate is a pretty viable first pick, even still. You do run the risk of getting pressured off the point, but when we saw B played yesterday, even in adverse circumstances,
Nice
it
call.
was quite profitable, and there it is.
Good call there. B is going to come in. A lot of range, makes a lot of sense. A lot of DPS in their hands. With Bell banned out, you don't really have any other long-range brawler that I personally would pick into this B now. They left the Buster open on the side of Mountain Men FA this time around. They banned him out before. Feel like that could still be an addition that Tribe Gaming wants to have on their side. Hank, mentioned before, still open. And I just I look at those two bans, Lu and Lumi. I really look forward to the meta where both of those two brawlers are going to be left open and we just have a pure ice field all over the map.
Yeah, there's honestly some really interesting brawlers that are still available. I don't particularly care for the Winter Wonderland on Ring of Fire, but you obviously have a number of throwers available here. Not always priority picks on this map, but you know, Juju is available and obviously combos really nicely with Mansions of Meeple, if that's the direction that Bilal is going to go in. Rage Quit, less of an option here because you're dealing with someone who outranges you as a sharpshooter. Hank being open here, you definitely feel tempted to go there. I think if you give B and Hank both over to Tribe Gaming, you can basically just, you know, hit the showers here and now for another month. So, you know, Mountain Men have to be very careful in this draft just to try and get a composition that works on its own while also denying so many of these extremely powerful brawlers that are still up for grabs, that are still in rotation. And yeah, I mean, Buster might be the idea here for RBM. They might still be looking to get themselves a decent tank. Buster extremely good, you know, when dealing with Meeple. Obviously, he's kind of designed to shut them down. But getting a Chesty here, it just so happens that that Hypercharge super ready set has pretty good coverage when thrown directly on the point here. So a lot of nuke potential. We know just how good Chester is as an anti-tank option. Someone who can outrange Hank for the duration of the game.
And Chester will also be able to break open some key walls for Hank. My concern for Mountain Men FA right now is that they haven't really done anything against this B. Now they're going to have to face a Draco. Draco operates on the basis of, I have more health than you. And we've seen this Draco and Hank interaction before. In fact, we saw it yesterday. And at first, Hank was really taking the cake, but this was also on Brawl Ball, where there were plenty of walls to work with. Now it's quite a bit more open. I anticipate also Draco's going to be getting some support from that B at long range. I don't think there's really a one-size-fits-all solution for Mountain Men FA here. Like, they have that combo of the mansions of Meeple, that, and the Hank you're able to hit through the walls, but it takes kind of a while for Hank to charge up that bubble. You're not going to be killing a Draco who has enough health to tank like 3 fully charged bubbles. With the Meg in, this makes sense. They need a sort of like high health tribute of their own, but still nothing that's going to be able to outrange that B. The priority is going to be on establishing some kind of pressure on that point that keeps her from even getting close to it.
Yeah, I do think that if that doesn't happen, Luffy is just going to boot up Farming Simulator and be taking him to the bank basically with consecutive hit after consecutive hit. RBM now sees, 2 tanks in theory that he sort of has to deal with. Mansions of Meeple here used by Sam off the rip just to create some space and actually block Zeus's line of sight. But here comes the damage, folks. And it's hitting pretty hard. Belal brought down by RBM, who's now thinking about sneaking his way into the bushes. And that one elimination means that Mountain Men need to cede control of the point to Tribe.
I'll be honest, Mountain Men FA have done a pretty good job of dodging those Bs, though. Here comes Zeus in with the super on the right side. It's an easy pinch between himself and RBM. Rafiki next up on the chopping block. Go next. With RBM in positioning these bushes, it's going to be a difficult pest to remove. Mountain Men FA need to think about winning this left lane before they can even get over there. But Brawl has been stunned by RBM. That's the use of the gadget right there that makes it so useful. You're able to negate the entire last few seconds of him charging up that 4,000 damage shot. Brawl's going to go for it once again, and RBM doesn't have the gadget to do it once more. We'll see the Mansions of Meeple come in. Zeus is trapped, but there's not any Hank to get on the case. And Tribe Gaming are looking for an indomitable victory.
I love that we're seeing the uppercut gadget getting used by the Draco here. Over that last stand. It is so good. Obviously, like, your lance is actually pretty long range, longer than you tend to think as a Draco player, and obviously you get more damage if you hit with the very tip of it. So interrupting, literally popping the bubble of the Hank with that gadget is hilarious. And Bilal just says, yeah, okay, I'm cooked here. I got nothing. Oh my goodness, that is a sick game from RBM. The dodges of the B shots were good, but the fanning flames from Draco and his dragon, less stellar.
It's difficult to get into position, right? Like, they don't need a sharpshooter to deal with the beat, but man, would it make things easier. The struggle there is that it's not just, all 3 of us against one brawler. It's versus 3 different brawlers. We'll see the same play from Mountain Men FA off the beginning of the game, where they throw down those dice towers. Luffy's going to be softening things up and moving Rafiki back. Meanwhile, RBM getting aggressive on the left side. See, Mountain Men would love to be in that position on the side of Tribe Gaming, get in those bushes, but they couldn't really get mid to begin with, so it's not even an option for them.
I do like this honeycomb star power we're seeing so much of at the moment. Zeus is constantly, has that available because constantly hitting that first shot, especially when you're cycling these supers as well as he is. RBM in dragon form right now. Sam respecting the range of that. Another toolbox cleared out. Zeus with the hypercharge pop. He's ready to develop a super surely. Or just wants the extra stats. Bilal gets caught, knocked aside there by the Chester. And very quickly, that big pool of health the Hank boasts goes by the wayside. Sam has no choice but to step up to the mansions and try and stay in this game. Luffy with another hypercharge. That is dirty. It also starts to break open those bushes a little more, meaning that Zeus has a clearer line of sight.
Mountain Men FA have come so close to success on these plays, but just one after the next seems to be just barely out of sync. It's led to a situation where now Tribe Gaming possess 85%. Bilal's going to pop that hypercharge and try and get in position. RBM making the last stand. He's still alive. Bilal on the point, trying to force Luffy off, but cannot land that torpedo. He's got a bit more health to keep people away. RBM also at risk of going down, hangs on, but Rafiki's on the case. He got the takedown, but he doesn't have enough damage to chew through what Zeus and Luffy are operating with here. Tribe Gaming for another consecutive win here in the BSC. Number 7 for the guys as they now go on to the semifinals.
They're beautiful stuff. This should, in theory, secure their seeding as number 1 from North America, which is great because you've seen just how fearsome the rest of the lineup will be at Brawl Cup. What we now need to find out is who that second team will be. But Sonny, it does feel like Tribe Gaming just kind of took care of business today. And this is what I was alluding to earlier in the show when you asked me if I expected a lot of upsets. Some, maybe, but not in matchups like this.
I do like when matches are getting a little closer than we might expect. At least Mountain Men were able to take a set off of Tribe. Those matches just really show the skill on display in all of the region. But yeah, it's not really close. Also not looking at those stats here. 12 kills on RBM, a lot of DPS. I don't know. This was the best showing for Mountain Man FA in the last round, but they did win last stop, guys. They did have some success today already.
Well, today this is their last stop right here, once again in the quarterfinals. So that's not the greatest way to go out. If versus anyone, like Tribe Gaming is the most respectable opponent, but that Draco was the answer. Like that was exactly what Killer, their coach, I assume, prescribed as the medicine that was Mountain Man FA.
It was so interesting as well to see like the star power pick up there. Sorry, we saw Draco build a little bit differently than in the past, having access to the stun to really mess up the Hank. That's fun to see.
Zeus and the B did a pretty good job as well. They dodged mentions of meeples at times. It was just a great display from Tribe Gaming, and I feel like we're going to see a lot more of that coming into the semifinals later on. As you mentioned, Uber, with that, Tribe Gaming now secures themselves the first seed of this region. We did a little math in the background, and they would actually still be up 1 point above BC Gaming, even if BC Gaming now won the whole tournament today. So yeah, there you go. We know now who's in the group. I think it's together with Toxic Lotus, Humble, Loud. Is that correct? Maybe we're gonna see later.
Sounds good.
Looking at the brackets here, next match is gonna be Space Station Gaming versus Code OG. Ready?
Yep, that one's going to be pretty exciting. And this is one where we actually pit old teammates against each other. And as you alluded to at the top of the show, Uber, it's OG's birthday. Like, he's officially Unk status now at 30 years old.
He's 30. Yeah, I mean, it all changes. You wake up at 30 and you've already got that lower back pain going on. So hopefully he's got a very ergonomic gaming setup, especially if it's going to be a long series. Big shout out to OG for his 30th. Look, honestly, the 30s are good, man. Good time. You get a bit wrinkly, you know what I mean? But outside of that, you have a good time. You're in the prime of your life, and hopefully he can get a dub for his birthday today.
We have something to look forward to still ready, it seems. Well,
I won't guarantee you guys are going to look as good as I do.
As well, because he got voted as our MVP of today, at least for this quarterfinal #1, by the people at home. If you want to get your votes in as well, if you disagree with that, you better do that on event.brawlstars.com to get that Pro Rank XP, Pro Pass XP, and the pin at the end of the reward track. Yeah, RBN did a pretty decent job. We're looking at him here also with that Draco, 12 kills in the last round. He just had to get that vote.
12 kills. Yeah, I'd say that's like, you know, pretty run-of-the-mill, pretty decent right there. This guy was tearing it up on the left side. And you saw the stats. Like, that was all he was doing. 3% total in that zone. And probably just there to show that, yeah, like, he actually did contribute something towards the objective of the mode. He's the best tank player in North America. Like, what can you say? He's made this roster unstoppable.
After the break, we're going to have a look at two former teammates facing off against each other. It's Space Station Gaming versus Code OG. Stay tuned.
Ollie? Yeah. Oh, only 3 hints. 8 tiles, mythic, melody? Melody? Oh, okay, well, I thought 8 tiles was longer than that. Okay, marksman, 3 epic skins, 12 tiles long. Piper? No. 1,000 damage per hit. 1 ammo slot. And 1 ammo slot. So it's like B, Carl. Oh, Lily. Oh, it's Carl? 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 Okay, okay. $6,800 and Mo, and it dashes with the yeah, Mo.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
Humble, 50%. Crazy Raccoon have fallen short.
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
Welcome back to the April monthly finals. It's the final day and we are back in North America, your home region, Kenny.
It is, and it's good to be home. I mean, this is an exciting month just because of Brawl Cup, and I feel like every region, it's felt like playoff Brawl Stars, and there's something special about that. I mean, every monthly finals is awesome, but ones before we get to a Brawl Cup just mean more.
Talking about Brawl Cup, everybody that is watching right now can go there in person. Of course, you can still watch on the event side to get those pins and the Pro Pass XP, but you can also get a ticket and an add-on and some merch over.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot up for grabs here. I think that the Street Shade skin was like, I think it was like teased in a Brawl Talk at some point, got everyone kind of hyped. So we're actually getting it in real life before, in theory, it's in-game. But I'm definitely keen to get my hands on that. Popstock is also just mad convenient, by the way. You can prop your phone up on the plane. It's kind of my favorite application for them. So if you haven't tried it, you won't go back. Trust me, get yourself one of those. You come out and get the add-on at DreamHack.
And you can also just out yourself as a huge Brawl Stars fan. I'm gonna make sure to have that pop socket on my phone, that's for certain. And it's some beautiful art, like the things you drew. I'm super excited to have this year a Brawl Esports fan art contest. We asked everybody out there to draw their favorite moments, players from Brawl Esports, and you can win some gems. The two of them that received the most likes we are looking at right now, and you can vote for them. Until Monday, you still have time, 3 p.m. UTC. Vote for your favorite this weekend. What is your favorite, Kenny?
The one on the right, it just brings a smile to my face. I just love that such talented artists are able to capture moments in the BSC. There's ones like this and other ones. Obviously, I would absolutely rock any of those as my profile icon on the left as well. So super cool that there's some unique Brawl Esports art because we have so many talented artists in the Brawl Stars community. The fact that they focus on our lovely esports really cool.
Honestly, same. Head over to our socials on X. You can vote for your favorite between those two. We already had a vote last week, and the winner of this whole contest can get some gems. So make sure your favorite wins it all. Now, we want to kick things off right away with quarterfinal number 2. We're heading into Space Station Gaming versus Code OG. Space Station Gaming, they swept Elevate in the quals. Bobby is now to face a former teammate, OG. They could be the dark horse today. In the end, both of those teams have the exact same number of points. They tied in 5th in the leaderboard over.
Yeah, I mean, again, neither of these teams are, online, I would like to say, for LAN, but they are obviously very familiar with one another. Bobby, Chino, and Sands, of course, 2/3 of that STMN roster that came under the SSG banner and brought Chino along for the ride. These guys have been good, but I mean, getting knocked out of the quarterfinal and then getting knocked out of the semifinal. I mean, I think Bobby even tweeted, he said, I haven't won a sort of a monthly final since 2023. So that's pretty rough. That's also a lot. And it's gonna take a lot to sort of get them there, I think, with the kind of opposition they're up against. But there is a reason why this team were the best in NA, or at least two of these players, and respected by many in the world. They are the real deal. But it's a different world out there in NA now. There are lots of these up-and-coming players, these new teams, even that Elevate team last year, who are now known as Tribe, really surprised people. So I'll be looking out for them. But these guys, both very scrappy teams, Kenny. That's kind of what stands out to me about their play.
It's a fun one. I mean, it's going to be intense. Obviously, these two teams are very familiar with each other, and it's just looking at these game mode win rates even from this year, neck and neck the whole way through. There's a few that stand out, and obviously, we're only about the halfway point coming up, so it should be interesting to see how these two teams clash. But like Sonny, you alluded to, so close on the leaderboard here. I mean, just literally even here, and a few points separating several of these teams.
Yeah, we were just looking at their game mode win rates. It does look like Space Station Gaming has a little bit the upper hand between those two. But yeah, as mentioned, they're tied 5th right now on the leaderboard. They're literally on the same exact number of points. So this has to be the closest one of today. And our predictions showed the same thing. I think 3 of us voted that Space Station Gaming should take it. I personally just voted that because in the qualifiers leading up to this, Space Station has been looking a bit better. The scrim data also shows they've been doing pretty great recently. Whereas Code OG, even though they had some great runs in the recent monthly finals, they have now only qualified through the lower bracket. It seems to be not their strongest month, but maybe OG gets that birthday boost over.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a real thing or not. But again, I think that this is, out of our quarterfinals, one of the most contentious matchups. I think it's the one with the greatest potential for individual pop-ups and therefore a sort of upset. So it's one I've got my eye on. I'm willing to take a risk for it, throw it out there for my fellow 30-year-old person, or at least people in their 30s. I won't quite claim to be 30, but yeah. So hoping to see a great game here. I think that we have not seen quite yet what this Code OG team is capable of.
We wanted to hear from both of them what they think of their rivals. Again, former teammates, that should be an interesting one.
SSG, probably like the team I want to beat most right now, just because I was on the team with like Bobby and Sans before, and it's like just competitiveness, I guess, but definitely looking forward to the monthly final, and it'll be a good match, but I don't want to beat them pretty bad.
Code OG. OG's turning 30 in 15 days. We're actually playing on his 30th birthday in round 1, so I'm going to try and give him the birthday present of losing round 1. But yeah, another one of my old teammates, so I don't really have too much bad to say about them. They're nice guys.
Beautiful to hear that they still have some kind words for one another. It is the first face-off in BSC history, Kenny, though. Those two have always been playing together. Now they have to play against one another, and I don't think either of them wants to give in and take the loss here.
The way I look at this, they both want to win the breakup. They want to win the breakup. Nobody wants to lose in a breakup. It's how it is. We've all been there in life. These two teams, or two guys, played with each other for 4 years. I would consider them friends. They were very friendly with each other in those interviews, but they are competitors. They are dogs. This is a competition, and they want to win. The birthday or not, Bobby's looking to play spoiler here and make OG's day just a little bit worse, and OG can say the exact same. I mean, he wants to go off on his own and beat the team, return to North America, get a big victory. That's what's so exciting about this matchup.
Both teams here kind of struck out a little bit last year in terms of finding success, right? OG literally went over to Europe, to try and build a team in EMEA, compete there. It didn't pan out the way he wanted. And Bobby also, on that STMN roster, they could not quite get it together. And there were so many of these like reverse sweeps in grand finals, so many close calls. It was honestly heartbreaking year for that STMN team, now a Space Station Gaming team, for Bobby and Sans especially. Frustrating after being one of the top competitors out of North America, representing in Worlds in 2023, looking great. There's a lot of history for these guys, but what they have in common is that their 2024 was a disappointment, and they're looking to show that they've still got more to offer in the current year, the big 2025. We're going to be heading into Super Beach first here, sunny. Already the bands have come through.
That's actually a really good point you brought up there. Is it going to be a birthday buff for OG, or is it going to be a loss handed as a birthday present from Bobby to OG in the end? Super Beach is the map. B is banned out. No surprises here. In my eyes, still probably the best brawler to have on this map for mid. Max would be an option that is still open here, but Stu is going to be picked up first. And Kenny, I feel like that's a pretty solid pick, especially on lane. You can break open the map and make those throwers a little less valuable.
I like your call out of Max because in general, Max has been played a ton on this map, especially with Jackie in particular. Shade in the band stage is one of those brawlers that SSG in particular have combined a lot with. So these Max combos are something that they are not unfamiliar with. Instead, though, they're going to go with a more safe, I think, start here. It's going to end up being that Stu. Carl's still on the board as well. I just want to shout him out as a note because usually he is going to be hitting the ban phase here. So the fact that he escapes is interesting.
On a map like Super Beach as well, you're dead right. A great aggressor. It's where a heat ejector becomes even more potent on these kind of maps that can be a little claustrophobic when you want to lock the enemy inside their own half of the map, inside their own goals. It's very, very potent. The things we've seen so far for me has been a little bit feast or famine, but one thing that has always turned up when it counts is the Juju. Great win rate in South America. Very, very powerful, on maps that feature those bushes, as she has the title of the premier long-range thrower in Brawl Stars right now. You might want something a little bit more, durable or maybe closer range hit around this Code OG composition out, but it's very reasonable so far. SSG, however, haven't really tipped their hand. Going for the Stu here is about the most reasonable thing you could do, and they actually opt into a range disadvantage in terms of their throwers. They bring Larry and Laurie.
I'm kind of looking for a goal scorer here out of both of these teams right now. I feel like that's a very traditional thing to want in Brawl Ball in particular. That's usually a very aggro or a very tanky brawler. They grab Larry and Laurie for themselves, so maybe that's their thrower of choice. I have seen some crazy options here between Barley and Dynamite and things like that. So they actually elect to go Larry Laurie. I think anticipating Code OG still need that goal scorer. They kind of see the weakness in their armor right now. There's the El Primo. Yeah, I feel like El Primo, Jackie are kind of the two most common ones that I see in North America, especially with all of these B, Chestergon. We have a lot of these traditional anti-tank brawlers, or at least the top ones in the meta, out of the way right now.
Okay. I've seen the Primo. Obviously, that's something that really starts to put some pressure down on Code OG. It's something that Finks can't really do much to interact with. We know how powerful, the wall break is. That's offered also the ability to strip possession of the ball by suplexing, one of these Code OG brawlers away. And so the Cordelia's comes out. This, to me, is a very niche pick. It's often brought in to try and neutralize the impact of a particular brawler, and I think I know which one the plan is. Cordelia's also has the ability to replant and, get over walls and stuff in a pinch, which would be really handy, but Code OG are trying to be quick on their feet here. They're trying to be reactive. But Kenny, I feel like these are brawlers that really require a high level of skill to execute on.
Code OG have to perform well. I mean, no doubt about it. And the other thing that scares me too, especially in this day and age of Brawl Stars, it's just so reliant on tank and anti-tank. And obviously Code OG are relying with that 6 pick on anti-tank. They're going for defense. You can get some cheeky goal scoring opportunities if you're a high mechanical player, just like by dropping that super, disappearing in the Shadow Realm, wide open net. But that is such a hard niche thing to pull out. If there's anybody that can do it, though, second best might be the guy.
Gino already demonstrating just how scary it is to deal with the Stu. Such high mobility. OG's on Fink's duty here, and the ball is getting crossed through the field. So much second best could do there. Ends up with the ball in his hands, and Bobby just kind of walks up, gives him a couple taps, and then gets on his merry way. So this is kind of the issue for Code OG's comp. It's not super durable, and second best has decided to immediately drag Bobby into the Shadow Realm. Bobby doesn't really want to fight this. Second best can't force him to either. So this does give at least some room for Code OG's comp to move up the map. But they've done very little off that Cordelia super.
Small mistake out of Chino, still ends up getting that kill. Now a dive in from Bobby. Charles drops the shield, another jump, a little extra wall break, and Charles will stay alive. That is a big deal, especially now that that Think super is down. It's going to be very easy to dodge all those incoming shots.
OG uses it pretty defensively just to try and accelerate his own projectiles. And now you're dealing with this pretty frustrating Larry and Laurie combo, which, yes, even though Sans is outranged, he doesn't seem to care. He's got a lot of utility in terms of his gadgets. He can put a lot of pressure down, and Chino can simply just walk this one in. God, it's hard to see this any other way than Space Station kind of being dominant from the very start of this map.
I feel like it's just going to overwhelm them eventually, right? The aggression coming out of Stu, Larry and Laurie pummeling them with shots over the walls, and then just an El Primo running at your face. I do like the choice of star power there. The slowdown one into tanks is so powerful, but that's one of my concerns, I think, in the long term with this Code OG comp. It's just, do they have the health points to match?
Can't imagine they really want to get caught in any prolonged brawl situations. OG's got to get out of there with the gadget. Second best does get in, though. Hello! Here's the scoring opportunity. Code OG going to be able to even up the game with under 30 seconds, left in it.
Nicely done, and that was a great demonstration of control. Once they just built up their time, slowly moved up the map, found one kill at a time, and then finally with one good team wipe, we're able to knock that one in. Second best has a hypercharge in the back pocket. 10 seconds to go. These walls are looking like they're going to come down, which is very interesting for both of these rosters.
Second best being able to hit a hyper super here could be pretty massive. Bobby, though, is looking for his next victim. Second best doesn't have super. Bobby's going to run into the back line. Charles has the shielding from the Elementalist gadget, though, and that's enough to deal with the onslaught of the Primo. OG, good heads up play, corners the ball here, knows there's going to be a lot of pressure coming down, but it gets a lot harder for the Larry and Laurie to be nearly as effective now that these walls are gone. Charles, much the same, doesn't have any way to get a range increase. But Bobby will just have to walk up against second best to get taken down. This is dangerous though. Charles has to be the sole defender here. Second best went for a super and took himself out of the game.
Yeah, it was a risky super. I mean, at that point, I think their hand was a little bit forced. I think that ball was getting put in the back of the net regardless, but closer than I thought it was going to be, to be honest with you. I think this Code OG comp, like we mentioned in the draft stage, is just one of those compositions where you have to be playing your A game. And Code OG certainly have that potential. We know what second best can do. We know how good of a player he can be. Charles on a Juju, which I still like Juju. It shows up a good bit here in North America. And Finks still kind of figuring it all out. Where does Finks do well? Where does Finks do poorly? I think it's safe to say that this is one of those maps that I do like Finks, just depending on these matchups, man. It's a close call either way. Obviously, they got themselves to overtime.
We've seen it on Hot Zone as well. Kind of like the extra utility the super offers just for dodging shots. It's quite handy, but Finks can do a lot of different stuff depending on star power as well. Really change like the complexion of his super uses. Still, Space Station looking a little bit like they want to choke Code OG out right now. They've slowly taken up this map position. Gregory does buy Charles a little bit of room, and he's able to clear the lorry. So this will allow the Juju here on the right side of the screen to start to walk the ball down and create a bit more breathing room.
Juju in perfect placement as well. She loves being behind this L-shaped wall with the extra range from that shot. The more grass gets torn down, the less value you're going to get out of Juju. OG, now second best, rotating towards this mid. So Sands is going to hunker down behind these indestructible walls. All the spawners on the map make this extra interesting too. We've got Grigri coming out to help with the El Primo. We've got Larry with Lori, who really makes a difference, especially into somebody like Finks. Cordelis, they really have to gun him down.
Charles here just trying to make use of whatever strips of shrubbery that he can. Here's that Finks super getting dropped down. Sands gets nuked as a result, but Laurie makes a brief appearance. Bobby dragged into the Shadow Realm now to second best, get the fight he's been looking for, but it doesn't matter. Charles should be able to walk this one in. Gadget Shield lets him get it done, and Code OG now finally have themselves a lead in one of these rounds.
Extra style points for me too. The little bounce off the wall, hit the gadget, catch the ball yourself, and walk it in. Just a little extra precaution. The little things like that are what you love to see.
Can they do it again, though? Bobby dies with a super. OG knocked out, able to use that gadget to get back away, and Bobby just ceases to exist. He practically vaporized. Second best now might look to just extract Sands, remove the thrower presence entirely, and this would allow Code OG virtually to have like a 2 versus 1. Now it's going to be Bobby, and he knows he doesn't actually have enough distance from second best to win the fight in the Shadow Realm anyway. Code OG are happy with this. With less than 20 seconds left, they've got map control, a cornered ball. Feels like they're chilling.
Bobby does have a super, though. They can throw up a Hail Mary, and they're going to need it. He's now moving to the right-hand side, diving right at Charles. A shield goes up, and he is taken down. So this ball going to rest comfortably on the top right-hand side. Fantastic mechanics coming out of Code OG in that game number 2. And I think a big part of that, they addressed the El Primo the entire game. El Primo never took off. Bobby had a really hard time there.
I like this a lot from Code OG. I mean, looks night and day from that first round, even if they made that competitive and ended up taking it to overtime. You're dead right. This time, the Cordelius is able to not only hit the El Primo with the super, but actually take him down in the Shadow Realm. It feels like Code OG are more than happy to take, to lose a brawler to remove one of SSG's when it is a massive health pool with real dive threat. So far, that pick is working. And obviously having the Juju advantage here for Charles has been a big deal. Right now he's busy bullying Bobby in this bottom corner.
And Grigri is going to be there for extra assistance on that left-hand side. Sands lobbing up shots. Chino without a super is much less useful than if he's skating up and down the map. And once again, we saw this in game number 2. Code OG slowly climbing their way up the map, just chiseling away at this other side, getting positioning, grabbing the ball. But now Bobby looming on the right-hand side. Sands and Chino creeping up, so they're going to back down for now.
Charles here. Just wants to maintain this position on the left. Code OG have a chance here to just drag the game out and eventually score a goal and have good defense. Nice little slow. Bobby and Chino getting peppered here. This is getting a little bit scary for them. Second best needs to get a little bit of a distance here, and there it is. Okay, Shadow Realm achieved. Bobby surely will be run down there. The second best would love to have had this turn into a goal, but Chino's done such a good job on the right side stalling things out that OG couldn't really get close enough. Now, though, it's a bit messy. Second best inside the goals. It's nuts. He picks the ball up from behind Sands and converts.
I like the dive from Bobby. Just kind of disrupts things, knocks the ball out of his hands, but in the fumble recovery, it's going to go Code OG's way, and they're going to be able to get a bucket outside of it. Bobby now left-hand side, running for the hills as Charles and Gregory encroach. Sans right-hand in, just trying to deal with the distance here as Bobby tries to make a big play happen. Won't go. Charles survives, and the full Code OG roster remains in the middle.
Second best and Charles constantly trolling OG with the foot pin. Obviously a little bit of his European Brawl Stars history there. And not exactly the most auspicious outing for that roster. However, Charles again being pressured, hits the gadget shield this time, but Bobby has hyper, looks for second best instead, but he stood inside that Finks area. Now he'll take Sans into the Shadow Realm. Chino's looking for the back corner though. Second best is not in the way. Oh, that's weird. That is bizarre. He emerges half a second too late.
There's just some funky positioning from our end, but underground, they knew that they had a wide open net. 15 on the clock, and SSG are creeping their way up this map. Charles with super available, and second best in OG, holding on to this indestructible wall while they still can. The fourth brawler has now touched down on the map. SSG trying to cycle in these supers. Once they get Bobby going, Chino going, they'll have more of a chance, but right now, they're just stalling out.
Second best, doing what he does. Throwing the pins now as he looks in Chino's direction. Not a great matchup for the Cordelius. Definitely outmaneuvered easily by that Stu, especially with Hypercharge at the ready. Chino here looking to try and wrap around. Second best brought down. OG and Charles huddling together for safety. A recall there for OG, but he ends up right in front of Bobby, who then can deal with the Juju. Chino, easy shot across the face of goal. And Space Station Gaming secure themselves a very close set.
Back and forth the entire time. 2 overtimes, in fact. I mean, what a start here. I do expect this to be a very close match regardless. I feel like Code OG, SSG, 2 very legitimate teams in this region that went SSG's way when it came to monthly qualifiers, but Code OG last month surprised us as well. They got a very marquee victory for their season, I would say, in that upper quarterfinals. Obviously, in the semifinals, didn't really work out, but these are 2 teams that have had very similar years. They're same on the leaderboard. Last month, they had identical results, so I feel like there's a lot of parallels between these 2 rosters.
For everyone liking a bit of closer matchups, I think that's very promising so far. Both of them playing it super safe, both of them just really showing a lot of respect from the opponent, especially in that round number 2. OG copied an SK special, just cornering the ball, playing it safe. Both of them make it all the way to an overtime because they just don't want to overextend. Looking at stats here, OG with the most kills, Jars with the most DPS, and yet still, they didn't take the set over.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be said for, you know, having like dive and having good durability. I think that the El Primo here is obviously a big difference maker. The mobility, I think, you know, of that hypercharge coming up for Chino there towards the end of the map was really important. I think if you're Code OG, you're pretty disappointed because you started terribly, you know, off in this set. And it was kind of clear that they weren't able to get the most out of their Cordelius, but that changed pretty quickly, I think, in those second and third rounds. For them, it's tough when the game sort of goes to overtime. In theory, they do outrange Space Station Gaming with their composition, but I'm always terrified of Stu in those scenarios. Yes, he's a little bit of a close range brawler, but when that hypercharge gets up, but even when it doesn't, you just got the ability to break ankles in those last few moments and score goals like we saw there. So great stuff for Space Station Gaming. They bailed themselves out of what could have been a really dangerous situation.
Another round of super aggressive brawlers winning in the end. Not necessarily aggressive, but the mobile ones. We saw a lot of Melody before from Tribe Gaming, and it worked out super well. Now it's the Stu for Space Station Gaming as well. I feel like this region so far is showing us some fresh ideas. It's not just Hank all over. It's a lot of those quick plays. And yet still, we have hit overtime twice, Kenny.
Very true. I mean, I think that's an underrated thing. When we look at these drafts, I think sometimes it's easy to forget the extra mile that you can go with an El Primo jump, Melody dashes. I mean, mobility is not a stat in the game, but it certainly plays out in the map every single time.
All right, here we go. Shooting Star on deck. And, well, we've seen Lumi in a bounty map recently. That was pretty impressive. Also, pretty scary. Look at Code OG, by the way. Look at these bands. 3 of the biggest sharpshooters taken off. Even Nani dealt with by SSG. So Nani were definitely hoping to potentially get a pipey here. Or something at least that is counted by Nani. That's why they take that out of the game. Code OG, though, came ready. They knew Space Station would prefer to go for a longer range style. And they're going to try and nip that in the bud. But SSG can always go to the old faithful. Look like a Max Gene pairing, or at least get half of that setup. Kodo G do know there are other sharpshooters that definitely deserve a spot in the game. Bell is one of them.
Definitely a standard start, and then they're going to grab Carl alongside it, one of the most played / banned brawlers we've had this entire month. A pretty standard start, too, from SSG. In this region especially, it feels like Gene or RT have been your textbook first overall pick. RT, of course, going to be in that ban stage, so I think it's just an easy click here for SSG.
I mean, the Carl is so powerful in the hands of a playmaker, truly defining Brawl Stars at the moment, and honestly, has for the longest time. I think the hypercharge kind of brought Carl back in line with the power creep that we've observed with a lot of other brawlers, and you should expect that, folks, to continue to happen over these coming months as more and more brawlers receive their hypercharges. We'll start to see them really achieve that same level of relevance again, because it's the same stuff that made Carl good in the first place that makes him good here. You could say the same also for Gus. Seeing him come back here now in the hands of Bobby, very, very potent when paired with this Melody. It's an extra layer of shielding for the Melody, who obviously has that capacity with her gadget. Now the Melody hypercharge means that she's much more devastating on those all-ins. It's a common answer to the Carl, and it does much the same thing, except maybe lacking the same level of zone control that, Heat Ejector has. Instead, you do get that shield on your gadget, which is very strong. And man, we see an 8-bit picked up here for Kodo G. A little bit less spotted lately because as healthy as he is, Kenny, he's not the fastest moving, not the most maneuverable, but still packs a punch.
Talk about parallels. I mean, we've got Melody, who's the fastest brawler on the planet right now with those dashes, and on the other end, you have the slowest arcade machine you ever seen. It's really interesting to see him show up on Bounty in particular. We're used to seeing him on things like Gym Grab, but how is he going to play out slowly walking up this map? Is he going to be able to hold his positioning? Is his extra HP going to give him the benefit of the doubt here? Really curious to see how this one plays out.
It's a bit of a boomer pick, OG. I'm not going to lie. You turn 30 and you start picking, only trophy road ballers, Respect it. I respect it. Charles here, of course, look where he's placed that nest egg. This should tell you everything you need to know about what OG are expecting Space Station to try. Looking at the composition, the Bell is definitely the most obvious choice for Chino to try and dive on. And of course, Charles, aware of that too, is setting these up very defensively.
Bell seems like a responsible answer into Gene comps as well. The bounce shot prevents people from kind of clustering together, so normally Sans is going to want to play with Bobby or Chino, play close to them, give them those extra heals, but if Gene receives one shot from a Bell, it's just going to bounce off of them, so it kind of defeats the whole purpose, so I like it for the extra range, and also when you gain control on this map, Bell's nest eggs are such a difficult thing to deal with. You can't do it unless you trip over them, like you mentioned yesterday, so it's just one of those things you got to deal with head on.
All right, Bobby eats one. Charles would like to capitalize, but OG gets caught with a magic hand. In comes second best now. OG's still alive. My goodness, he's a fridge. Eventually, though, he does go down. Chino, with all the shields you could hope to have, impossible to bring down. Virtually a hypermobile, high-damage tank in that form. And this, of course, as the smoke clears, means Space Station are ahead by 2 stars and the blue.
I really thought Kodo G might pop out of that with the lead. That was nearly a great play out of 8-Bit and Second Best, who swooped in. Now Chino on the back lines. And without that super, Melody is much more useless. Sans going to pop a gadget, spam some attacks. And with 15 on the clock, Charles will be on this right-hand side. Sans moving to the corner. Now Chino expanding. Hypercharge is going down for both ends. A dive away for Second Best. They have to time this perfectly. One kill would make the difference. And SSG Bobby will fall. Blue Star still with Space Station, and they don't quite get it in time. Blue Star difference is what's going to give this blue side the lead.
Pretty close game there, but I think Kodo G at that point realized they need to get rid of a brawler that has 3 stars or, 1 and a blue, and they just did not find the correct pick that they were looking for there. Because see what the comp's supposed to do, it did feel like Bobby was actually having issues hitting this Space Station comp, because they are pretty quick. They are playing at maximum range. Obviously, that can always be a little bit difficult for 8-Bit. He's great at sort of suppressive fire, keeping people's heads down. But once, Melody starts to get moving, you realize this new age of Brawl Stars is all about go, go, go.
It's nice to see some classics come out, though. Pulling for 8-Bit a little bit just to show that he's still got it. Chino, Sans, Bobby once again in position. It's going to be Kodo G early on, falling onto the defensive. This is what got them in trouble last time. Sans landed a nasty gene pull and made a big play happen alongside Bobby and Chino. The follow-up shots were there. The evil spirits go down. Charles, OG, down a lot of health points, but SSG also received some heavy fire, so they're going to back away for now. Second best narrowly survives. It's all the red roster on the top left.
They've done enough, though. Code OG do enough damage, at least to get Space Station Gaming to give up the chase for a time. Bobby's also forced to use the shield a bit more defensively. Another good sign. Code OG drawing out some of these key resources from Space Station Gaming, forcing them to use them on the back foot, as opposed to making their Melody dive, for example, more potent. Charles here. Oh, yep, that's a hypercharged super. Marking Chino up. So now, much easier to blow through that Melody. Code OG have got all their ducks in a row. They've done the right things so far in this round. They have a blue star lead, Kenny. Can they land the plane?
Bell's hypercharge is called magnetic for a reason. Even with the Chino dash, it wasn't enough, and that's going to be lingering. Those Bell markers make a huge difference as the set progresses, so we're going to have to see how that interacts in this game. Will it give Code G just enough of an edge here as we progress down to the past 30 seconds?
Magic hand up for Sands. Obviously, you need to be careful because that damage booster can get in the way. And that will be the last thing Sands wants to try and catch. There it is. Big pick. Chino goes down. Eventually, the boosted booster prevails. Bobby going to fall soon after there. And Space Station just don't seem like they really had an option, a way to try and get Code OG on the back foot. This is what I said about doing everything right. Beautiful execution there for Code OG. And honestly, a pretty chill way to end that round.
That was a very calm one, it felt like. We never really had a big burst of damage coming out of SSG. It just started with a blue star on Code OG's side, and they dictated the pace the rest of the way. I mean, we saw the screen at the end there. I think there were 5 nest eggs down. That's just such a hard thing to walk into and get aggressive against if you're SSG. All they've got is Chino who can dash in. They have to land either a big-time pull from Sands, and then Bobby just has to hit the long shots, and that's about all you can do at that point. So I think these early starts here for Code OG, if they don't give up any kills or at least hold on to a decent blue star lead or maybe get an early tag, I think that's really all that it's going to take for them to win this set.
Remember, Space Station are going to do this often. They are going to try and pose a real threat, get up close, start to probe at Code OG. Code OG just need to do a decent amount of damage to force them back and buy time for Charles to set up a literal utopia of nest eggs here. A legitimate kingdom of steel traps that Space Station Gaming would not be able to walk up on. It's all about catching the Melody when she tries to all in. That's why Charles is putting them in these positions. In other matchups, sometimes the Bell tries to get like some space on this left and put a trap a bit further forward, but Charles is keeping them all defensive. Oh, nice use of the flying hook to get out, but Chino will pursue and ends up getting 2. Dirty little double down, but Code OG still find themselves with a star lead after that exchange, and that's frustrating for SSG.
And you know what did it? Was the nest egg. It was the little nest egg in the bush right there. As good of a play as Melody made, it didn't pay off because Code OG were able to swoop in, grab the blue star back, and get the kill. And now with 40 on the clock, we're right back where we started. Code OG with a 1-star lead and the blue on their side.
One mistake from either of these sides, though, will mean the set. We're coming down to the business end of Bounty now, folks, and the magic hand catches the damage booster instead. Code OG got to be pleased about that one and shows it across the map. And these nest eggs, again, are continuing to be distributed on this line of scrimmage at the top of the map. Code OG, with 15 seconds left in the round, are in a commanding position, and another damage booster has been deployed, but Charles goes a little bit low. OG's also seen better days now, but Bobby Foley should make this a bit easier. Damage booster soaks up the damage. Charles is low, but Chino never gets to him, and Code OG chalk up a set of their own.
Fantastic adjustments. In another close set. You know, after the first one, they went down. Melody made a nice play. I think more than anything in that game number 1, they just landed a big-time gene pool that gave them a lead. They were able to hold on and kind of run with it the rest of the way. But in games 2 and 3, Carl off the rip gets you a blue star. They sat back, relaxed, and the more time that they added onto that clock, the less aggressive that SSG were. They just fortified their defenses, and it was just impossible to walk in there.
Those gene pools are really coming in clutch today. Not for round 2 and 3, as you mentioned, Kenny, though. Beautiful adapted by Code OG. They turned things around after losing that first round. And even there in the end, it looked like SSG still had every chance to turn things around in that last couple of seconds. Code OG didn't really go aggressive. They were just staying back. And yet still they got another team wipe, winning this set, evening out the score overall. It's 1-1 now. And Kenny, you were just talking about that gene pool. Sands still got the most DPS, but unfortunately not a single kill. That's odd.
That's tragic. I mean, Chino got 4 of the kills, and nobody else could really say the same. Sometimes that's how it goes, though. Gene just does so much consistent damage between the evil spirits, the poke damage from the regular shot. But nonetheless, I feel like Kodo-G just had the lead pretty much the whole time. I mean, there was really nothing that SSG did to kind of break away or have enough of a lead to where they could be the ones to back off. And even still, they have Melody. I mean, Melody's not necessarily going to want to sit there and just buy her time. You know, you want to be up in the faces of the enemy team. So they had to have the mechanics there, and I feel like Kodo-G's clever pick with the 8-bit actually worked out really well. I think having all of those health points and just heavy fire if a Melody did approach you worked out.
We were just talking about how maybe this region is onto something. I actually checked in the meantime. 3 picks from Melody in EMEA, only 1 pick in South America, and now in NA we've already seen her 3 times within just 2 matches. NA's onto something, but maybe Kodo-G had the perfect answer here. You just have to counter that speediness, that quick play from Melody with some slow and steady, just battering down your opponents with the 8-bit Uber.
Yeah, just get a brick and basically sit it on the middle of the map and okay, bro, okay, we are extremely boomer pilled today, guys. What is going on? The Tara first pick here on Gem 4. We've seen her banned, honestly, on this map. Obviously, she's very potent at catching out the enemy gem carry, and she's super good at bullying a side lane, providing that she can, get up there. Psychic Enhancer has had some value on some bushier maps, but you expect to see help from beyond here to punish some of those single-shot brawlers. Tara's good, but again, she is somewhat short range. She can definitely be exploited by other brawlers that can dive on her, so we'll see what the Carl has to say about that.
Tara is honestly probably the most played brawler I would gander just leading up to practices on this map. It's been an early selection for a lot of North American teams, including Kodo-G, including SSG. I think a natural response here makes sense to be Carl, especially since it escapes the ban stage. You get the Incendiary, which Reddy praises because of how much damage it can do, and reasonably so. That's why it's often in that ban stage, in that pick stage. Yeah, as well. But I think most importantly in this situation, when you're looking at it on paper, it pierces through every single one of those Tara spawn links. I think that's just going to be a great matchup in general. Now we see Bobby picking up a Stu here, which is known not to do well into Tara, especially with the extra spawners that she brings out. But I think because they have the Carl, they maybe feel more comfortable with this.
Yeah, just a safe mid. I think it's a great gem carrier. Someone who, can use that super to steal one of the enemy side gem spawns, right? Because that's what you really want to do to get that early lead, is try and get at least one of them. If you can get 2 of them, that's amazing, because obviously that puts you, 2 ahead, and it's hard to interrupt that kind of countdown. But okay, Jackie coming through here. I like this look again. She's very good with that hypercharged pneumatic booster. Also allows her to close the gap very quickly. We'll have to, see if it's going to be a hardy hard hat or counter crush selection here. I'm thinking probably the former if you expect this last pick from Space Station to be a little bit more long range oriented. But now there is a Jackie delivery system in the dimensional door for OG. And also we've seen the walkie cane be very powerful. Very uncommon to see Gray bring the sort of grand piano gadget that blows up the map. It's really narrow, and there's better brawlers at breaking open the map, like, Griff, for example. But yeah, Gray, incredible for setting up these kills. And so Surge gets picked up, a bit of a lane bully, so to speak, someone who can really dominate a particular side of the map and is not weak necessarily into any of these matchups.
I like this composition for Kodo-G. I'm not going to lie to you. I think the Surge is going to be great at trying to address both Gray and especially Jackie, of course, but it's just such a common strategy that's emerged over these past couple weekends. NA having the benefit of, seeing what every other region comes up with, what their answers are for all these maps, what their drafts end up being. Gray plus tank, especially Jackie on this particular map, is such a common strategy now. I've seen it a ton in scrims leading up to this week, whether that's Jackie being that brawler, Hank depending on the team, Buster obviously in the ban stage, and Ash honestly to be an answer to a lot of this. So I could see it happening. I'll say the same thing that I'll say about this instance as we said a lot about Gray Jackie or Gray double tank. You don't have to be the best the whole time on Jim Grab. You just have to make the big play at the end. This time though, Kodo-G are the ones actually starting out hot.
Jeez, I mean, second best is getting farmed by Bobby though. That's constant levels and constant supers for invulnerability being picked up by that Surge. Dimensional door being used here. This is a way, in theory, for second best to get up in the face of Space Station. We talked about a Jackie delivery system, but that super left a little bit to be desired, Mr. Second Best. That was average. Bobby able to turn around and deal with the Jackie. Kodo-G have done well. I mean, OG especially has done well to continue to accrue gems throughout all this chaos, but he hasn't really been getting too involved in the scrappy fighting on the periphery.
Second best just gonna get right on in there. Sands dives away, the extra speed zone to help out, and they're still able to hold on to this. OG could be in trouble here. Bobby lands the tag. All the gems spilled, but Bobby can't take them. So they're still gonna rest on the Code OG side. No worries yet, but I think more than anything, they just need to find some kills or just a way back into the gym for.
Second brother, you are feeding. I'm sorry. There's not much you can do when you've got a level, 4 surge on the other side here. Okay, make use of a hypercharged dimensional door seems good, but though that help from beyond is not exactly cutting it. Second best does appear at a good time, throws a hyper super, and Bobby is still able to avoid it. That should tell you just how powerful Surge is when it comes to that. And OG, oh, what a super away. I thought his goose was cooked, folks, but he does escape for a time, but only a time. Sands walks away with 9 gems. Bobby with 3 will drop those, so no countdown just yet. And second best is living Groundhog Day out there. Once more, through the Grey Super into the middle of the map. TP's back out to recover some of these gems here to continue to make this competitive in terms of overall tally. But Bobby has begun the countdown.
This is not over yet. A hypercharge for Tara is still available, and second best has a super. Jackie to Jim Carrera. Charles going for gold. It's going to connect with only Chino. Sands still alive and well. They have to get this gem in the mid, and they will. A reset, a pull, and Sands has to drop a gadget out of desperation just to play a little defense. This is far from over, folks.
Okay, map control's good, but Chino steps up. Second best throws that super down. It's a Space Station Gaming countdown. A gem to spawn on Code OG's side, though, and Bobby knows he needs to take it to keep the countdown going. He gets it. Chino caught out by a gravity. OG looking to come forward, but Sands is going to be able to dash it away. And OG can't fight right now. Second best is too far away. Should another little gem spawning out here and keep us now in the balance. Another gravity used. Chino wants to come forward. Heat ejector used to create a bit of space zoned away in this middle part of the map. And now back and forth. Countdown's being picked up. Code OG should be able to start theirs, but there will be another spawner in mid.
Oh, and this could be bad. Charles is going to scoop all these up, so it's tied. But Sands obviously with complete control of the mid. They're going to grab their 14th gem. Second best diving it into a hard counter. Hypercharge goes down. Bobby cycles another jump. A dive away. 639 HP. He's going to stay up here. They're down to 8 gems. And it's a lot on the other side. They're able to pick this up. The 15th gem, of course, what matters. It's SSG who scoops it.
10 seconds left. That's the gem the Code OG need to take, and they don't have the option. It's a backwards teleport there for OG, and he still gets burned down by the heat ejector. Now second best and Charles, they've got to go for it. But Sands is untouchable. Running literal rings around them there. A very, very competitive first game. Sands knows he needs to keep a lid on it there. That one could have gotten away from them, but they did such a good job of avoiding those Tara supers.
That's a stress Sands right there. You don't often see the guy like that, but he was stressed. And an important note, too, for the folks at home, you don't usually probably in your ladder games see this go to a 15-14 score line. The most gems that you can get is 29 on the map. So when you see that 15th being picked up, you don't have to worry about the mid anymore. It's not going to go back and forth. Whoever picks that up is going to have a huge advantage. So the fact that SSG were able to snatch that was a big reason why they walked away.
Second best, as durable as he is, has struggled. He's definitely been the blunt object thrown at Space Station time and time again. This time, though, OG isn't able to benefit from the early trades and take a 3-gem lead. Sands has already managed to pick those up. But Charles has run of the place on that right-hand side, so can wrap around a little bit, put pressure on, but this is a good response from SSG. Turning around and dealing with a Tara like that, though, forces them to give up their mid-control for a time, but they return to this part of the map with a player advantage, and eventually Code OG probably have to respect it.
And with second best getting right on in there. Now he's a hypercharged super, which interacts really well with Chino's super. He can kind of disrupt the Carl tailspin. It's just so many little interactions here. The Tara pets do well in the stew. Jackie can deal with the Carl really well. A lot to go back and forth. I think this is one of these drafts where just depending on how you play it, you can play it 100 times and it's going to go differently each way.
Gravity on the left. Charles able to win that fight out, and Bobby gets picked up by a super from the Jackie. So this is much better for Code OG, and they've been chilling while these gems have been spawning. Another one will go over to Space Station's side, and OG doesn't quite feel ready to go and pick that one up yet, but a 2-gem lead is enough to work with. Also, he does not have super yet. We do have a hypercharged Tara super at the ready, though. Heal picked up by the use of the dimensional door. Charles able to catch Sands out. That's dangerous. The gem carrier is brought down, and Bobby knows he's got to get here and fix it. Charles, though, almost gets away with it. Second best picks up these last 2. One more for him, and he would have been able to pick up the countdown, but he goes into the teleporter instead. Chino, though, falls. Code OG, only 1 gem ahead. They could have had a countdown at this point, but Bobby gets in there. The surge is still a problem, but OG at least is able to trade. There's Charles once more. The Tara finally is hitting the mark, but OG doesn't quite know how aggressive he can be here. Enough to get the gems loose, enough to get to 11, and then back out.
11's good. 3 is enough of a gap to where SSG now have to press forward. Second best hiding on this right-hand side. Charles there to play defense, and Code OG defending against his previous teammate. Teleport available, dives in, gets the grab. Nicely played there. OG in this second game. Beautiful mechanics. You saw it there. He was actually the one getting aggressive towards that game to get them that gym count. He dove in, had a walking cane, made a nasty pull, and walked away with every single one of those. Really well executed from the big guy.
Yeah, these guys are going to make it close. Make no mistake. They want it. They've been hungry all year. In fact, they've been hungry since late 2023, folks. Now, Code OG show us why their composition can work. Second best was able to get much more done, and the big Tara catch from Charles was a highlight for me.
Charles had some great supers in that second game. And I feel like there's just such a high ceiling with this composition between the teleport that can constantly get you back in the middle, these Tara hypercharged supers. There's a lot of boom bust potential here with Code OG. In that second game, it really came to fruition.
Second best looking to dodge these shots, but some of the neutral fights here looking less ideal for Code OG. Bobby's also become a nuisance, already getting up to level 3. Oh, buddy, yeah, he can just... With that gadget up, he can roll anybody. OG knows he needs to run in and bring him down, but just doesn't really have the safety, the defensive architecture to move in and pick up those 2 gems. So this is still a gemless Code OG. Get your money up, boys! We need 10K by the end of the day, especially if you're going to be drinking that artisanal water. Bobby goes down. Chino, with only 1 gem in hand, will have to respect this hypercharge from the Grey.
Now they have plenty of mobility on the map, and Charles is just hugging this right-hand side wall, waiting to catch somebody off guard. Sans might know it. He has a dash away. Oh, and Charles with a whiff there. That's a tough look. You have to make those supers count.
Not great. Charles still with a hyper, though. He did use super, but can build up the hyper easily enough. Bobby in the mid. Charles has to respect this now. It's a little bit dangerous for the Tara. Ooh, the ankle breaker with the dimensional door could have been big, but Bobby gets in and gets the prize. OG there knows he has to fight this. On top of the D door, gets a heal, gets the 1. Walking cane misses Sans, though. Code OG had to go for it. We need to see a Tara super from Charles. It's the only way to get these gems out. But look how low they are. Bobby tries to disrupt, goes down. Charles pops the hyper now in advance. Doesn't get a super off, though. And it's another SSG set. Another set that goes down to the slimmest of margins.
That game 3 was one of the more dominant ones we've seen out of SSG, though. It just felt like Code OG made too many mistakes in that third one. I mean, when it came down to it, Tara supers missed. We saw that dimensional door interaction there, and Tara just missed another one there. I mean, so there's some unusual gameplay, I would say, out of Charles. You have to make those Tara supers count. That's just part of the reason why you draft it.
Unusual gameplay.
So far, unusual. So far, very close. It's another set that went all the way to the very last round. Those 2 teams really want to take out their opponent, to take out their own former teammate. It's honestly stressful to watch those 2 face up against each other. Charles on 14 kills, Gino on 17. This was a round of rounds. Again, we have played all 3 rounds, so it makes a lot of sense that overall we have a lot more kills. Yeah, gems picked up on both sides. Both sides could have won this one. I could not predict what's happening next year, Uber.
Oh, look, I mean, the fact is, and I think Kenny brought this up, Charles has to hit 1 big super, and then the game is over, right? It's what we never say never when we have this kind of matchup, right? A second round went to 29 gems. That's always exciting. Charles was hitting these supers, or rather, Space Station maybe wasn't respecting them quite enough. I thought OG did a great job. The way he sets up these dimensional doors, he's also making use of them for the utility of the heal, which is really crucial. And finally, second best started to find a bit of a rhythm, but you kind of last pick Jackie, leave yourself open to the surge counter pick. That is pretty rough. We saw what Bobby was able to do in that first round. Carl also super, super valuable here. I think that honestly just being first pick kind of hurts Space Station in the end, as rather Code OG, excuse me, as SSG have a chance to kind of counter them at the end of that draft.
Well, let's see who's going to have first pick now. We're heading on to Golden Gulch. The possibility for Space Station Gaming to close it out in a 3-1 is here. Now it's so close on arm's length here. And Code OG, they want to prolong now. It's 2-1. They're the ones in the back foot. They need to push here for 1 more set to still have the possibility to make it into yet another semi-final, Kenny.
Yeah, and I call it unusual for Charles just because he's such a good player. I mean, just a couple mistakes there. You could even see in the highlight reel kind of what I was talking about. And in the stats, 14 kills. He was great throughout most of that set, but it's just little interactions like that, especially in these matches where it's going 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, or 2-1 overall on the scorecard. It's just one of those that every little pixel is going to matter. This scoreline could be going a number of different ways right now, just based on how these sets have gone, and I expect Gold Arm Golds to be about the same.
Absolutely. I think these teams both draft in a really interesting way. To me, I feel like Code OG are trying to draft some of these pretty classic comps, which I enjoy watching. It's something that we saw Loud kind of do a lot yesterday, but try and go for those really powerful brawlers if they are being left up, right? Got some AP, got some Tara. These guys like to, stick to their guns and stick to what they know quite well. I'd be frustrated at that last game. I think, people at home should know that when a commentator uses the phrase, unusual or even interesting, that means that, something's a little bit sussy. Something's up. So I do feel like, Sonny, there's a little bit of criticism being leveraged at Code OG because they do everything right, I think, until it comes to that final step, that execution. And then, honestly, feels like a coin toss.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I was giggling, by the way, because I do that so often. I'm like, oh, that's interesting, because I don't want to be like, bashing on the draft of one of the two teams. So I'm just like, oh, okay, that's new to me. But yeah, at Code OG, they looked once again like they had what it takes to turn things around. Space Station Gaming winning round number 1 in Gem Fort. Code OG seems to be able to adapt and change their gameplay, their strategy to, in the end, still take the set, but Space Station said no to that. So far, the equation seems to be if Space Station Gaming stew, then they win. If Code OG Carl, then they win. And if Stu and Carl are both on one side, namely Space Station Gaming, then they win. Again, this NA region turns out to be one of the most aggressive so far in all of the last 3 monthly finals. Kit, Lumi, Jean are going to be banned out by Code OG. We have RT, Lu, and Hank on the side of Space Station Gaming. So a lot of range, but also that Hank that they just don't want to see in this draft at all, Kenny.
Yeah, I think Angelo probably in the cards here is a first overall choice. Just the long range, being knockout. I think just a very safe one to have. And I know this is a team that has favored it a good bit. It's going to be Buster here. I think it makes a lot of sense too. As a first pick, you run the risk sometimes of getting countered down the line a little bit. But I think on this particular map, it's going to work out a lot better. He's just so good for the game mode.
Yeah, and also Buster is a very powerful brawler when you want to, your strategy involves you making a move at the end of the round once the gas closes in. We used to see like a Melody, Buster, Max combination where you just sit and you just wait till the end of the round, and then you come out with a montage and all of a sudden you're good to go. But Code OG here'd have a ton of opportunity to kind of counter that, right? They now can think twice about how many projectile-based brawlers that they want to involve in their draft process. I think their Daryl's very powerful, especially with that hypercharge. Durable enough to absolutely flatten Buster at close range and not worried about the disruption he has via slow-mo replay. So good little pick here. Ollie is always concerning to any team that has a component that wants to dive, because the hypnosis is an extremely powerful deterrent.
I was kind of waiting to see if they would go for this double tank. It's something that's become more common, especially on Gold Arm Gulch. I mean, Bell has the range, Daryl a natural counter, I would say, in the Buster, and having the shotgun can do fine into the Ollie. Mandy, one of the few sharpshooters I would say left that makes sense. I think this is just going to be two sides, probably playing it pretty passive off the get-go, and then as things let loose, as the fog closes in, they're going to be looking to deal with those, Buster supers that have been charged up. Now they can go in. They're just going to be waiting until they get that utility to kind of make their move.
I like that a lot. Someone with the range to rival or even sort of out. Oh, okay, hold on. This is so interesting. So first of all, Manny obviously can outrange the Bell, but Kenji makes his way in here. Every now and then we see it. I think we saw it yesterday in one of the sets, and it performed quite well. Bit of a bruiser with good mobility. And, somebody can stave off damage really quite well with that star power. So it's a ton of fun. You've got Daryl and you've got Kenji. So Code OG still, man, they really want to throw down, Kenny.
Yeah, to your point, Kenji showed up once yesterday, and I believe that's the only time this monthly finals. It was 1-for-1, so trying to keep the undefeated streak here. It's a very unique brawler right now, especially when you're looking at all the HP on the other end. Second best is just going to get arrested. Look at this, he's diving right on, and he already has a super. Slices his way through multiple brawlers, a Buster Shield to reflect. It's ultimately a trade. Charles goes down. It's going to be a one-on-one interaction. Bobby with the super is a big difference maker, though.
Okay, what gadget does Bobby have? We're about to find out. Because he probably needs the ability to dive OG if he wants to win a fight like this. Here come the nest eggs. They're a problem. Bobby has the gadget that, you know, okay, it is going to be the dash gadget. That's nice. OG stunned up, Bobby. He's marked. What?
Oh!
It's a draw? Okay, dude. All right, fine. I've seen it all now, folks. Let's run it back.
Oh my goodness. Well, one round here would make a huge difference. It guarantees you're not taking an L. A pull through, the gadget goes in. Bobby connects. Now it's a double dash here. Kenji in the air. Look out, folks. He's going to take another dive at it. Chino barely escapes it. Sans hypercharge gets the kill. 2v1 situation as Charles rolls forward. It's a hard counter. He's got another one, though. The long distance. The super connects. Chino's a shotgun in the face.
Okay, bro. I thought that was supposed to be Daryl's MO. That is ridiculous. Hypercharge there for Chino to make sure he had the extra damage. Very well calculated moment. Ridiculous stuff. Second best is able to get in there and do some work. He wants to cycle those supers if he can. Make use of that Hosomaki healing gadget, presumably. But now we have a much more gentlemanly start to this round, as we're going to play the long diagonal with our sharpshooters and hide our tanks in the bushes. Very, very based.
This is as civil as I think these two teams have gotten today. I mean, this is as quiet on the Western Front as it's gotten. Sans on the left hand and already has that supercharged up. He's going to play right next to Bobby. Several times now we've seen our tankier brawlers dive in together.
Okay, OG.
It's been coordinated. Now they've got these nest eggs building up too. So the more that I think OG can place down the middle here, the better for them in the long haul.
Chino there with the penetrating gadget used. No hit though. I'm keeping score, and the sharpshooters hit each other once each. Here comes the gas though. That's concerning. Charles rolling on up in court though. Inside the hypnosis. Sashimi comes through. Chino goes low. Sans has seen better days as well. A great super from second best. This time to make sure there'd be no Mandy play. We have a draw.
Have we ever shown this? I can't believe we have this graphic. I mean, when was the last time we had a draw like for not just a round, game period? That's insane.
I've never seen that graphic. I'm very surprised that we have one prepared. That's
great job, team.
that talk about getting ready for any eventuality. So we're running it back just like we would on a Brawl Ball game. Charles got absolutely rolled, but Sans is still low, and second best can get in there. Now thinking twice about it. Backs out. Had the mobility to at least chase to even the odds, and Chino, the developed super, will look for a chance to make use of it.
Kenji gonna get sneaky once again.
Oh, the bounces.
Ooh, getting right on in the hypnosis, though. Oh, they didn't finish the job with second best, though. Bobby went right, and he's going to die. A miss super out of Chino. And what looked like was going to be a good round for SSG is actually Code OG with numbers.
Player advantage for Code OG. At best, they've been trading. Chino does actually eat a nest egg there, and it's free damage for OG. Does take the Mandy low. This means second best can encroach a little bit more. Gadget pop for Chino, but it actually gets outranged. OG's able to get out of there. Hypercharge build, but OG would love to save it for the next round, because SSG are playing a comp with two tanks. He'd love to soften one of them up with the mark, and Chino doesn't want to give any super. Into the gas he goes now to try and get this one over and done with. He'll have a hyper super for the next round, but this is a good start for Code OG.
That was I think actually a really important tag there. The lack of feeding from Chino there was really good, but most importantly, got a hypercharge and a super. So now we're going to have to watch it out, because they're all getting Seeking the Grass. This is the first time that we once again see left and right. No members mixing it up from either side. I think SSG want to get a surprise pop-off play here.
Somehow, I think Code OG have a bit of an idea of what they're planning. Sans, though, has hyper montage. Chino with hyper sugar rush, so can obviously hit that sort of forking super across the map, but it won't one-shot anybody, so some softening up needs to be done. And I guess you really put things down to the gas here. Code OG don't have supers on two of their brawlers, so maybe something Space Station Gaming are hoping to keep in place. So we're gonna break this
Cracking it.
one out.
They're all just spinning and dropping emotes. I mean, it's just hilarious to watch all these sprays go down.
No one really wants to take the fight here. Bobby, though, takes the first hit. OG with the hyper ready. Super to back it up. This is dangerous now. Guaranteed hit of that mark goes on to Sands. And oh, the Mandy Super doesn't hit anything. Sands is in trouble. Bobby with the hypnotize will be dodged by the Slashimi. And second best gets in there for his just desserts. There we go. A game going the way of Code OG. Looking to take us to a 5th set.
We're back on track. No draw this time. Just a clean sweep there from Code OG. A really interesting draft too. I mean, Kenji has only shown up one time in the monthly final so far. Made a nice debut yesterday in South America, but I never would have thought to look for this on this map in this mode. Just love the ingenuity, and second best, obviously, we know he can play these tankier brawlers well, so it's awesome to see him pilot this.
OG got unbelievable value. This team wants to group up around Buster, and OG knows it. This Bell is, already has another super built up from one shot fired as it just bounced in between Chino, Sands, and Bobby. Back and forth it went. They've got to be careful of that to SSG. They are so concentrated, so grouped up. Hoping to try and burst Charles down, apparently, but instead, Kenny just flipped the map.
Well, it'll be red rotating to this left-hand den. Sands has the super available. Chino just trying to look for Chags. And a big reason why I think more casual players love Mandy is because of the limitless range that she has and that super cross court on the map. And it makes a big difference. And just unfortunately, Chino just couldn't quite hit there with that hypercharge. That can be a swing of a game. Instead, it gave them a loss. We'll see if things change up here.
Okay, second best caught out just by that hypnosis. Hoji playing through the gas. Charles gets in, but also hit by hypnosis. Clean sheet there for Space Station Gaming. Nice little round to pick up.
Nicely done by SSG in that round number 1. Hopping into round 2. Red right. It's going to be blue on the left-hand end. Everybody playing it safe so far. OG does have that super hypercharge ready to go. Once again, Charles is just going to sit there and charge his own super up passively.
Bided time now if you're Code OG. They really have all the tools they need to take a round like this away. And remember, as the round goes longer, OG can deploy more nest eggs, allowing the swarm to take over, making it even riskier for SSG to try and take space. But they want to play more aggressively towards the middle of the map because what they don't want is for OG to put traps in the center. Allowing him to do that would be devastating.
Makes things much more difficult for sure. Definitely could cause an issue, especially with the team that clusters up together. Like you mentioned, we've got Bell bounce shots, Kenji to try and address that directly. Love to see it. Everybody's still taking some shots here. There goes the gadget, second best, diving. It goes down immediately. This is catastrophic. Hypercharge going down for OG, trying to make something happen here as Charles dives in, takes care of Chino. OG low HP. Charles going in again. Bounce back and forth. Oh, he's got 5,000 HP, but forces OG away. It was close, but Space Station Gaming will survive that interaction and get themselves a game.
Oh my god. Heavens to Murgatroyd, folks. We're going to a deciding game in this set. That is absurd stuff. And you mentioned it, Kenny, a big mistake there. A catastrophic one for Code OG. Now, geez, these guys are determined to make this as hard for themselves as possible. It's got to be now. We need to see them win 2 out of the next 3 rounds.
Really interesting setup. So SSG sent a full 3-stack to that right-hand side. That is not traditional. The norm would be left for your entire roster, and of course, from the red perspective, all right. Instead, is SSG getting on the aggressive. They've actually dropped a nest egg on this top left-hand end too, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on that, because literally one little trip up at a pro level can make a difference.
Which as we are. Space Station kind of grouping up here because they're not too worried about the bell damage for the time being. Oh, what? Charles, are you kidding me? It goes in. Quickly, Bob is able to respond though. Sands low. The damage is still bouncing, but between them, nicely done for Code OG. Charles just starts it off the good old-fashioned way, about the least subtle way to begin an engagement you could ask for, and that's what Code OG were looking for.
That was sly. And honestly, the fact that he cycled in another super to get out without dying was insane, because that could have been make or break right there. There's a real potential that SSG could have round that round. Instead, though, it's Charles surviving, second best swooping in. OG with some taps. Beautifully played. I mean, both of these teams just look so good today.
God, what is it with the games this weekend? They've been so good. SA, and now here in NA, this one's a nail-biter. OG with the advantage, though. A round to their name. Supers for 2 out of 3 of their brawlers. Space Station Gaming's comp wants to pretend to be as good as Code OG's. This is the round they must win. big montage up. Bobby also has the hypnotize. That's been a problem for Charles as he tries to dive in. Ollie really looked like an anti-tank on this kind of map. Chino, it's hard to play the Mandy here. Even with the gadget that can penetrate these bushes, it is tricky. Second best is getting bored. Clearly, APM not high enough, even with the spamming of the pins. He's looking for an opportunity. Charles, rolling in the bottom. Hypercharge activated. They're going for Chino. Here's the wrap. Bobby goes in, though. Nice little stun. But the Sashimi gives second best invulnerability. Sands low, caught out. It's Chino marked. And baby, you better believe we're heading to a 5th set to decide this one. We wouldn't have it any other way.
We got everything. We got it all in that set. We had a draw, we had an SSG game win, we had Code OG getting some, but most importantly, we're on set 5 yet again, folks. I feel like it's just a deja vu of yesterday. Just so much action to unpack. I felt like this was going to be a 3-2 SSG before that, and now that we're here, these teams feel really evenly matched. Again, Code OG made a big splash last month. These two teams are exactly the same on the leaderboard, had the exact same result in month number 2, and now we get the reunion of Bobby and OG. We're going to get something special here.
We just got 4 rounds of knockouts. How crazy is that? Did you ever cast that before? I didn't. I'm absolutely loving how close all of those sets have been. Each one feels like it could go either way, honestly. And to put the cherry on top, we even get a draw on knockout. Uber. Yeah, at this point, I really don't know who could take it. Did you ever cast 4 rounds of knockout?
Not sure. Actually, it's been a few years, and honestly, my time in Brawl Stars has been a fever dream, albeit a good one. But I just love watching these comps interact because it's like a game of chess in the drafts, right? Bella's so good against Buster comps because they want to group up. That's how Buster gets his super. That's how he charges it up. But the Ollie also is really good at disrupting both the Daryl and the Kenji when they try and go in. But then Kenji has invulnerability windows when he uses his super. He can get out of there. He's also really good at eating the first shot that comes in from like a Mandy, who also has a gadget that allows her to penetrate through the walls and potentially hit a first shot. Then there's the nest eggs. Then there's the Daryl rolls that come in. Then there's the montage impact against the Bell. There's just so much to keep track of here. Really interesting draft. These teams showing us that they really understand what their win conditions are coming into that knockout. Showing us one of my favorite sets, I think, that I've seen in a little while.
Honestly, after 3 monthly finals already throughout the regions, we're now in the last one. I felt like we all knew kind of what is the current meta. And he's showing us some new drafts. Kenji, we've only seen once yesterday. And it works out perfectly for Code OG. Just like they already showed us a Cordelius on Super Beach. Also not really a often picked brawler. Melody coming back into the region. I'm super excited to see how the rest of the day goes, Kenny.
You know, I think an underrated storyline coming this month for North America is the fact that Tribe have not just won, but it's been a pretty convincing way through. And I think last month, especially in the draft stage, was a wake-up call for North America. I don't know if y'all saw Twitter a couple days after the NA monthly finals, but it just felt like every pro player, the sentiment was, we're kind of disappointed in ourselves. We're not matching what we used to be. This region used to be what we saw in SA yesterday, where you just never know who's going to win. And I think SSG, Code OG, I expect this from teams like Pioneers later down the line. I think last month was what they needed, a little bit of a shakeup. And certainly when Brawl Cup's on the line, when we're at the halfway point of the year, all these teams are really starting to bring it. You love to see it.
I can imagine here that SSG and OG are probably, they've probably got players on bio breaks and stuff like that. You want to take a deep breath before heading into this kind of draft, Sonny. Dueling Beetles is such a based map to end this set on. So many ways to play, so many options. I think I'm looking out for berry comps here as well.
Berry comps, you've been calling out Code OG all day long, Uber, about their Unk comps. I can't wait to see another Terra, Poco, just the good old days comps come out here. Pam, yeah, that would be the perfect pick, and we've seen her so often on this map, just not really in this season. Let's see. Jester, Bo, Stu banned out. Pretty, not really controversial bans, pretty conventional bans here with Lumi on the other side. Let's see what Space Station Gaming picks up first, showing us a Hank. Yeah, top picked brawler in East Asia, in EMEA, in SA. Kenny, no surprises here so far.
It's a little bit easier to click this Hank because we see the B and the Lou out of the picture right now, and Chester gone too from that left-hand side. So I think it just makes it a little bit more convincing to go for it. We've seen other tanks show up here. Draco, Ollie. Shade is one that I'm going to call out here. I don't know if it's going to show up right here for Code OG specifically, but in this region in particular, and especially this team with SSG, it seems like they like picking him a little more frequently. There's the Draco, so one of those other tanks, and there's the Barry composition. So Uber, pretty on the money with that one from you.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's probably not the #1 go-to setup right now because we have like the Lu, the B comps, the sort of bow and Chester, but it's still pretty effective. It's pretty cheesy as well. However, the amount of burst damage that Hank has available to him can invalidate some of the healing that Berry puts out if you're combining like the Hank damage with other stuff, right? If the fights are quick, then the Berry doesn't have the ability to get value. That's why second best on the Draco here, and I imagine the last stand gadget is important because KodoG will be looking to artificially lengthen the fights so that they can get value out of this healing. The Space Station have given themselves access to that as well now through the healing tonic, as well as a Brawler who, when he has that super or hypercharge, will just clear the point.
Barley is going to match the thrower on the other end. Obviously not the same role as something like a Barry who's going to be support, but a lot of damage can be poured out from those bottles from Barley. It's just one that's an old-timey brawler. It's worked for a long time. Barley's still a really good one, and his hypercharge, of course, can cover a ton of the map. Jackie is an interesting one, though. This is dueling beetles. This isn't Hard Rock Mine or Jim Ford or some of these other maps. I think this is a bold call, and I think their intention is just to build up a ton of health for their side, have Barley from the distance kind of supporting with cover fire, and then just getting Jackie and Hank up in the faces of the enemies. I mean, there's not a lot of good anti-tank options, like I said, and I think SSG realized this, and they're either going to have to dare KodoG to go down the tier list to take an anti-tank brawler of their own that's maybe not as good in the meta, or find a way to match what they're doing.
Honestly, Draco can be an anti-tank brawler. If you take the exposed star power, you can obviously, you know, basically put a virtual bell mark on your opponent, right? Like every 5 seconds, you hit somebody with your attack, and it makes them take 35% extra damage for that duration. So, you know, there is definitely options. You take that star power instead of like the one that heals you when you pop the dragon, because you already have healing from the berry. So in theory, you maybe don't need that extra one. Now you have someone that makes those tanks a little bit more squishy, a little bit more vulnerable, you know, to getting burned down by Draco in the other form, or have Frank come through and just swing on them. So I like the double tank look with the healing. Both teams with a similar sort of style or idea, but I want to see how those points of difference in the brawler picks change the outcome.
Frank obviously going to be swinging on them like you mentioned, but I think importantly and notably has a wall break option, which I don't think Hank's going to necessarily love to see. I know Barley won't love to see it. Charles now diving in. Early lead here for SSG, and Sands meets him. Herbal Tonic's going on the ground, so I did say Barley is not a support brawler, quote unquote, but he does have a support feature.
All right, Chino falls. OG now in dragon form, and KodoG are able to force SSG back off the point. You do not mess with Draco when he's in this form, and he's been able to cycle those supers, which is big. Chino getting flattened here. Second best knows he's the sacrificial lamb Stein in that situation, and this has allowed KodoG to get a bit of a lead. Watch out now. Last stand popped. KodoG able to cycle a couple supers there, and second best doesn't care. He's getting in to break the map apart. There's the super. Not a hyper, but Bobby is brought down nonetheless.
Second best with a nice play there. Gets the wall break, gets the tag, and survives. So now OG can, on this right-hand side, apply a little extra pressure. Chino scoops him up, and now the full SSG roster marching to the middle of the map. They will take over the hot zone.
Hank's going to be a problem, and KodoG don't have a long-range thrower that can really punish it. Second best just wants to open up the map. Deny Hank those good angles. Now KodoG can work the right side of the map a bit more safely, but you still need to deal with the fish torpedoes out in the open. OG's able to bring Sands down. Farley out of the game for now, and you see he does have the healing star power, so it does give him a bit more durability. Oh, that's big from OG. Now, KodoG needs to do some serious work in catching up in this game. Sands, lucky to be alive, healing tonics himself just to make him a relevant threat, but here comes that Frank super. Second best opens up the map a little bit more now. 78 plays 89. KodoG still have work to do.
OG has been so good in this set so far. He's going to have to keep putting in that work, though. It's not enough. On to match point for SSG. KodoG are now going to have to go 2 straight. This one is really heating up, Uber.
And we're starting to see the issues for KodoG's composition. They just don't have that burst damage. This is not there. Draco is really scary because he puts out a ridiculous amount of damage in that dragon form, but it takes time. And when you're going up against a Hank that has the gadget to mitigate incoming damage, and your damage comes in smaller increments, you're gonna do less.
Barry's heals essentially have to be more than the damage that Barley is outputting, I think. And I think an issue there, Charles towards that mid game kind of disappeared. He was getting taken down a lot, which is great on SSG side. It's a good focus. Code OG in the corner will go down. Super available for Charles. He's going to be working alongside second best, who is dipping his toes in and out of this hot zone. Really good job playing the objective, but once again, we're going to see this SSG have a full 3-stack in the middle. Charles, though, immediate response. Second best swiping away. OG, Dragon's Breath trying to connect with the other end. It will scare the SSG side off.
Going to force them away and force another healing tonic use. Although Code OG spent a lot of their time off the point because of the threat of Chino behind them. And here's where the issues creep in for Code OG. Just how good is their composition with retaking map control against this Hank? That's why Hank is so good in general. OG dancing around here. Notice he doesn't have the gadget that knocks up. He does need last stand in this particular matchup. And now Space Station Gaming have just had more durability, more sustain. They've been able to stay on the point for longer now, and it's to the tune of about a 20% lead.
Charles didn't get much value out of that super either because Jackie used her super to scoop him off it. Chino now interacting really well with second best. That's easy money for the SSG side. Now 70% and climbing. OG trying to pepper down the SSG end, but it's a hypercharge for Chino. Gadget goes out from OG. He needs these heals. Second best clobbers his way up the middle of the map, but it might be too little too late. SSG are just rotating in brawlers too quickly.
Chino does go down, but it's hard, really hard for OG to stand on the point. And now, at this point, they've got to push up past it. They can't really just fight for point control itself because SSG really don't have to spend long on it to end up winning the game. Second best probably knows it. Protesto's coming out now. Chino does at least get taken down. Hypercharge super thrown out, and Sands will probably get the rest of the percentage that's required. OG gets up close and personal with him. It's a very low health Code OG team, but they can now get back to full health. This is where the comeback starts, but it has to be centimeter perfect. It has to be unstoppable. Chino gets a touch, and even when stunned, he's able to accrue that capture percentage. And so Code OG finally put to bed a very competitive series. But SSG are just a cut above.
Wow. What a match. North America is shaping up pretty good this month. I think they responded to the call. I mean, there were a lot of doubts, and I think, again, the sentiment on the internet has been NA has not been up to par this year. First half's a pretty good start for our quarterfinals.
We've seen 5 matches yesterday that went all the way to set 5. Now, do you feel they're going to beat them to it today? Are we going to see even more of these? We played 32 of 35 possible sets yesterday. Is NA going to be even crazier, Uber?
No, guys, come on. It's not happening. I wish every game was as close and as competitive as this one, but it's just not going to happen. Barley gap, by the way, monumental. It's like Mariana's Trunch level gap here. 707 DPS. Sands also with a very respectable amount of time there on the point. The frank pick into the Barley, knowing that you have a shorter range thrower, just didn't get him there. That's a bit rough to see, honestly, because I like the Draco play. You can see how scary he is, but ultimately, both teams with the same idea, just a little bit better in the drafts for the Space Station team.
This series alone really had it all between Space Station Gaming and Code OG. We had 4 sets or 4 matches in knockout. We had a draw in there as well. We had sets that for each of them, the loser of the set still took at least a game, made it look really, really close. And we did go all the way to set number 5. So it really looks like those 2 teams could have both been standing in the semifinals. Now, Space Station Gaming, it is, and they have to face up against Tribe Gaming next, Kenny.
Yeah, Tribe Gaming, of course, going to be one of the representatives here from North America at the Brawl Cup. They're legitimate. They're looking for a 3-peat, and I think they're the favorites to do so. 3-peat in North America is a big deal, too. There's been very few times in history for this region that has happened. But on the quarterfinals side, for the other end, BC Gaming, big question marks coming in today. Another man with the birthday I hear is going to be playing for them.
That's a great point. Obviously, was it Chino? Right, is 19? I think is what we found out. Yeah, and I don't even know, guys, if Space Station Gaming have gone up against Tribe yet in NA monthly finals. I could be wrong, but I don't think they've managed to get there. So that could be a fun little tidbit here. Again, 2 teams that are really familiar with each other at this point, but we just feel like Tribe is on their best game right now.
Kenny, which of the following brawlers have you mentioned the most? Hank, Jackie, or Barley? Just in the last set.
In the last set in particular, I mean, Barley would make the most sense. I mean, 707 DPS is pretty ridiculous, but Hank was certainly a menace with Bobby.
Let's see if either Barley or Hank got the MVP vote from the people watching, and it was Sans.
I don't mind it. Don't mind it. Anytime you have 707 DPS, that's a pretty easy click of the MVP vote for me.
I mean, yeah, really well played. Sans for me is the guy that sort of ends up being the glue on this team. We saw him start out on the Gene. Great showing. I think, on some of these maps where you really have to be centimeter perfect, he's the kind of guy that, this team rises and falls on. The balance is with him. He's a gem carrier, of course, here on Gem 4. I remember watching him just like randomly start picking Squeak at that World Finals and look incredible. And I think the Barley was great. The fact that they had that in their back pocket, that Space Station have access to, again, a thrower who can really punish Berry and just have that extra range plus hypercharge potential is very handy. It got them a long way.
Kenny already teased it a little bit. Our next match is going to be BC Gaming versus STMN. One of the two is still in the race for the Brawl Cup, but they're under a lot of pressure. They need to win the next match in order for them to still make it. And a team with a sub hasn't won a single match so far in the monthly finals. We're going to find out if BC Gaming is going to be the first one after the break.
I think the best thing our team have is be a really good team or play aggressive brawlers like aggro style. But our weakness could be don't trade and out because we don't scream a lot. So maybe that's our big weakness, I think. I think we make a really big chance to make Brawl Cup. We make 2 finals in a row. That's impressive because we are a team underdog, I think. So we are really impressive. Like, I don't know how we got it, but we pro, we try our best, and we play with the heart. That's all. I think the more tough thing was Elevate. That was our match more close on monthly finals. That was a double match point, so I think that was a more tough. And they're a really good team. They have a problem in the last month, but I think they are a really stronger team on NA.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
Humble, 50%, Crazy Raccoon, and fallen short.
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
It's day number 4 in the April monthly finals. We're in North America. Ready? You know both of them, OG and Bobby. How is it to have watched those two face up against each other now?
Man, I mean, I've spent the last couple of years watching folks that I'm actually quite close with face each other here in these monthly finals, and this is not really any different, except for the fact that, we watch these guys be such close teammates for a while. In fact, if you like watching some content outside of this, you got to check out this video that the Score Esports put out, where they talk about how Bobby and OG were enemies before they ended up becoming this dynamic duo that wound up taking things all the way to the world stage as STMN. So definitely something worth checking out. It's sad to see one of them knock each other out, but it's a good move for SSG. They've been on a pretty tough run through the early part of the season, and I think a lot of people were hoping to see them make it further in the bracket.
Both of you are probably close with a lot of those players, and they're coming to your home ground, at least some of those. Whoever heads to the Brawl Cup is getting the chance to play for a monthly final, World Final slots and 2 LCQ slots, and there's also a possibility to go watch all of those teams. Get your tickets now, and you can also grab some merch, Kenny.
Got to get my hands on a pop socket here. Would love to decorate some stuff with the sticker pack. I don't know, a lot of good stuff there.
We're gonna kick things off here right away with match number 3, quarterfinal number 3. Is it gonna be just as close between those two? BC Gaming, Patchy is subbing in for Vegeta today. They're still aiming for their Brawl Cup qualification, but they're under pressure. STMN, for the monthly qualifiers, it was either Eternal or them. They in the end beat them 3-0, and they could be the spoiler now that helps Pioneers qualify by simply beating BC Gaming here already.
Yeah, both of these teams are going to have a tough journey ahead of them, okay? Because STMN, they've had a rough start to the season. BC Gaming are having a rough start to this monthly final. I mean, they have someone filling in for one of their core members of their roster. Patchy is a good player, but Patchy's retired. I mean, he's a sub.
Gave a pretty good keyword here for Kenny. Patchy is coming back. We didn't see him in quite some time in esports.
Yeah, I mean, announced retirement after the World Finals. Obviously had an incredible run, and, you know, I saw them practice with a few players, and this could just be coincidence, but this guy's beaten STMN as an organization a lot. Wonder if that had anything to do with it.
BC is playing with a sub today. We still wanted to hear from them how they feel like will that impact their match against STMN.
We are facing STMN again, so I want to run it back. I'm really excited for that match. Tacos and Steel are big friends for me. They was my teammates in the last competition of the last tournament, so I'm really excited for that again.
As he mentioned, they faced off against each other in the March monthly finals. In the quarterfinals, it was 3-0 for BC Gaming. You feel like they can do that again and move to Brawl Cup already?
I do. I think that of any journey that they've had through this year so far, this is going to be the most difficult because, as I mentioned earlier, they are playing with Patchy, which is just not their usual squad. And I even got the chance to chat just a little bit with Evex before this, and I said, "Hey, how are y'all feeling with Patchy? Like, are y'all feeling good?" And he just went, "No." I'm like, wait, what? No. It can't be as simple as one word, but they are outside of their comfort zone. This is not the squad that they have drilled. This is not who they're accustomed to drafting with as well. Patchy, of course, is typically the drafter, or at least he was last year on Luminosity. Maybe Vegeta will still be here in some capacity in terms of draft, but he won't get to be on the battlefield.
Maybe they just want to keep it a secret, you know? They want to keep it interesting, the stakes high. After all, they and Tribe Gaming have been the only ones ever going into the grand final in this region. Very top-heavy region overall. They're a whopping 40 points above Pioneers. That means BC Gaming only has to win their quarterfinal, and they would already be taking that second slot in the Brawl Cup, Kenny.
A lot to be done and a lot of pressure, obviously, with this substitution. And I mean, like you guys have mentioned, Patchy is no slouch. He's been around the scene for a long time, has competed at the highest level back in the NA West days. He was very familiar with facing STMN, but obviously it's a new look for this roster and this organization. So completely different. I'm excited to see if he comes through in the little practice they did have. I was pretty impressed. I mean, I think all things considered with how short in the amount of time these guys have worked together, from what I saw this week, it looked pretty solid. Usually wouldn't lean on a substitute being on a winning side. I think BC Gaming are a good enough roster to where I'm breaking that rule, and it seems all of us on the casting desk are, which is a little surprising, to be honest.
Let's see if STMN can be the spoil sports here. Pioneers are certainly hoping for it. When BC Gaming loses the quarterfinals, Pioneers still have a chance to claim that spot themselves. And STMN, back-to-back monthly final qualification last month. Unfortunately, they lost to the same team 3-0, but I feel like today could be going a little bit different already.
I mean, I think they're certainly hoping so, but the folks in the audience seem to be siding with BC Gaming in a, which can't fault you for that. They have taken second place the last couple of months. They've been very consistent, and I think the primary area where they find their strength is that draft. And I don't think that's really going to be going anywhere with just one player out of rotation. So we'll see what they have in store for us here as we get started on Pinhole Punt. Kenny, we see some of the important brawlers now banned out. Lou out of the question. So I think something like Stu, which would usually be a first selection here, is probably also going to be deprioritized.
An interesting one for STMN that they've actually chosen a lot in practices leading up to this is Meg. So I'm curious to see if they go for the crazy pick or a little something out there that we're not used to seeing off the rip. They're going to choose Chester, especially given the bans. I would say that's the #1 most picked brawler still available for them at least on this map. Some other interesting ones that come up. We see Meeple a good bit. Stu, like you mentioned, I really like that idea as well. I think on a 2-3 turn, that is certainly has some legitimacy. And then Max is maybe another one that kind of is a mid brawler, not necessarily all the range, but a great support utility kind of asset.
Another important question is like in what capacity is B going to show up? Okay, yeah, she's going to show up as pick number 2.
Nice.
Because this is a wide open map. You can get good coverage of those bushes with your super, and just having the area control in general. Like, yeah, there are some indestructibles on the field. You can't shoot through, like you can't break those. But aside from that, B just has fantastic area control at long range. She's going to enable some other things. She's going to disable some important things like a Poco. I mean, this is always part of the conversation in this state of Brawl Stars. B also enables them to go something like Hank if they want. They're going to opt for the Meg this time, which you brought up just now. But I still think Hank, you know, he's part of the conversation in that he's banned, basically. So now they have to find an answer for the Meg.
And a common answer for this has been Lola. Even on this map in particular, it does really well into B, Meg. Poco commonly shows on this map, so outgunning it has been something these pro players have done. Gray shows up occasionally here, so that's been a way that these teams have aggressed it, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Okay, Lola up here. I'm seeing a potential thing that could be a good into that Lola would be the Carl, which is quite popular right now. Going to be able to outrange that Chester, can slice right through the Lola and her ego at the same time. Very, very useful for dealing with that. But STMN are looking for some way to actually confirm a goal. They are able to do that with Chester in a limited capacity. If he gets that bomb, they're actually going to pick up the Carl themselves, which pretty much the same reasoning. They do not want to leave this available to BC Gaming. But I still think that there are tools that BC Gaming could have at their disposal, like something aggressive that gets right on top of Carl, that's able to maybe stun him a little bit. Always going to be a strong option into Carl since he can get stunned out of that super, where he usually finds quite a lot of value. And maybe something for BC that also makes use of some of these walls. Ollie. Okay, this one slipped through the draft, but I can't blame them too much because it hasn't really been a guaranteed success as we've observed earlier today.
Yeah, coming into today, Ollie 12 for 18. That puts him right around a 67% win rate. That doesn't include any of the stuff today. Haven't been quick enough on my feet to do the math there, folks, but still a pretty good brawler in the meta, I would say, overall. This gives him a little goal scoring capability as well. It gives them those health points that they're looking for. They've got the B, which I think is a fantastic brawler in this current meta. One of the better ones, I would say, for this map, too. Usually going to be in that ban stage here, so the fact that they get that. The Meg, which has been, for whatever reason, a popular one on this map in North America. So curious to see how this one will unfold. BC Gaming, opportunity to go to Dallas, win and in on the other end. STMN, a familiar foe.
Ball already being repositioned to the left side, where Evex is notably absent. Taco's trying to push into Patchy. I think they're going to isolate Patchy as sort of a point of putting on as much pressure as possible. This is an easy walk-in for Evex, though. He's able to do this right through Steel, who didn't have enough DPS to chunk down his HP. They have a couple of delivery mechanisms when it comes to getting that ball in the goal. No shot. Evex looking for it. The self-pass. Oh my goodness! Doesn't even need teammates to enable that one. BC Gaming rapidly firing away on game number 1.
Nasty work here. Look, their mechanics are good. These were some players that we were looking out for last year that made a splash from time to time, but weren't the consistent force that they are this year. And now it's just insane to see the growth. Now they're a top team in the region. They're drafting well. They're playing well. Just to go in here with the substitute, I can't say it enough. It's a hard thing. Sunny said it. No other team has pulled this off. Will BC Gaming be the exception?
Well, certainly seemed to be the case in game number 1, but I think that was really just a fluke. STMN left their defense woefully open, and Evex was able to get a goal on his own. He's going to enable a kill for Patchy as well, who's quite vulnerable here on the right side. It's an easy one for Taco since there was no CC awaiting him over there. BC Gaming will still find the chance to get back to mid. Diego Gamer has this mid entirely open to himself, and Evex picks up that kill on the right, which is going to give this control back to BC.
Patchy now taking off to this right-hand side. Will pop a hypercharge. Oh, and a perfectly timed stun coming out there. Pain still falls. Patchy moving forward. Pistol on the right hand in. Taco's trying to make it happen. Good defense. Steel intercepts, and a complete team wipe there will save stamina.
BC Gaming have enough time to respawn and gear up for a defense. And STMN are working with the Chester hypercharge here. Here it comes. Breaks open the right side. Steel needs to pass it forward. Evex trying to intercept, but he's slowed down by the pop rocks. And STMN take this 1 goal advantage. They're still going to have to fight through Diego Gamer over here on the right side. They're playing quite cautiously around mid. Steel's going to pop that hypercharge, still gets slowed. That is just going to bring that offense to a halt. STMN still have that mid control. It could only be temporary. It really depends on whether Diego Gamer is able to make contact with these high-powered B shots.
Terrific teamwork to get that goal. Now BC Gaming need to respond with one of their own. It's going to be a takedown early. Hypnosis, not enough. Steel dribbling at 2v2. Now down to 2v1. Super shot connects from downtown. Payne with a bucket to tie the set.
The Chester wall break has been crucial for enabling some of these goals. That was the mentality from the outset, that yes, he is a good brawler, but when you get that hypercharge, which you do pretty quickly as Chester, he's going to get a guaranteed bomb. Usually it's like a 1 in 5 chance. Now it's 100% as long as you charge it up enough. So that's huge as their goal scoring condition. Game number 1 was really just an exception. That one slipped through their fingers thanks to the solo offense there of Evex. They've done a much better job of locking down control of mid, denying Diego Gamer his usual position in the middle of the field.
And Payne, with just the amount of damage that he can pour out, can deal with Meg pretty well, brings her down there, and then Vex, who's a tank, can shred through him rather quickly. Taco is now the last brawler standing for STMN. Gonna try and get their footing back in this map a little bit. Lola with an ego on her side. Vex trying to pierce through that with his regular shot. Patchy still working in pistol form. Rattled Hive does not hit the mark, but Payne will be surrounded, and he gets a nice little roll there to back the enemy side away, and Steel cleans up.
Patchy needs to stay alive. He's got that hypercharge, and he's taken down before he can get right back in the mech. Diego Gamer's holding it down at mid, though. He's got that right lane held down, just trying to back away from Steel, who's got that ego up now. Evex looking for a chance to play aggressive. He needs that support from Patchy with the hypercharge, but it would be a waste to do it now when he's burning all the way down to just about 3k HP. Still a chance for BC Gaming to take the control here. They have the hypercharge available. Here comes Payne with one of his own, trying to push in this right side, but he's pretty much fought off, especially with his hypercharge from Diego. Good body blocking from Steel with the ego. And that maintains the control for STMN, especially with the wall broken open on the right side. That's one of Evex's strongholds now denied.
The hypercharge from Meg, underrated. It can be real nasty. You saw the enemy team clumped up together, so Patchy just swung away, did a ton of damage from a large distance, but Vex has to multitask here. Payne on the right-hand side, Steel now rejoining him. Payne getting a little too close for comfort here, could go down. Patchy trying to find the follow-through shots, but Payne has been a nuisance. Lola on the map, dropping a spawner, doing a little extra work here. Tacos pierces through. Oh, so close to bringing both of those BC brawlers down, but somehow they survived.
30 seconds to go till these walls break open. That would definitely favor STMN here with their range, but Diego Gamer is a brawler that they have to watch out for. Now down to 25. Ball position towards the backside. Evex is going to go for it. He's got the double hypnosis. Diego Gamer doesn't have the burst damage to do it immediately, but he gets the kills in the end. Patchy now moving the ball forward. Just needs to go to Diego Gamer and needs to get it in. The slow slots it right between Payne and Tacos. Only a few seconds to go. STMN, they don't have the utility to get this one in. Evex going to stall it out, and BC Gaming will steal away set number 1 with that last second goal.
The difference maker was the play-making ability from BC Gaming. Fantastic work there just to get in some big-time buckets. I mean, those were not easy goals. The self-pass one in that game number 1 was flashy. In game number 3, as a buzzer beater, they get the perfect one in between the defenders. Just so well played.
Really well played. NA is cooking today with the stories, honestly. I was so ready to say, wow, STMN take that set. The pressure is surely on BSC right now. BSC on BC Gaming, because they have to win that one to make it into Brawl Cup. Just sort of a reminder here. And they take it in the end anyway. It was super close once again. I was looking out for Steel especially. He did a phenomenal job on that Lola. A pick that, by the way, I saw in coming, and I was super happy to see her. Just so much damage output, super good against the B, the damage to deal with the Mag anti-Ollie. And I thought STMN had it. They didn't. In the end, ready? You call it a fluke in that round number 1. I assume you didn't expect BC to take it either.
No, I didn't, but see, that game number 3 was not a fluke at all. That was earned. Check this out for Evex. Like, that was left completely open, pretty much. That was a hole that he located in STMN's defense in fully exploited it. That one, though, was earned. 2 of those goals came from breaking open a wall, thanks to Chester. We saw how the late game Chester can really find its value, but that hypercharge, it didn't find its way into the goal. I think really BC Gaming did a good enough job of making sure they didn't fall all the way into their back lines, establishing the pressure, so they didn't get their walls broken that time. And the B goal in the last second, I mean, that was just a skill diff for Diego Gamer. I mean, what a guy. 9 kills in the round, and then that last second goal. Huge.
I mean, that round number 1, Avex was just running for it, kind of a filter role of a melody. Super good Ollie on their team. And then also the B, as you mentioned, just doing a phenomenal job. In the end, BC Gaming takes it, and they definitely earned it, Kenny.
Absolutely, just some really good plays. STMN certainly in this one, though, kept it close. I think made some good draft decisions as well. The Lola one, I think, is a natural response into some of what we saw, but honestly, just the mechanics for the early buckets out of Avex. We saw B, who was just a pop-off brawler that entire set, and for good reason, both of these teams are going to eliminate it here on Open Zone.
It's another map where we could potentially see Chester. It's always been a very interesting one for me. When he first came into the game, into Brawl Stars overall, I was like, it's a really cool concept, the randomness of him, but is he ever really gonna be competitive because of that? And yet, he's one of the most picked brawlers ready. How come?
It's a couple of things. First of all, it's his damage output. He had to be reworked as well, getting that star power away from benefiting his 4th shot, and now he just gets the 4th shot as part of his kit, and the star power now increases the damage of his 1st shot. So that's part of it, and then also just the fact that he gets a hypercharge that charges so quickly. The randomness is all gone. Like, that hypercharge is guaranteed to be every single super in one, so it's just a good brawler right now. There's, I think, really not much more to elaborate on it there. Let's talk about what's happening here, though, Kenny. We see the Lu first selection. The Poco's banned, so there's no counter there. You also see the B banned out. But STMN knew that this was coming, okay? Because they got rid of pretty much a couple of the most important brawlers in this interaction of B and Poco in Lu. They've got that stew that's going to counter the Lu now.
It's definitely an interesting one because Poco, of course, would have been nice into the Lu, so I think now that they have easy access to avoiding that gadget, BC Gaming going to pick it up here. Stu, a very common brawler, and also shout out to BC Gaming, who I think did pretty well at researching the other end. Byron, not a common brawler pick on this map, I would say. At least not, one of our top 3 choices or anything like that. But Byron Ollie, a frequent combination for STMN, so by removing that, I think it's going to make STMN go for a different direction. Stu, a common pick. Bo has started to become a more popular run. I don't think he's one of those brawlers that, is on the top of your mind, but given this ban stage, maybe a little difference in strategy here, STMN are going to pick it up.
Okay, 4-5 now for BC Gaming. They could opt to just try and outrange this bow over here. After all, it is open zone. They're going to have to work around some obstacles as well. Ollie is the selection over here. Note that Hank has not been banned or been picked yet. I think BC Gaming are quite aware of what will happen if they pick Hank without getting rid of some of the counters. Like, we saw how powerful Draco was, especially in the hands of RBM, sure, but just in general as a response to that Hank, not something that they want to toy around with too much. There's also the possibility of a thrower here, which they need to account for, which Ollie is going to help ameliorate, but it's difficult for them to play one of their own facing a Stu. They've gone with the Meg once again.
Yeah, and when I see Meg, and just given what I've seen on this map in the past for practices, Lola's on the mind. They see Ollie, who has a lot of HP, can cover the distance, having the extra spawner. Yeah, I just think this is a natural answer and one that makes sense for the map already. So it's going to be the good pick there for STMN. We get Stu, we get Bo, who's going to have the mines for coverage. Lola is a matchup into Meg. Really interesting again from STMN. I really do feel like we have back-to-back where they haven't drafted poorly. Just BC Gaming came away with a little bit better skill in that first one. Maybe things change up here in open zone, but I do think this is another one where there's a chance for both teams.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of a draft diff for STMN. I feel like they have it here. Reason being, like, check this out. I'm going to draw your attention to it once again. This is an important trio of brawlers in the game right now that forces your opponent's hand. Because with B and Poco eliminated, it completely makes Lu available. BC Gaming knew that if they didn't pick it, then they would be giving STMN pretty much a free Lu game. Now they're forced to pick it, and STMN decided, okay, cool, now that you picked it, I'm not going to go a single thing that's good into it. In fact, I'm going to go Stu, which is good into that Lu. And we'll see that Lu has not been offered a single opportunity on the point just yet.
Batchy already downed as well, so the Lola pick certainly paying off. Taco's Steel helping multitask there. Avex diving and shredded by that Pain Brawler. Just a tough one here. Exploding off the start. You're starting to see those interactions that you were talking about.
Diego Gamer is still trying to find out how exactly he's going to fit into all of this mayhem. Just not a good matchup for him anywhere to be seen. He's still trying to fight through this ego on the left side where he's diffed by Pain. Meanwhile, on the right side, Patchy and Evex were trying to leverage their health to get some kind of victory, but they're being walked all over by Steel with insane DPS and Tacos with the mobility to stay out of their most effective ranges.
Yeah, it's really feeling like an outdraft that you called it. I mean, honestly, good look by you, because Tacos is just able to skate away here. They're not able to get any hypnosis. I feel like Evex is just kind of running in, getting gunned down, and going out. Now we have Steel, Tacos, and Pain all still standing. There just haven't been enough takedowns.
Counting up to 100 here, STMN really running away with this one. BC Gaming, it felt like there was pretty much nothing that they could do. They could probably switch up the lanes and look for a more optimal matchup. I know that Lou is having a lot of difficulty into that Lola once she did get her ego up. They're working with decently similar range as well. I think it's a little bit tougher to dodge a Lola shot than it is a Lou shot, because he fires in the short little burst, and then she has a little bit more range, like she fires in a cone, and they do opt to change up these lanes. They're running Diego Gamer up mid and Evex on the left side, but same things are happening all over again. Patchy, DMEC'd on the right side. It's not quite the one tap that Tacos needed, but he's still got a couple, and look at that. He's able to effortlessly glide past that first shot from Diego Gamer, but not the second one. BC Gaming are finally finding a way to make some use of the tools in their toolkit.
I think this is just going to be one of those where they really have to rely on the mechanics, and that is a great burst of damage there from Patchy. The hypercharge connecting not once, but twice. And now Patchy DMEC'd. It's going to be Steel facing down Patchy. Does get enough for that kill. They're going to be able to go through these mines a little bit. Evex going to dive right on top of it with the hoverboard, activate it, and continue on. They have well over a 50% lead at this point.
But note that it's not because of the Lou, because Diego Gamer has yet to get a super. He's got to be getting one soon. It's just difficult to hit those shots as Lou. We'll see him taken down, and Tacos dancing all over everyone, healing up with Gassy Heal and getting good position on Evex and staying alive. This is a comeback for STMN. Now that they have this position, I think they can hold it quite similarly to how they did in game number 1. But this is, once again, a different strategy from BC Gaming. They all stack the left side.
I think a good chance for STMN to make that comeback, but Evex trying to have a direct answer. Hypnosis goes through, pulls Pain, and now Pain just left the fire back. All of his teammates are still alive, though, so even though Evex gets a trade, it's not going to be enough. Now STMN have taken over.
Patchy, back to Old Reliable on the right side, and finally, Diego Gamer gets that super he's been working so hard for. It's going to be worth something because it keeps STMN from winning this game outright. They cannot continue to exist on this point. In fact, it gives quite a lot of space to BC Gaming, but not control at all. Tacos, once again, dashing all over them. Evex, denied any positioning, now counting up to 90%.
Diego Gamer was such a star player in that opening one, but this Lou pick, just not an easy one to pull out. Finally, they're able to expand a little bit of room. Oh, but the mine strip up of X. Massive mistake, and STMN will push forward. And now it's going to be all tied up here. 101 in sets. Fantastic draft leads to fantastic results. That's often what we see at professional level.
This is the reason for the discourse about blind bans, and you know, some people expressing a little bit of frustration because with these blind bans you can do stuff like catch your opponent off guard, enforce their hand, and picking a Lou that they're not going to be able to do anything with. This was IQ from STMN. This was well researched. Hats off to the analyst on this one.
One of the first sets we see closed out in a 2-0. Not a single game picked up this time around from BC Gaming. I would honestly just put it all on the draft. Really like the bow, just do the Lola once again. A pick they'd picked twice now, STMN, and they really feel comfortable with it, Kenny.
The Lola just made a lot of sense, and honestly, credit to you, Reddy, for just immediately identifying. This feels like an outdraft. You were absolutely right. The Lou just was going to have a tough time, and that's just kind of the mind games that we juggle with these pro players. I think oftentimes when you're playing your ranked games at home, you make your 30-second picks. Maybe you think about it a little bit, but these guys are trying to trap people with their bans. They're going to make a first pick to try and bait you into something. This is just so much depth going into this, and to your credit, again, good job by the analysts. They made a good 2-3 turn, and then they followed up with a nice counter pick. I really like this out of STMN, and it obviously paid off.
I think this also gets in their heads a little bit too, because like you're in this position where your hand is completely forced. Am I gonna have to play a little bit more safe in these upcoming rounds? Jeez, look at that. Tied up on the DPS. Now, how often do you see that?
I think we saw it twice yesterday, to be honest with you, but it's so rare, and now we see it again. And also, when it's that just large of an amount, makes it even better. 10, 4, 5, 3. And then honestly, they were so close in hot zone percentage. I don't even know who you'd crown the MVP to there. I think it's literally just that 1% the game would just have to make a call.
For everybody getting their votes in on the event side, definitely a tough one to choose the MVP here. For me, also a huge surprise. Usually the one with the mines, for example, in both cases, are the ones with the most kills. I guess in a pro player's case, they can just dodge those a bit easier, but both definitely still had a lot to say in that set as well. Heading over to Layer Cake now, and I'm sure Pioneers that we're seeing a bit later are super happy right now. They want STMN to win this one. Only then they're still contesting for the Brawl Cup ready.
Yeah, they got points to compete for, but Brawl Cup comes down to STMN's performance here. That's a lot of dependence to put on another team, but this is kind of perfect, like best case scenario for Pioneers at the moment. They've seen that STMN can get this 100-0 outdraft. I mean, I don't even call it like 500-0 outdraft. BC Gaming was completely helpless in that situation. We're moving to a bit of a different one in terms of outdraft. I don't think that that usual trio that we discussed earlier is going to be one of the main focuses of this one. There's a bit more diversity here on Layer Cake, and I would expect once again stuff like Hank, Gray, that usual duo to be a big part of this conversation.
I think this is another one where the band stage matters a lot for what teams are going to end up going with. We see something like Carl and Angelo, some more stereotypical ones, but other ones like Hit. If Kit's out of the band stage, then that literally limits other brawlers from what their strategy is going to be pulling off. Gray also in the mix here too, Sunny. So going to be interesting to see what these teams like to go for. There's been a lot of mind games going.
A lot of mind games here in NA. Terra, for example, has come out today. Cordelius, Melody has had a huge comeback, so I wouldn't be too surprised if we get some surprises into this one as well. We're still waiting for the bands here on Layer Cake, as you two mentioned. It's one of those maps where the usual 10 brawlers that are very strong in the current meta could show up once again. Juju is very strong, Carl, Hank, as you mentioned, and some of these have been left open. I only see the Hank ban here, and then triple tank ban actually from STMN ready.
I'm seeing 3 brawlers that would be pretty good against Carl, and so maybe they decide to go that direction. It keeps things a bit more open. Okay. That's one way to start it off. Actually, a good brawler for this. Just the hazard is like, okay, if BC Gaming decide to lead with a Brock or something, then Shade kind of doesn't have any walls to sit inside of getting.
Shade's a really popular one, and your mind went to Carl, which I think makes a lot of sense. All 3 of those brawlers would have been very targeted, good bans, but also all very good brawler options, I think, to allow Shade to be good, especially that Jackie. We commonly see Hank and Jackie in a professional level be the answers into Shade, and a big reason for that is the amount of health they carry, the fact that they can also shoot through walls, so Shade can't just sit there and passively charge a super, and it takes Shades a lot of shots to bring him down, even with those perfect middle tags, as you see as his shot fans out a little bit. If you hit it right down the middle, it's still going to take several goes. It's still a bold first pick, don't get me wrong, but it seems like that's probably what they were intending to go, and maybe counting on Hank to be banned by that left-hand side is a little extra legwork.
Okay, there's a Gene and Ollie. Ollie, we've already seen what he can do, okay? He's a good all-around brawler. He faltered in the last one, but that was because he just wasn't getting that support. Like, individually on the stats, Ollie was doing pretty well. Like, Ollie and Meg were both doing their thing. It was just Lou that wasn't able to cut the mustard because he had no matchups. But with this Gene, what I think that does is it will counter out a possible enemy Carl. Because you have that CC, you're able to pull them out of position, stuff like that. Could keep it safe for BC Gaming as, pretty decent last pick. And also keeps them relatively safe against throwers. Unless, of course, Ash throws down that rat, and you're not going to be able to grab him through those.
It's an aggressive strategy on the right-hand end. I'm curious what they pair this with, because often we see things like a Kit go with Daryl or Ollie. They still have that option open, and North America is definitely about it in the past. I like this Ash pick, though, in general. I think it's an underrated option here on Layer Cake, especially into these other tanks that you're going to see. Gets a good strike. This map isn't necessarily some wide-open map unless wall break gets in the equation, too, so I think this actually fits Ash pretty well. A brawler that we've seen in previous months as well. Janet was somebody that we've seen. They elect to go for Poco. I think makes sense, just given the strategy they're going for. I mean, clearly they want to enable these more aggressive brawlers. They want Shade to take off. They want Ash to take off, get up in the enemy's faces, and Poco's going to sit back, play some musical tunes, and heal up his teammates.
I think it's also difficult to go the most effective counter to Poco right now, which is B, because BC Gaming don't have any wall break in order to make that a viable option. So this is going to be a tricky one for BC Gaming. How do we do something that counters that Poco and also somehow like enables the Gene? Mortis is the route that they have decided to take. Okay, so the way that the Mortis is going to operate here is pretty much target that Poco, go towards the back lines. It's going to be difficult for him to face against Shade because Shade can literally sit inside of a wall. I guess they decided that this is their most effective option here into the Poco, and beyond that, can get that blue star for free and enforce the pace of this match, making it so that STMN has to play offense first.
I think that was a tricky spot to be in, to be honest with you, because STMN's strategy is, while obvious, not easy to deal with. And you brought up a great point. Even if they want to go something like a B, maybe, well, they've got spawners that Ash has on the map. It's good into Poco, but, you know, if Shade runs through the walls, what are you really going to do? You're going to have less angles. Really curious to see how this one goes down, because Mortis, on paper at least, obviously it's not the easiest brawler in the world to pop off with. Does make sense to some of these brawlers.
Well, let's see where Evex is able to find that opening. Tacos is quite low. Evex was thinking about it. Diego Gamer kind of hung out to dry on the left side. Steel gets the kill as well. We need to see Patchy get appropriate damage on Steel. He's not able to escape. He can get the lineup. Pain knew better than to go all out and try to get that kill because he would have been taken down with a shot from Patchy. Excellent interaction here from BC Gaming and really well played by Patchy.
BC's substitute responsible for a blue star and has the kill for them, so really well played there. Vex popping off on the other end, but it doesn't leave them with any kills. Instead, it's Steel getting a nice tag there. Pain forced away. The hypnosis goes through, though. Patchy smells blood in the water, and he's going to go for it. Oh, but he goes down. A blunder coming out here, and it leads to a team wipe for STMN.
He's playing a brawler that came out after he retired from competitive Brawl Stars. It just follows that you might make a mistake like that, where you're unable to attack during your super, and you're not able to tank all three of those shots from Pain. But it was a darn close matchup. Here comes Tacos taking down Evex, especially with the assistance of Steel, with that hypercharge out of Poco. STMN rolling through this one. We saw moments of greatness from BC Gaming, but it just wasn't enough. I think that STMN drafted them into a corner.
I agree. I think that was a really hard spot. I mean, if you see Mortis be that 6th pick, it has to have perfect matchups. That's just the way it goes. We're going to have to either see some adjustments for BC Gaming or maybe a little less careless with these stars. Vex diving in, going to grab that blue star. That's something you talked about before. It's just an easy one. Mortis definitely the clear favorite in terms of the speed, the dash. They're able to get that, but he's the aggressive brawler, so giving him that blue star, it's nice at least for the beginning, but you have to hold it throughout the whole game.
Evex needs as much health as he can get here. He was deep in the back lines while his enemies, or rather his teammates, were getting pummeled back in the spawn. It's 3v3 once again, but STMN has just more util. Excellent pull there, and Patchy now in. He's going to be completely nullified by that gadget from Steel that cancels out any negative effects, and we'll see Pain continue to kind of spank them on the bottom left. Nothing that they can really do against this guy who's trapped inside of the wall.
Oh, and he's rapidly firing away. Look at all these supers he's cycling. Pain's moving 1,000,000 miles an hour. Blink and you'll miss it. They're going to hit the clock here. 1:06 left, and they hit 20.
The fact that that speed stacks is just hilarious. He was rewarded very, very handsomely for his efforts over there, keeping the enemies on the back lines. And once again, you got to see the power of Poco over here. Doesn't really matter that Ollie has the ability to hypnotize you when one brawler can cancel it all out. That is why Poco is such a focus, and he is a brawler in the forefront of the current meta.
How did STMN prepare for today? I want some what they are having, honestly. They looked phenomenal. And it looks like they need to catch a train or something. That was one of the quickest bounty sets we've seen all weekend, combined with last weekend too. That Shade first pick worked out perfectly. And on the other side, yes, Kenny, you mentioned Mortis needs good matchups, but it was the last pick. So you'd think that they thought Mortis had good matchups here.
It may have just been the best of what is left. I think this is really difficult to draft into. And when you see the bans, they picked that Shade first overall pick, again, very intentionally. They removed 3 brawlers that they felt like were going to be a pain for him to deal with. And also, another underrated part of this combo, Poco into the Ollie for the hypnosis. That gadget interaction was really clever. We talk about Poco with the Lu oftentimes as being a direct answer. That was a really nice play thing that not only enabled their composition, but also dealt with the enemy side so well. I mean, BC Gaming are playing with the substitute, sure. You can make excuses a little bit if you want. Totally fair. These last 2 sets have come down to draft. I mean, there's no way around it.
Really, STMN just outdrafting them completely. Even in the first one, Pin on Punt, you could have argued that STMN had the better draft. It was a very close one. They at least won a game. BC Gaming was just mechanically still a bit more advanced, it seems. And sorry, I was just laughing because you were saying, they banned out 3 brawlers that could have been a pain for pain on that shade. Okay, I'm turning into an Ankh as well already. You take over.
Did you turn 30 today too, or?
It's kind of my job to make the horribly cheesy jokes here. You know what? We all get to have our gimmick here, except for Kenny, of course. That's kind of an OG one, by the way.
Aren't you the youngest of us, though?
Going back to 2022.
No follow-up questions at this time.
Yeah, no, let's talk about draft. How about that? We got 3 bans that we're waiting for. One that I would not be surprised to see is, of course, the Lumi. But Sunny, I know that you've been like hoping and praying that we see it go unbanned once again.
I really do. So far, a 0% win rate for Lumi. She's been banned out 99.999% over all of the regions. Let's see if she's gonna be left open. I would bet a lot on saying no to that, and she's banned out, so I win that bet. Yay. We're heading into draft now. Boss and Janet are also banned out here. Janet has been showing up as one of the most picked rollers on Gem Grab because she's just a phenomenal gem carry, can get out of harm's way pretty easily. And then Stu, Lou, and Max banned out on the other side. We still have some long-ranged options here in the mix. Bell, for example. Goss has been a pretty good gem carry in the previous meta. I don't know if he's still picked up that often here, Kenny.
Chester's the first pick. Very standard. Makes a lot of sense. Gives you some anti-tank. Gives you a nice hypercharge. It's one of the better ones in the game, I think, right now, especially at a professional level. A couple other standard early picks, I would say, that are still open for grabs. Carl on the table. Buster out there. And Ollie as well in this region in particular, I would say shows up a little bit more. I don't know if that's necessarily the early pick for STMN here, especially when they're facing down at Chester, but just a few of the common ones I would say we see here ready.
Okay, 2 and 3. Lots of options that you just listed that are completely viable here. Some things have kind of come out of the woodwork as well, as we saw in the last one, with Shade being the first overall pick. We'll see Juju now. Juju has an interesting one here because, as with pretty much any brawler in the game, can be really good or really bad. We've actually gotten to see a bit of both, especially last month where she was picked in just about every set where she was left unbanned. The thing is here, she does have extended range when she's sitting in that grass. And would you believe it, there's a lot of that grass on Hard Rock Mine. But in terms of her other utility, she's kind of lacking on the range when she makes any meaningful shots in terms of dealing damage to the enemy team. With this bow coming out, though, it seems like STMN is quite set on what their mid selection is going to be. They've left themselves open to a last pick as far as maybe a tanky or aggressive counter pick would go.
Really interesting right-hand side because we started so standard and then we go Juju and Bo, which are good brawlers right now, don't get me wrong, but especially for a 2-3 turn, not necessarily what I was expecting. I would say not the norm here in our region. Gray, much more normal. Curious if BC Gaming go with a common strategy that I think we've seen this math of pairing Gray with a tank and gym grab, just having easy access to the mid, getting your aggressive brawler forward, and just allowing you to cut the time it would take for you to just walk up naturally. Now you can get a little more sneak attack in there, get the big play, whether that's a walking cane onto an enemy gym carrier, or like I said, your Jackies of the world, which I think may be where BC Gaming are going here to try and pair that with the Gray so you can make some explosive plays.
I think another part of the mentality here is like, hey, let's put Patchy on something that he's comfortable playing, which honestly, Patchy's pretty good at Jackie too, so I think it could be either or, but I don't know if y'all remember like when Gray first came out, but this is the thing that you did. Now, at that time, his teleport was instant, like you could stand on top of him and just get teleported forward, so Gray Jackie was basically everywhere, but Gray is still going to be a good comfort brawler, I believe, perhaps for Patchy, and he's also going to be able to get someone all the way to mid, like you pointed out, Kenny. You can show up there with the respawn shield as well. You can sit on top of a teleport that's placed right at your respawn. Your teammate can prime the teleport for you, the hypercharge one that goes into mid as well. So I'm seeing potential here. It's going to come down to that early game execution in terms of the Gray, though.
Surge is the answer into that Jackie. That's going to be what they're looking for. So if Surge can get the kills early, get those tags, he's going to be able to get past that tier 1 stage. At tier 1, one of the worst brawlers in the game, honestly. But once you get to that tier 2, heck, tier 3, tier 4, hypercharge level, he's a real problem to deal with. So we're seeing the back and forth in terms of these pick ban stages, and a really good job by all of our teams so far today. Haven't felt like, I mean, STMN taking off with the last couple drafts here, but again, credit to these teams just for doing their research, doing their homework, making good selections, but great mechanics there from Patchy. He's the substitute, and he's the one nailing the walking cane early.
2 shots on a steal. He's well on his way to getting that teleport, which is going to be crucial for Evex's success. Tacos, meanwhile, on the left side is just waiting for the opportunity. Once Evex decides to actually get aggro, that means a free super for Tacos, who is now looking to earn it himself. It's forcing Evex to reposition, which he's quite comfortable with by the looks of things. Baiting out some of these shots from Juju there on the right side as well. And BC Gaming actually being forced out of their position. Patchy gets 1 teleport in. He's well on his way also to getting that hypercharge. This is sort of the halfway point.
They triggered a couple of those mines. Now they're backtracking for 1 more. Patchy hovering over that teleport will allow Diego Gamer to take it quickly. A dive in from Tacos. A trade. Nicely done. Now it's going to be a numbers advantage for STMN. Patchy brings 1 down. And it's going to be successful here. BC on the back foot for now. Diego Gamer has to clean up, and Tacos will get away. So for now, STMN with a large gym count.
8 gems and counting. Evex trying to pressure him out, going for the kill. The TP in from Patchy. It's so coordinated. Payne trying to tank as much as he can with the Gree and snaps up all of those gems. What a defense and excellent timing on the use of that super. We'll see also Taco snag that kill on the Patchy. It keeps BC Gaming out of mid for just a moment longer, but now that the teleport is set up, this could be devastating. Only a couple more gems for Tacos to pick up to get this countdown for STMN. They're not out of the woods yet. They still have to be concerned about this TP in from Evex, who has the hyper ready.
And now Evex diving in, Steel in trouble, 10 gems deleted. Taco swoops in to the rescue though. A real hero in that moment. Patchy with the super available. They have the hypercharge. They have to get the teammates through there quickly. They've got the bow mines on the ground. Evex going to be trying this once again, and he's stepping directly on every single one of those. A walking cane missed. Stamina top right-hand side corner. Tacos with the takedown, and STMN are now on match point.
I know that Pioneers are a punch in the air right now. They are hoping that STMN is the end of BC Gaming in the quarterfinals, and then from that point forward, Pioneers would be the controllers of their own destiny. It would dictate that they have to win a monthly final, which would make really 2 unlikely things have to happen in one day. First of all, BC Gaming lose a quarterfinal, and second of all, Tribe Gaming lose a grand final. But at least it would be possible. Their fate is in STMN's hands right now. Just 1 game separates STMN as well from a semifinals advancement.
Steel for now, holding 2 of the gems. Mine's already on the ground. Patchy will trigger the first. Diego Gamer in the mid, trying to deter STMN from getting any closer. They've got the range from Payne, who will rotate to this right-hand side, long up the extra range shots because of that grass. Evex just getting right on in there. Taco's just able to respond rather quickly. That seemed rather aggressive.
Seemed to be so. Oh, here comes Diego Gamer, but shut down by Payne in close range. The Gree tanked all the damage for Juju. What a noble spawnable, but here comes Evex. Nothing. Just feeding the enemy at this point. BC Gaming are scrambling to find some semblance of control, but I feel like defeat is already starting to set in because they're using the odd strategy of filing in 1 by 1. They're taking a moment to recoup. They need Diego Gamer to come back and start getting care of this right side because Payne is becoming a huge issue.
And Tacos able to clean up there. Now a dive in once again, ready for Diego Gamer, but it's a fail. Tacos goes down. Payne now has to run forward. Activates a gadget to try and stay up a little bit longer. Evex with the pull available too. This all of a sudden just got real interesting ready.
Evex looks for the kill on Tacos, who got the super just in the nick of time, but he couldn't get it onto Evex and get the elimination. Evex down to very low HP, but he's got those 2 gems. Nice attempt at a long pull there from Patchy. It kept him stunned just long enough for Diego Gamer to help finish off that kill. This is a hypercharge super available to Patchy. He's still got plenty of defensive abilities over here. Goes over to the left, now moves over to the right to body block so that Tacos can't get the takedown. BC Gaming prolong the match point and continue this set.
BC Gaming in an interesting spot. I feel like coming into this year, we know them as the 2nd place team in the region right now, but I feel like they haven't necessarily had the pressure of what it's like to be a top tier team in this region. The expectation has just been, well, Tribe will take it. In the preseason, it was all the historical teams, the SSGs, the KCPs of the world that were expected to be here. And now with Brawl Cup on the line, substitute in, and you're facing a 2-1 deficit on now a 2nd match point. Will they answer? This is a big moment for this roster.
Well, let's see if they can get off to a good beginning. Patchy gets the double tap on Steel. That's exactly what he needed. Evex, of course, going to fall. He's just there to create that pressure. Once Patchy gets that first teleport, that's when BC Gaming can really get this ball rolling. But the pressure is now starting to come down upon Tacos. Thankfully, Diego Gamer was able to peel for him for a little bit longer. Also, Pain's position is revealed. Diego Gamer and Patchy are able to both try and get some hits in on him. Patchy's got to be a couple shots away. No, just one, and he's got the TP now. This is perfect for Jackie, who now gets to start applying that pressure to Steel.
Bo's got the mines down, covering up the teleport, so if Vex wants to go through, he better be quick with it. Taco's holding on to this right-hand side against Vex. The direct counter into Jackie is the one properly laned there, as Patchy is just kind of in and out right now. They're looking for an opportunity to move forward, and Vex triggering all those mines, goes to the pool. Pain in trouble, Gree receiving heavy fire as well, and Diego Gamer in great position. Taco still holds his ground in the mid, though, so they will hold those gyms for now.
Got to give credit to Patchy because he is hitting these shots reliably. When it comes to the hooks, he's got great accuracy. Oh, but he's going to get stunned. Takedown for Tacos. Seal taking full advantage. Evex with the hypercharge out. That's perfect timing. It almost peeled long enough for Patchy to get right back into mid, but he's not going to be able to do so. Best he can do is another TP. He's primed it for Evex. They're both going to take it at the same time. Here they go. Another TP from Patchy. The hook on a Steel. Evex can't go through there. He's got to bait those mines, but can't get them all done. Tacos and Steel now taken down. Diego Gamer body blocking for Pain. Evex dodges the last shot from Juju, and they're running all the way home.
Right-hand side, they have to catch up quickly, but they're being slowed down. Tacos jumping forward. BC Gaming, a heroic effort to try and extend us to 5. Steel flanking left-hand side. Tacos, long range. Diego Gamer in trouble, has to dodge, and he does. A heist from BC Gaming delivers in the final moments.
Evex can't believe it. It's a set 5 coming in. BC Gaming are not done yet. And Pioneers probably got to take a look away from the screen, take a little lap around the room, each of them, because that amount of, I'm sure the disappointment in this moment is immeasurable. It's not over yet, but to know that your dreams were just that far away has got to hurt.
Evex can't believe it, neither can I, honestly. What just happened in those last seconds? Pain was absolutely rolling over them with his shade. And then in the last minutes, Diego Gamer and Evex saving the dream for BC Gaming. They were so close to losing that Brawl Cup slot to Pioneers potentially. And Pioneers must be so upset at this point. STMN, they have to move on into a set number 5, even though they already have to count down here in Gem Grab, Kenny.
I mean, it was so close. And I think if you're KCP, obviously, you're disappointed. STMN not out of it yet. That's how close it was, though. BC Gaming had to face down 2 match points. And I can't say it enough. I can't stress it enough. They're playing with the substitute. They've been the second place team in the past. But now here we are, month number 3, Brawl Cup on the line. And Patchy's hanging in there. The retired guy hanging in there. Good work, and now in a set 5, highest pressure of the day. You can see the relief on their faces, and now the sudden stress coming out of Pain and his teammates.
I just want to mention that briefly again. Yesterday we had 32 sets of the possible 35 sets in a 7-match monthly final. Do you think we're gonna beat that record today?
I mean, look,
No.
I'm a sucker for more Brawl Stars, but that was an absolute gauntlet. I was shocked that I was, still breathing on the other end of it. But hey, you know what? That's the price that we pay for some good Brawl Stars. And if I had to place it in any particular match, I would probably choose this one numerous times, just because the story is so incredible here. The stakes at hand are really that Pioneers could go to Brawl Cup. BC Gaming, they're missing one of their members. A retired member, a legend in North American Brawl Stars, has returned to fill the spot of Vegeta. There's too much at play here. I'm glad that we made it all the way to set 5.
I just got a message from social media. Don't you wish that? Well, we'll see if we're gonna go all the way once again. Best of 5 that is played all the way to the last map here. Whoever wins the first 3 sets is gonna move on. For BC Gaming, it would mean going into Brawl Cup, going to Dallas and participate on the global stage. And for STMN, it would just mean playing spoiled sports and still enable Pioneers to do just that. Heading into out in the open now, it's knockout Kenny, so I'm sure in North America we're going to see another draw here.
Oh, I mean, we might. Some wild stuff's happened this weekend. The fact that 32 of 35 sets happened yesterday, the only reason I'm so quick to say no is just because that's unheard of in the BSC. That's just hyper competitive. In North America, certainly delivering that so far. This is only quarterfinal number 3, and we've still got some storylines to go throughout the day. No Kit in the equation. Daryl alongside him. Oftentimes, they are a dynamic duo. Buster out of the picture. And finally, Meeple showing up here. Meeple, a brawler that's shown up quite a bit in other regions. I was curious how North America we're going to adapt to it, and this is the map where they're going to bring out Hank too. I mean, Hank's entered the band stage, hasn't necessarily been played as much, I would say, here in North America so far today. So this is 2 very different compositions. We have stereotypical sharpshooter ready on the right hand side, and then we have the new age Meeple plus Hank.
And I feel like Gray has got to be part of this conversation as well. He works very well with both of these. A lot of times you'll see the mansions of Meeple come up, then Gray hits the hook, blah, 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 blah. Okay, you know, GG go next. We know that BC Gaming are capable of playing that Gray, as we have just observed. Now STMN are keeping this in their minds, probably thinking of how they're going to deal with the tanks and how they're going to deal with something that could teleport in on them. RT is a response to that. That's a target that you can never, ever teleport onto, because he's going to split top half from bottom half, become 2 Jackies, one-shot you, and get a free kill there. So that's cool. You know, that's one method of dealing with this. They also have to make sure that they don't overstep their bounds. I think RT was probably the safest pick that they could have gone for here. Just one more second to decide on what they're going to go for next. Pearl. Okay. The logical response to this would just be Bell, honestly.
I could see it. I think they just need some range. I was kind of computing there in my brain what's still available, what's left. And if I'm doing that, I mean, these guys are certainly having a conversation about it. I think some people might be surprised to see the Pearl here on out in the open. I think it can make a lot of sense for the vision, for the constant damage, for opening up a wall if you need to on your side. We saw SK Gaming pull this off in the EMEA region last week. So I don't mind the selection here.
Okay, just a moment left to select what they're going to go into. This Pearl. Squeak is the direction that they are headed. Squeak is going to be good for getting some long-range damage. You know that Gadget is quite effective, can compete at range with that Angelo, but most really above all is just the fact that Squeak is going to have that area control. I think that Squeak should be able to shut down that Pearl quite effectively, hold that lane as well. And I'm curious to see how these lanes are exactly going to work out. But what I expect is that, at least from our perspective, Pearl is going to try and swing out wide on the right side, and we'll see Squeak have that responsibility of taking down that lane.
Set 5, BC Gaming. Brawl Cup in the balance. Tacos in the mid. And Stamina trying to play spoiler and get a little bit of revenge for themselves. Tacos now making another good couple tags. Patchy down to 100. Avex gets a kill, though. Despite all the damage incoming, they're the ones with the hot start.
Wow, and another one on Pain. STMN are dropping like flies. Of course, it would be Pearl to be the last one alive. That's her main responsibility here, is to not die. And it's a little bit difficult to die as Pearl when you do have that shield up. But when you're the last one standing, you're just fodder to feed the enemy supers. That was a lightning quick round for BC Gaming, but they managed to catch the enemy in a great position. They didn't trap Tacos necessarily in the mansions, but they did get him there on the right side. You see Patchy now with the mansions, and Steel taken down. What? A preemptive super placed down before he even got the gadget.
How often do you see that? Maybe that was just a little trickery? I don't even know. It's not often that you see super then gadget. It's gadget super combination. Perfectly played from Patchy. Tacos goes down, and BC Gaming all of a sudden with a match point.
That just felt a little wrong, though, you know, to see the wall piercing super come out and then the gadget. It's like making a sandwich, except you like put the bread on last. It's just the wrong order. It was
backwards.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, why? But you know what? I suppose it worked. Hey, maybe Pearl was not expecting that gadget to come down. She was really trying to flee for her life. STMN have been walked all over in that first game. Now they're going to try and establish some consistency. I would say that the first play, 100% of the time, which was only 2 rounds, so small sample size, came down to Patchy hitting that gadget. So that has to be public enemy number 1 is the Meeple gadget.
I'll throw it out there too. Could have just been a beautiful mistake. You never know. Would love to know from Patchy later on if that was the intention or not. And Meeple will be in a long-range affair on this right-hand side. The sharpshooter Angelo just has the distance. Is one of the better, if not the best, sharpshooters in the game right now. And for the first time in a while, STMN have a little pressure built up. They've got their feet in the middle of the map. They're occupying a lot of space. They're spacing the floor on top of that. BC are going to have to break through somehow.
Meeple gadget down once again. No one trapped in there. They've managed to isolate Pain on the right side. Just a couple more shots would do it. Evek's going to try and get up there. The additional reload helped him get that bubble sooner. Looking for the last one. Pain actually gets a takedown, but Patchy's homing shot deals the killing blow. It's just Tacos left. He has a chance to survive, but only if he heals enough, which is an impossibility. One round for BC Gaming to take it all.
That was the first time where BC had to contend for a round, and they just found a way. Pain was pushed back all the way. Vex managed to make his life really difficult. Now Diego Gamer working on this right-hand side. He's electing to go for the gadget that provides a cutoff point. Gonna be playing more of the control features with Squeak, and Pain just can't touch this water because the Squeak shot just perfectly covers it.
STMN getting aggressive, looking for the ideal position. Patchy sort of brought to his knees, though. He's marked up and doesn't want to play too aggro anymore. That is going to wear off in just a few seconds, so he can play aggro once again. The BC Gaming have been forced out of position. They do have utility. They have 3 supers at their disposal. That's survivability for Evex. It's a little bit of area control for Diego. For Patchy, it's the ability to shoot through a wall and easily take down someone that he catches in that gadget. But it's not going to be anyone for now. There's a gadget as well from Diego Gamer, denying that left side, helping just against Steel. STMN might be able to survive a little bit longer this time. That's big damage on Steel, and the poison's closing in. BC Gaming had them all low. Just a little bit of health left on each one of them. Patchy, the last one standing. There's one, but he can't get 2 or 3.
Oh boy. 1-1 overall. Still match point for BC Gaming. A round 3 victory here would carry them over into the semifinals. Patchy building a mansion here in the middle of our map, covering up some of that grass. It's going to make it a little bit easier to get some vision on Tacos and his teammates. Steel hidden in the left-hand side, just trying to charge up. Pearl is the perfect passive-aggressive brawler. You're going to take that time to make sure you can do enough damage into the enemy side, and then you're just going to pepper him down.
This sort of slow approach from STMN was quite successful in the last one. STMN also have the room to back up now, thanks to some of that wall break that we saw come out of Steel. It was a price that he paid in terms of oven heat, and it's been giving a pretty big advantage to Tacos. It allows not just Angelo now to effectively back up. It's another gadget out from Patchy that hasn't been successful. He went 2 for 2 in game number 1. Has not been successful just yet in this 3rd round. Here we go. Pain falling. Evek's still alive. It's only Steel and Tacos to take down Patchy. Looks like they'll be able to do it. Evek's with only 2k health to his name, and STMN bring us to a double match point.
Here we go again. It's just a common theme this week already. We are really going through the ringer here, and so are these players. It's just been incredible performances all around. Even no matter how you spin it, good drafts a lot of the time for both these teams. The mechanics coming through, and I think most notably, those Meeple gadgets were the difference maker in that game number 1. We need to see Patchy get some trapping. If you're a BC Gaming fan, if you're on the other end, you want to see Pain keep tapping away at that other side.
Biggest difference is whether Patchy can get this gadget. He's trying to force Pain into a position. Needs one more shot, just short. But all that pressure was now taken off of Diego and Evex. It allowed them to get into these bushes over here. Someone's trapped. It's time for your meeting with the bubble. Evex decided not to go for it, though. In fact, whoa, he got peppered down by that Pearl gadget, and the next to fall is Patchy. What looked like a winning position has now become a disaster, a nightmare for BC.
Yeah, just a blown opportunity by BC. The missed bubble made a huge difference because either they were going to connect with 2 enemy brawlers and have some serious damage dealt, or on that left-hand side, they could have been looking at what could have been a free kill. Instead, it's BC Gaming now needing 2 straight rounds to guarantee themselves a Brawl Cup. There's so much to play for here.
Patchy needs to hit this gadget. Couldn't get that one on the left. Tacos was just forced out of position for a moment longer. They apply a little bit more pressure to Pain. That's all they really get out of it. Need to be dodging these shots. It's very tough business. Patchy felt the brunt of a couple of attacks there. Evex also getting dealt a ton of damage. Now has to back up. BC Gaming, though, they get a pick early on. Patchy needs to not get hit twice. He's dodged quite a few shots. Whoa, he's in the Matrix. He can't be hit. And now we see Angelo totally trapped. Patchy going to go for that killing blow. There's 1. There's 2. It's just a trade. It's Tacos versus Evex and Diego Gamer. We know how this one's going to go. It just comes down to whether Diego can actually get a hypercharge for the next round. Unsuccessful. It's all down to this, Kenny. 1 round to decide the entire match, to decide where BC Gaming, here and now, goes to Brawl Cup.
Super available for Evex as well, but Pain can match with a hypercharge. Tacos can drop the static at a moment's notice. Still going to hold on to this left-hand side and charge up that shot. Cooking in the oven. And it's a total STMN takeover in the middle once again.
Tacos is trapped. Could it be a bait? It looked a little willing that he let that happen. Here comes the hypercharge in from Pain. Evex opts to block. Patchy's taking quite a bit of damage, but thankfully it wasn't a high damage shot there from Pain. Down goes Steel. Oh no, it's a 3v2. Pain down to low health. Same goes for RT. Tacos just trying to stay alive. There's one. Tacos knows it's over. BC Gaming, they get the final win. And a new star has risen here in North America. Their first ever LAN. What are we looking at, Patchy? Does bro think he's on the team?
Happy birthday, brother. He's got a nice win for himself. Helped BC Gaming out. I mean, can't make it up. Came down to the very last game. A marquee victory, and honestly, this one's got to mean more than any of getting to the grand finals that these guys have had in the past. The most adversity that they faced was in this match right here. Taking on STMN, securing themselves a Brawl Cup, and doing so with a substitute. Can't illustrate enough. That is a crazy feat to pull off.
So far, so good in North America. Another set 5 played out and another double match point from those two. Honestly, you got to feel for STMN they're here. They would have had the chance to finally move into a semi-final. Did not manage to do that last month. And they had 2 match points to try and close it out here already.
This is a difficult one for not just STMN, but also the other team that had a prospective place in the Brawl Cup. Pioneers were watching this one super closely. There's no doubt in my mind the entire time. And we saw a pretty solid performance from STMN. I mean, heck, they took it to the last round of that final game. Pain really put the hurt on them this time. But BC Gaming, I think really Patchy deserves this one. We saw good stuff out of Diego, out of Evex, but Patchy did something like unthinkable. Like as a squad, yes, but as an individual player to come out of retirement, to put up the numbers like he did on such a crucial brawler in Meeple in the final round has just been fantastic. Come back to comp, Patchy, please. And I need you.
BC Gaming is now the first team to win a match whilst playing with a sub. And North America has its Brawl Cup fighters. Tribe Gaming and BC Gaming head to Dallas to face against 6 teams that are waiting there already, Ken.
That's an exciting looking 8 teams right there. I don't know about y'all. I'd start getting those tickets, throw in a merch box, if you will. I mean, it's insane. We have Tribe Gaming, who, to be honest with you, preseason expected that. But Berlin City Club showing up this year. They signed these spunky upstarts who have been around in the BSC for a little bit, but this is the year that they have popped off, and once again, for the 3rd straight month in a row, they're going to be making a semifinals.
I love it here for BC. The consistency, I think, has now been exemplified. But the fact that they only have 2/3 of their typical roster here, I think that this is going to be an interesting one to see at LAN. You know what? It's a first LAN for everyone. There is the conversation of like, okay, well, are they going to get nervous at LAN? Dude, they've been having like a LAN in Evex's bedroom every single month. They've been playing from the same room. They even have spectators, like people who are not even involved in it, just there for what? Moral support to get their faces on cam? I don't know, brag at school? They have the experience, I think.
Patchy turned out to be the perfect choice for them. Again, they're the first ones to ever win with a sub. So, Patchy, congrats to you. You've also had some success this year, even though you only played in one monthly final. That's actually crazy. And now the next match, Kenny, it's Pioneers versus Elevate. And, you gotta feel here for not only STMN but also Pioneers, because they still had hopes. They could have still made it into Brawl Cup if only STMN closed it out earlier.
Pioneers with plenty to play for, though, and honestly, an interesting matchup we've got coming up, too. It's going to be a little reunion between his Livy and his previous teammates with Tribe Gaming in a past year as well. Elevate with a big month here, too. I mean, I know I said no rather quickly earlier, but this is one of those matches that could be another 3-2, folks, and I think the storyline's there. I think KCP still have plenty to play for. Both of these teams are within a couple points of each other. That is a huge difference on our leaderboard.
I wish we could have had 2 MVPs this round. For me, honestly, on the side of STMN, it was Shade, it was D'Angelo, it was all in the hands of Pain there. And then on the other side, we have Diego Gamer taking it. The people voted for him. He did a phenomenal job already.
Diego Gamer, just like his development as a player over last year, has been shocking. I think Diego Gamer went from a player whose name was synonymous with like Maturino Merchant to now being one of the most mechanically skilled in the region. I mean, that play alone blew me away. Yeah. And that was only set number 1. I think keeping cool under pressure and also like the way that he is rocketed from being like maybe barely top 8 to being a definite top 2 has just been one of the most heartwarming stories to witness over the course of this season so far.
We're heading into a pretty quick break, so you don't have to wait for too long. Pioneers versus Elevate is our next match. One of those two had a 9-0 sweep in the qualifiers. We're going to talk about that afterwards.
$6,000 epic brawler. This is Meeple. Blonde hair. Mythic brawler. Blonde hair. Damage dealer. I don't know. I have no idea. Lumi. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Mythic sports. I don't know. Byron? Is it Byron? No? No. Okay, this is Bo. No? Wait, what? B. Oh. Okay. Poco. Got it? Okay.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
Rumble, 50%, Crazy Raccoon, and fallen short.
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
It's April monthly finals time. We're still in North America, the last of the 4 regions we're covering. And this region now also has its 2 representatives for the Brawl Cup Uber. Are you happy with those 2? BC Gaming, Tribe Gaming have been looking strong all season, right?
Yes, I'm pleased with them because they represent much the same thing that we're seeing in South America, is that these young, hungry players are coming up and now being given an opportunity to show what they can do on the world stage. The first time we saw that team Havoc, we had no idea really what we were dealing with unless you were sort of deep in the scene. You didn't know what to expect from them. They came and showed that they can hang, and it's great to see, of course, Tribe Gaming with a second year of dominance in this region showing that they still got it. The old heads here, and there are a lot of them in NA, I'm just putting it out there, are playing catch up.
It really is a very top-heavy region. Those 2 teams have just been standing at the top ever since we started off the season, and now those 2 are also the ones to go to Brawl Cup. Well earned, I feel. We still have a couple of upsets today. We had 2 best of 5s that went all the way already. Let's see if Pioneers versus Elevate are going to be just as close ready.
It is former teammates facing each other. Is Livy no longer part of that roster alongside Zulon, Fade, and Tyrant? Fade was a late addition to the roster of what was last year Tribe Gaming and is now Pioneers. I'm just going to note that I think I saw a little smile there on Zulon's face. Fade also feeling good vibes. Dig the mustache. I think they got good vibes. This is actually a good look coming into this because I would expect that they were probably quite disappointed that STMN couldn't finish the job just a moment ago.
As you said, they were still in Brawl Cup contention coming into today. They had a long run to do. They had to make sure that STMN somehow beats BC. Then they would have to beat Elevate, then STMN, and then Tribe. A very tough path, and it got interrupted quite early on, Uber.
Yeah, I mean, this is statistically crazily difficult. BC Game, even with a sub, able to take STMN down. Even though Dance wants to, cry at us if we're not predicting his team. Sorry, bro. Maybe next time. But yeah, obviously then he had to get through Elevate and STMN back to back is kind of crazy. So a lot to ask for. pressure off your shoulders now. You're here to play for a bit of bragging rights, I think, against a teammate and try and think about the later part of the year with as many circuit points as you can from today's games.
On the other side, we have Elevate. They don't have a shot at the Brawl Cup anymore. Well, now neither of those two have. They just focus on leaderboard progress, and this time around, at least they're back with their full roster ready.
This is true, but they're not really in full form just yet. They got some fire-looking jerseys. I just want to point that out real quickly. But Elevate had a bit of a difficult entry into this month. They're the lower bracket team in this side of the matchup. In fact, they got swept 3-0 by SSG in those monthly qualifiers, which is not really the most confident way to come into a monthly final.
As mentioned before, we have Zulan and Slivy playing together before. They're old teammates, so we also wanted to hear from them just how excited they are to play against each other today.
Elevate, obviously a great team. I have Slivy over there playing. We used to play together. We played for like 2 years. We did a lot of great things, so all I can say is Slivy, I love you, brother.
Pioneers, that's my old team, and I play them round 1 this month. So hopefully everything goes my way, selfishly, but I love those guys, so I'll always be rooting for them if I'm not in the running still.
So much love in North America. That's beautiful to see. With the game mode win rates for you, everybody that loves some stats, here we go, Uber.
Yeah, look, I think a couple of things worth looking at is Pioneer's win rate on those bounty games. That's definitely been a bit of a pain point for them. And I wouldn't worry too much about Brawl Ball. Whereas Elevate, like, we've kind of seen maybe a little bit less from them in terms of just overall games here. But obviously, you know, another team that is pretty good when it comes to Hot Zone. And yeah, I feel like they're favored heading into Bounty. But again, your fortunes, your win rates on those map modes also depend on whether the brawlers that are the current meta picks are ones that you're comfortable with.
So far, from every single team we've seen today, I feel like we've seen beautiful drafts, some new ideas with the Terror, Cordelius, Melody making it back into the region. Meg has been showing up so often. I'm super excited to see what they are going to show us here now in Open Zone. You got to fear a bit here for Elevate. Pioneers comes out of a 9-0 run in their monthly qualifiers for this month. They just didn't even drop a single set, whereas Elevate, they lost 0-3 to Space Station Gaming Ready.
Yeah, that's like sort of the polar opposites here, right? They come into this super confident, Elevate, just about the opposite. And now you're also having to play against your former teammates in the very first round. But I know that there is a lot of mutual respect between these two, especially Zulan, who was team captain on that roster that Slivy was once part of. Let's talk about these players in particular as well, and just like what modes they're good on. I think that for a good while, you know, what used to be the Tribe roster, what is now the Pioneers roster, found a lot of their comfort in their specialty playing these control modes, okay? Now, this is a more aggro meta, but when you look at Open Zone, this is precisely what it is. It is about area control, not just in the mode, but also the map itself.
A lot of respect between all teammates and a lot of love. We're heading into our draft number 1 here, match number 4, quarterfinal number 4. Bo's gonna be the first pick here for the side of Pioneers, and he's been showing up here quite a bit, Uber. I feel like Bo is the perfect start into a draft on Open Zone.
Yeah, he's looked really good as a very serviceable mid on maps that obviously require there to be a role. And obviously your ability to control those zones is very, very powerful. Zar there, of course, you know, previously on that STMN roster last year, Elevate really became a bit of a collection of the players left behind by a lot of the other top teams in this region. As Livy, someone I would sort of consider there as well. So an Amber pick here for Juan Carlos. There's maybe a couple thoughts here. Obviously, you do know that Lola is open. Amber amazing, obviously, at punishing tanks that want to walk at you. You take the Lola alongside of it here. You still have very, very powerful damage dealers that can really punish Pioneers trying to stand up on the point.
Plenty of options to go with. When we've seen this Amber before, it's typically been paired with a Byron, which was actually banned out by Pioneers since it's such a powerful combo. But Elevate has still gotten a couple of strong things on their side. The Amber always does like raise a question mark for me, because usually it requires that Byron to actually keep it online. and it makes me just a little bit concerned. Yeah, and here's Carl. Carl is like kind of the better Amber right now because her super is now just a cooldown for him in the form of that gadget. So it's you know, a worthy conversation. That plus he's very good into Lola. So I think this is a pretty smart selection from Pioneers.
Sure, I think that's definitely worth considering. We get pretty excited around here about the damage that Heat Ejector can put out, and like you mentioned, that's something that is super good for controlling that space in the middle part of the map. And what's so brutal about it is you keep burning for so long. You know, you take one tick of that and you're like burning for the next 3 seconds. So not only does it do more damage than you normally think, but it also delays your healing, your natural healing to begin, which really is nasty on a map like this where you really need to be in the fight as much as possible. So Elevate haven't really tipped their hand too much here. I do think that there is a brawler that needs to be the glue for this comp to come in here. It could just be yet another strong duelist, another brawler who like operates pretty well at mid to long range and is quite punishing. You could look at a facilitator for either of these. Yeah, bit of a centerpiece in Hank now to round things out.
Once more, though, Hank is one of those brawlers that needs to be enabled in many ways because usually the combo is there with like Gray or something like that. So maybe the decision to not involve Gray in this draft so far was a way of concealing the fact that they did want to end up getting that Hank. So you're going to have a bunch of health to work with. That plus a tank trait means that you're going to be getting super for free. So that is the idea of getting the bodies on the point, fulfill the objective, and win the game? That's the question mark for now. I think that Amber is going to struggle just a little bit because I'm not seeing stuff that it's actually very good into. You know, usually you want to leverage the fact that you outrange stuff that's aggressive, and there's just not an opportunity for it right now.
Keep that in mind, folks, as Elevate here already dipping their toes onto the point to start with. Juan Carlos able to get pretty close to Fade. And Fade, you know, obviously needs to operate within relatively close range. It's not a mid-bow, and there it is. Bubble burst there for Fade. Brutal stuff. Good stuff for Elevate. That's what you're looking for. Tyrant also is going to find himself pushed out of the map quite often here. Even though we feel like Carl may be in many ways the better Amber, Zara has been shooting pretty nicely here, keeping Tyrant honest.
Not a whisper from Pioneers on this point just yet, but it's going to change now with Zulon popping the hypercharge. Juan Carlos brought to his knees, and then he's right back up and healthy using that super. The way that he holds this bubble and snaps it quickly, it seems to catch Pioneers off guard just a little bit because he's been getting one kill after the next with it. We'll see him burn down. Thankfully, an opportunity for Pioneers to, I don't know, maybe sit and collect their thoughts for a moment because there was no chance of them bringing back that point. That's one of the more dominant hot zone games that we've seen in kind of a while.
Does this really play out the way you expect it to? We know the Hank can be a real problem, but flanked, I think, by that Amber of Zara popping off so much, it seemed like Elevate did barely break a sweat.
Another worthy conversation point there is that the Amber, even though it's not played in its traditional sense of like, okay, well, you went Meg, and I want you not to be able to run me down. Okay, it's not played in that context, but Zara is still very skilled at this brawler, and Pioneers are really feeling the heat, so much so that they've actually opted to switch the lanes. Tyrant now on the right side, and Zulon placed on the left. Zulon is getting some damage on Zara at long range, and this is the only semblance of control that we've really seen from Pioneers so far this set. So it's already an improvement just from the rollout of those lanes.
Zara really got pushed back there. Zulon just imposing his will on him, I suppose. Nice little mine coverage there. Those hypercharged mines are going to be a bit of a nuisance to try and clear, and Juan Carlos has no reason to be out there on the open, surrounded by 3 members of Pioneers. And this is looking to be a very different round than what we just saw. Zara very much out of the game and attempting to get a favorable lane swap into Tyrant. Will have it for a moment, but Zulon now is going to go to work on his Livy, who's also very, very low. One more explosive arrow connection and he'll be good, but Zara gets what he wants coming back and punishes the Carl instantly.
As Livy flew a little bit too close to the sun there versus Zulon. He wanted to bait out that ammunition, but he was only operating with 1 tap of health left. Fade, securing the kill on the right side, and now repositioning back to mid for even more damage onto Juan Carlos, who's using that shield, but now it's worn off. Tyrant going in for the big damage, trying to keep the distance from Juan Carlos. Pretty successful. He was only hit by 1 torpedo and will escape within an inch of his life. Is Livy with the diff on the left side, now slapping down the ego to get even more control. And now that he'll have the opportunity to heal up, this is looking like a successful retake for Elevate.
Great that they can also clear those hypercharged mines. Zulon had put them down. That would have been a problem. This is where Elevate can start to make a comeback into the game. Zulon no longer gets to bully the Amber out of lane. Tyrant now has to do that. It's not been fun for him so far, and now that oil field is definitely going to cause him some concern. This is a beautiful comeback. Elevate now are within striking distance of Pioneers total and look to get even further ahead of them. Zulan might need to take some risks, but as Livy's long-range poke is definitely a little bit worrying for him. Juan Carlos pushes up. Nice little connection there off the torpedoes. I saw that. He gets topped back up, and now Elevate have a solid lead. A beautiful comeback, a composition that's worked to perfection for them.
Not just that, but they played it so successfully. Hats off to Czar specifically for his Amber gameplay there. I think we saw basically both sides of what Elevate were coming at that battle with. Not just how effectively they can hold a point, but also that they can retake the point successfully, which I had my doubts about after we saw Pioneers successfully get that hold in the early game and climb up to nearly 70%.
It's just beautiful to see how today it really seems like the underdogs, the ones that don't really get the popular vote, usually take this first set. It's really back and forth. Even in North America, everything can happen. This is a perfect example for an outdraft, in my opinion. We have Ember, we have Hank, Lola, very huge damage dealers. Not really a lot of range. That was what I was kind of scared for. Bo and Carl just completely outranged them, just hiding behind that wall, standing in mid with that tanky Hank, and then pushing everybody else back with the damage output that Ember and Lola offer. They played it really, really well already.
I think another thing that sort of hurt Pioneers here is that Bo, like, Zulan was doing a pretty good job of getting that damage on the left side, but he wasn't, like, winning it very quickly. If we were just to, you know, focus on him. Also, like, the Bo mines, they were pretty easily dealt with by the enemy side. I think that he was given sort of a tough position where this is a strong brawler, you gotta take it, you can't leave it open to the enemy, and was given some quite difficult matchups.
Bo is a pretty interesting one anyway. When he has received his hypercharge, he was the only one of that six hypercharge batch that we have received in the game that wasn't really played. He was not picked up whatsoever. The other 5 that have gotten their hypercharge back then immediately got torpedoed into the top of the meta. I feel like it's because most esports players just know perfectly how to dodge that bow. I wonder why it is that we're seeing him a bit more often this month, Uber.
Probably a couple of reasons. I do think that at some point you can't dodge it. That's why like he's so good on Hot Zone or these kind of maps where like your ability to, you know, to sort of move off the point or move away is a little bit more limited. And against compositions that want to group a bit more, there's a ton of value. I think that like hypercharge is really good. Some people might question like, okay, does he have the strongest gadgets? Do they really impact like the way he shoots? Not really, right? You know, obviously like the super totem is very powerful, but I think the hypercharge has definitely made him way more relevant. More mines, more area control, makes him a good option because he has that area control and the long range pressure.
I guess Bo could also be an option on this map. For me, every time I read this name, Super Beach, B pops into my mind immediately. Also Max, probably the 2 best mids, together with the Meeple, now a bit of a newer addition to that list of the brawlers that I would pick here. I expect some Stu, I expect Ollie again. I want to see Hank, since he's not banned out here, and he's super good, especially against throwers. And if you're the only team with a thrower on this map, the other team has nothing to open up the map ready, it's usually a free win.
I'm looking at like this Stu as being something that can be good into a thrower, but not really much else. I feel like it's possible for him to be run down as well. And by the fact that Tyrant is picking Chester here, I think that's quite indicative of the fact that they're not really going to rely on a thrower, or at least they're going to provide themselves that flexibility whether they decide to go with one or not, because they had that last pick. It's the most powerful position to pick a thrower and counter the enemy team. But the stuff that Stu is like usually good into is not even really a question in the draft. Like Lou has been banned out, for example. Juju now with the thrower. Okay, so they've gone for the thrower. Even in the face of the Stu, they have the ability to break down walls. And to be fair, Juju still gets good damage even without the walls, but I'm not going to say that she's better without them.
I think at this point, Pioneers are going to consider like a Hank pick here if there's nothing that's too problematic for him on Elevate side. Elevate right now need to think about like thrower with some range and like the potential of bringing Hank in them as well. I think we saw, as Sunny sort of mentioning, we did see a Dynamite in SA on one occasion, right? Obviously, is something that gets horrendously outranged by what we have on the Pioneers side. But Carl, Hank, and a thrower, they're the 3 brawlers that I'm thinking of right now. And we'll see where Elevate go after snapping the expected Carl up here.
Okay, and something to accent it, especially something that can play mid if it's not going to be that stew. Keep in mind, you have the ability to get pretty much free damage at mid just because of the way that your opponents are going to spawn. El Primo now taken away from the Pioneers playbook. That's a strong brawler that's like the anti-enemy tank. So this is going to be a bit more difficult for Pioneers to pick up a tank of their own. But if they decide to continue to hammer down the anti-tank, that could also be a pretty valid route as well. But I think also they need to be considering, like, what on earth are we going to go at mid? I'm seeing 2 strong lanes here, but nothing that can actually lock down things at long range and deal with that Carl. We're going to go Cordelius, it seems. Cordelius will shut down that El Primo, but we also saw this as a response earlier.
Absolutely. Yeah, we saw Code OG actually pick this against Bobby's El Primo. And look, it went down to the wire. We were able to see just why or how, rather, it works so well. This pick, though, I think at that point, Pioneers were probably hoping to take a strong mid. And when they see the El Primo, they've gone, well, we can't really do that anymore. Now we need to find something that can answer this. So I like the El Primo inclusion here for Elevate. We didn't really discuss it much, but it's a problem for Hank in a big way because of his mobility and his ability to disrupt Hank while he's trying to blow a bubble. So great pick here. Rare case of where the El Primo is just like a bit of a backbreaker. And Elevate already looking pretty good as Livy able to win out against the somewhat weaker in the pitch battles, Cordelius. As Livy's having a great game so far. He's gotten all 3 eliminations and Juan Carlos, yep, he gets there.
Tough fan dealt to Zulon there on the left side. He missed like 1 mushroom, and that tilted the matchup in is Livy's favor. But Zulon has that super that he needs now. He's able to move the most problematic brawler out of the way now, and he's going to focus on Juan Carlos. That's fine, as long as he communicates the position of Juan to his teammates. He's going to be emerging from the Shadow Realm in just a moment here. Tyrant is keeping his distance, and so is Fade. Juan now continuing to apply that pressure to Tyrant on the top left. Meanwhile, on the bottom right, Zar has been given quite a bit of trouble by the Gree. He's going to be on decently low health. Once again, on the top left, Zulon with a bit of a disjointed offense, leveraging the fact that there's only 1 obstacle to get a bit more damage onto Zulon, but that's all he's really able to get out of it. The Elevator not really interested in engaging. They're kind of shrugging off the offense.
Oh, Fade is not going anywhere. Has to walk over this hypercharge field. There's the old 1-2 punch from your boy El Primo. Zulon had a hypercharge super and couldn't actually bring down the El Primo. Great movement from Juan Carlos. Great dodging. We're going to try it again. It was would have hoped to have passed to his teammate. That's now not really an option, as Livy needs to sort of pick up the pieces now as he heads into mid. Juan Carlos will emerge and find a super instantly on towards Fade. Good gap close, but big damage comes out in response from Elevate Pioneers, to quiet him down. Elevate so far, though, today have looked really good. Zar is very deep in enemy territory without the objective, so Fade will eventually deal with him, and now Pioneers have a chance to equalize.
They need a Cord super. If Zulon can get it, he can put 1 in the Shadow Realm. There it is. Tyrant is safe and sound. A little whiff of a pass to the top right, but Fade clears out that goal for Tyrant to slot it in. With only 30 seconds on the clock, they have equalized the score. Pioneers, they got that Cord super exactly when they needed it. Folks, it only takes 1 in order to get a goal. And also, without the obstacles to hide behind, Juan Carlos is going to be quite a bit more vulnerable to these supers from Zulon. He's probably just going to wait another 10 seconds before he pops this one off, or, never mind, catches Livy off guard. Now keep the distance from Juan Carlos. Not possible. Juan has a super at the ready, but they're backing up, so hopefully they can get some reinforcements with a respawning teammate before they try and generate a goal.
I think they got their wires crossed. Zara pops a super, but in the same moment, Juan Carlos passes the ball to him, and obviously he can't take possession while he's tail spinning, so the ball just uselessly clatters to the right side of the map. Elevate lose a window where they could have come forward, could have claimed a bit more space, but at least they do have the dive here from Juan Carlos at the ready. Okay, hit ejector. Big coverage on that one. Hypercharge from Zar, not enough to take Zulon out of the game, though. Juan Carlos is going to be hitting hard. Tyrant throws a hypercharge down on his own position. Juan Carlos gets caught in the slowing field. Now it's up to Eslivy, looking a little bit uncomfortable as he has to face down the entirety of Pioneers, and surely Fade can find an opening with this shot. Tyrant has a super shot, gets it in there after landing the bomb, and Pioneers get a round back.
I was waiting for that to happen for a while. Maybe they saw something that I didn't. A pass to Tyrant could have been that like a couple seconds sooner. that one had me just a little bit worried, but Tyrant slotted in the end with actually some pretty impressive synergy from the squad. It was Zulon to place an enemy in the Shadow Realm that would have otherwise been blocking the goal. Now we'll see Pioneers lead with the same lane layout that they did last time. Juan rotating over towards the left side. Is Livy trying to encroach as he did last time? He was able to upset Zulon in that lane matchup with the use of a breakthrough. The Tyrant's here for backup. A little pass to the right side to give this one to Juan Carlos. And already, wow. Okay, Elevate. They're really against the ropes here. They've already cornered the ball.
Yeah. But that should tell you everything you need to know about how much pressure that Elevate are feeling like they're being put under. And that cornering the ball doesn't really help them much at the end because KCP take map control. Fade moves up, spamming some of those shots onto Juan Carlos here, as the Meteor does take out that form of cover that Juju would like to use to be a real nuisance in this part of the map. Common spot for her to hide. Here's Grigri. Oh, I see. Grigri comes out with the slowing attacks. Interesting use of star power there, and a goal snuck through by Tyrant.
Can be very effective for dealing with enemy tanks, especially when you're in an aggressive mode where you, as a brawler without CC, need to have it in some capacity. Here comes Fade once again with the slowing on Juan Carlos. Couldn't really create a gap between himself and Juan, thanks to Juan getting his super. And Tyrant threw that bomb to the backside to try and take down Juan Carlos. I think that might have actually been a missed opportunity for Tyrant to break open some enemy walls. But if nothing else, Pioneers do have a lead here in the form of 1 goal. So if they can just hold this position, then they're looking pretty good.
Kind of pinched here. Too much damage coming his way. He falls down. That's not good. Going down on his side of the map. Juan Carlos taken out of the game here, which makes it a 2 versus 1. The easiest of easy walk-ins there for Pioneers. And they, folks, are back on the board. Elevate get the drop on them early, but they adjust and they see the Cordelius. They know they have Elevate right where they want them. Forced to counter it with the Cordelius and not able to use it effectively.
Still, I'd say for the fact that Pioneers had an 86% vote from the public, 14% only for Elevate, they made it kind of close. As you said, Uber, Elevate did score that first goal. It looked like they can double down and maybe make it a 2-0 after this set here. And it's also crazy to me. We have such a one-sided vote here. They're only 1 point apart in the leaderboard. 94 points so far for Pioneers, 93 for Elevate. Where does this Elevate hate come from, Reddy?
I mean, look, who knows? I think like this Pioneers core are so popular, right? That old Tribe gaming team and Fade is also really loved. So that might sort of be what you can chalk it up to. To correct myself, the Cordelius as a counter to the Primo really works out. Initially, right, Zulon gets run over by Eslivi pretty badly at the start of this game, and it's like, oh, Cordelius can have problems, but we can see why he's so powerful. Not only as a counter to the El Primo in many cases, I also think the star power choice on Juju is amazing, as we sort of discussed, but to take an extra player out of the game, to remove like 12,000 points of health, even if you're not trying to actually eliminate the El Primo in the Shadow Realm, it gives your team a huge advantage, especially when you are playing in their side of the map.
Reddy, what can we expect here now coming into set number 3? It's going to be Bell's Rock. You feel like Elevate is going to double down now, or will Pioneers just continue in their stride, take the momentum into the set as well?
I think we're moving a bit more into the comfort zone that Pioneers operates within. I think that there are brawlers that even like Fade, who's more of like the aggro tank specialist on the team, is entirely capable of playing that just are not worth a ban. I'm looking at the Fade Bell. I want to see the Fade Bell return. For Elevate, I mean, you ask about like why the Elevate hate, why don't we see that percentage come out to support for them? And I think the reason is something that we sort of discussed before we even started the match, which is that these are sort of like the remnants of other teams. I think that mentality sort of echoes throughout the region where they're presented with like the nice little package of Pioneers. Like they're a known quantity. We know what they are capable of. They make it to LCQ. Elevate, some question marks here.
I guess it's also just a name that people still remember. Pioneers has been a name within Brawl Stars for a while now, Uber. Now on Bell's Rock, we've seen this map before as well. What to expect? Which brawler comes to your mind here?
I mean, again, this is the kind of map where in the past I've seen Eslivi play throwers and look really good. That's kind of something that he used to bring to the Tribe team as a pinch hitter to come in and we pick like a Sprout on some maps and look really, really good. But we know that Rico's quite effective here. Ollie has been picked often on this map. Tons of options. And of course, you want to involve some sharpshooters where you possibly can. We talked about the Rico having, good ability to bounce a lot of shots off there. The Bell, definitely a go-to. And these bans here. Not too surprising. Lou and RT, definitely. We often see RT just like picked up first on this map as it doesn't really give too much away. And he's just very solid in both phases of the game, regulation time, and that gas enclosure overtime.
I'm looking at the bans here and Ready, your wish could be granted. A bell is left open. I'm kind of just waiting for that Gene Brock comp. We can open up the map. Gene is going to do a phenomenal job. And yes, Ollie has been picked up before by Mountain Menefe. Now he's left open and of course picked up first here.
Okay, 2-3 for Pioneers. Maybe something that they are comfortable with. But they got to operate within the confines of pretty much dealing with Ollie. We saw how effective it could be earlier to run the Poco into this. That was, of course, on Layer Cake, not here on Bell's Rock, but just something to keep in the back of your head. You know, they had that last pick. Here's the Gene that you, I guess, rubbed a lamp and wished for, and combined with the Brock that could be pretty strong, eliminating some of the usual strongholds around which Ollie likes to lurk, while also providing Pioneers the flexibility of dealing with something like a thrower. The only drawback, though, is that they would be quite weak to something quite aggressive. They've already thought ahead and banned out Kit, so that's not going to be a possibility, but some of the other things that could get pretty aggressive are still on the table for Elevate.
Pearl here, okay. Oh, it used to be ubiquitous on these kind of maps, these knockout maps, because she plays so well into longer rounds. We've definitely seen her fall off as of late, but she can be pretty devastating. A gadget that basically makes first contact with her really inadvisable. A super that can destroy terrain and punish anybody who's trying to close the gap on you, like, I don't know, Ollie. Means that she's a great option, and the durability when she's at full heat to basically shrug off a lot of the damage coming her way. She's the ultimate long game brawler. Will Pioneers be able to get that value out of her by making things stretch out a little bit more? Because we now see a Squeak. Elevate opt for a real control brawler here.
And remember what happened in our last match when we saw Squeak play into that Pearl. It was pretty effective. And it even gets better once the lanes are more locked down like this. These are very defined 3 different lanes. And Squeak, it's as if Squeak's shot and the reload speed are timed to perfectly hold a single area for an indefinite period of time. Tick making it quite a late arrival in this pick phase, and completely counterable for Pioneers. I mean, they have that gene, but it's not something that Elevate could really afford to be playing into either. I'm seeing some viable options. I think we talked about as Livy as like having some specific combos that we look at. As Livy is pretty good at playing throwers. We love to combine his names with things like Squeak Livy as well, so we'll get to see some individual greatness mechanically. But as far as draft, there's one question left to be answered. Pioneers, what do you do to react against the Tick? You go for the double pull.
Yeah, this is obviously very powerful. Gray and Gene both on the same side, both with the potential to yoink people out of formation, especially if, you know, Gray is going to TP backwards midway through that walking cane animation. Alternatively, you can just deliver a full heat, fully supercharged Pearl into the midst of the enemy ranks and watch the fireworks go. So a ton of options here. Elevate get punished basically for any single missteps, but it's a question of how much super are you planning to feed Pioneers as these rounds go, because that's obviously what you've got to be careful of. If the Gene, you don't want to give him too much free damage. If you're laning against him, try and swing out sparingly.
I think in terms of also supers, it's just sort of a given that is Livy here on the Tick is going to be getting one at some point, and he's going to be getting a hypercharge by like round 2 at latest. Ooh, near miss for Fade on that walking cane. That was a near wall break of something crucial for Czar and Islivy to stay alive, because if that wall breaks down, then that means that Tyrant gets to walk all over that lane with the use of his gadget. It's a total loss of control on half the map for Elevate that they cannot rectify. But so far, Elevate have done a good job of just holding control right here and now, as Livy already has his super, which will assist if they get pushed a little bit too hard. And he's well on his way also to earning a hypercharge, which can pretty much win an entire round for them once the smoke closes in.
Zard's going in. Zulan, okay, at risk of getting hit with a hypnotism, but he pulls up a little bit short. And that is enough to punish you massively against Elevate. Now you're in a 2 versus 3 against a double pull composition. I don't get it. Really looked like he forced that ready set desperately, where Elevate trying to start off a fight, and somehow they're still positioned relatively well. Stuck in the gas, Tyrant now, obviously full heat, and he can just 1v2 him. That is filth! Pioneers do secure the first round after the first player advantage.
I think some of the urgency now can be understood. Why exactly Zar felt that he needed to go in and make the first play, even though it was entirely suboptimal. Because you can have the 2v1 as everything closes in, as Livy could have his super, and Tyrant doesn't even care. He's fully heated up, he has his gadget, he has everything at his disposal. But would make for a much better Tyrant lane over here is if Fade can hit a hook. I don't think Elevate are too keen on giving that to him. Oh, Zara's getting in position, maybe fishing a little bit, trying to get Fade to play aggro, lure him into some of his Livy's shots, which is probably also just enabling Zar to lurk in this position for now. But so far, just farming that late game utility. And in just a moment here, that Poison is going to start forcing some engagements.
Tyrant's getting pretty confident with his positioning here on the right. Zulan's in danger again, though. Here comes Zar, forcing the issue. This time, to his credit, no trade opportunity. One shot onto Zar will get the job done. Juan Carlos going to be the recipient of the damage anyway. Can Fade make a play here with the dimensional door in a 1v2? It's probably too much to ask, and he knows he's cooked once that last squeak bomb got stuck.
Hypercharge now available for Fade, but likewise for Livy. So if Fade encroaches on Elevate's territory a bit too much, Livy is ready with the punish. He could also just drop down the old-fashioned tick super if necessary, and he wants to conserve that hypercharge for the later stage of the round. Once again, this is like a game-winning strategy. A little bit less so now that some of these walls on the diagonal have been broken open and are thus missing. But something that Pioneers are going to have to play around and obey. If they can bait that ability, then they would love that. I know that Fade is keeping that in the back of his head right now, so that they can get rid of that before the Poison actually starts forcing things.
Oh, big dive for Fade. Zara going to respond here, but this will allow KCP to have big map control. What a good hypercharge there from Livy. Tyrant couldn't push through those mines at all, and he couldn't go to the help of his teammate. So this sets up the 2 versus 2 now. Tyrant at full heat at least, and Zulan with a hypercharge. Not that that's really something you write home about as a Gene. But Zara and Livy looking to make another play in the direction of Zulan. He is ready. Takes the raw stat boost now as Zara goes in. Oh, Gadget actually causes him to miss that super. Now he's going to be stuck in the corner. Zulan needs more shots in his time to reload. And once more, as the dust settles, it's Tyrant's Pearl. Last one standing.
If you need any guarantees in Brawl Stars, it's that Pearl is going to be the last one to die in any knockout round. Win or lose that round, she is not gonna die, okay? She doesn't have unlimited health, but there's almost no point in even attacking her since she absorbs all of your shots. But the thing is, if there's one player that you want to be the last standing, it's got to be Tyrant. He is, I think, really the mechanical wizard of this team here on Pioneers. And once again, he's going to be occupying this right side. It is a priority for Fade to break open some of these walls. But he was quite successful in doing so in the last round, so he's hoping to replicate that success. And Zara is determined to prevent that from happening by, instead of lurking near that destructible obstacle, now near the indestructible.
Zara knocked around a little bit there. Fade using the walking cane sometimes as a precursor to his engagements, like we saw in that previous round. Very deep dive, though, for the Great. Ended up causing a massive brawl as a result. And again, we want to keep an eye on hypercharges like those of Livy. Those are really effective. We're going to track those over the course of these matches. Tyrant then went for the burning cookies. Zara's able to shrug off that damage, though, of course, healthy as he is. Faye wants to drift across to the right now. Gap is starting to close, and there it is as Livy going down. No throw pressure available. Now you can play behind the walls as much as you'd like if you're Pioneers. Zara looking for a stun. Tyrant caught by it of Juan Carlos. Yep, all on his lonesome. A very clean 3-0.
You see that Ollie super towards Tyrant while he's fully heated up, while he has the gadget ready to go, and you just know that Zar wanted to do anything but that, because you know just how it's going to go. Whoa, what a pull, Zar, with a jump, and Fade actually predicted it, but he was just a moment too early. Could not actually get Zar in that position, but really well played. That was some crazy synergy.
Everyone's locked in now at this point in the series. We're approaching the halfway point. The Pioneers, though, winning this round means that they will take the set. And they've got so much to work with here. The exception of Zulan's Magic Hand, you're in a pretty favorable position. As Livy might just be trying to save this head first for the hypercharge. He's developed that now, but likely will use it more reactively. Tyrant start to open up the map. This is looking scary ready.
You almost never see a Pearl do that, by the way, but it was so crucial. Tyrant's willing to take the hit so that his teammates are able to succeed. Particularly Zulon, for winning this next round, needs that pull. Here comes the hypercharged TP in. Fade, he shrugged off as Livy forces him back. Bit of a waste on that tick super, but he was forced to use it. Fade now in for the kill on one. Carlos could not secure it. It's 3v2. Zulon and Tyrant barely hanging on, but Tyrant, as usual, the last man standing, is Livy forced to enter mid and cannot outlive him.
Oh, God, he's got 2,000 HP. The tick is full health, and it just doesn't matter because he's sat in the middle of the map. Tyrant is not affected by the gas. An interesting engagement from Fade there. Even he has a bit of a head shake. He's like, not sure what I was hoping to generate there with the dive forward on Gray after already drawing that hypercharge super out of the tick. I feel like he may have a chance to regroup. He went for it. Credit to him. Fortunately, the rest of his team had his back, and that was a astoundingly good set for Tyrant.
Now, will Pioneers make it a second 3-1 today, or will we in fact see 34 or 35 possible sets today? We'll see. If Elevate can prolong this one. I feel like it was pretty obvious that the lack of DPS with Tick and Squeak didn't really work out against the comp from Pioneers here. Every single brawler on their side, Gray, Pearl, and the Jean, have above 7,000 HP ready.
That's a good read as well. Yeah, they can take those hits from Tick, and they're both able to independently defend against the Tick super. Jean probably has the toughest time, but Tyrant's always going to be on the case. Look at this guy. He's reliably the last one to survive on the field, and this happened like 3 separate times throughout this entire set. Here it comes once again. Czar went for the hypnosis. Yeah, okay, you managed to hypnotize Tyrant. It only cost you like 6,000 HP. Once again, Tyrant. Tyrant's like a forever chemical. You know, the stuff that like gets put out in the environment and never biodegrades?
Man.
Yeah, there you go. Like, you know, he is a big garbage patch right there, but like in the nicest sense of the phrase.
That is beautifully put by the two of you. I'm sure he feels very flattered to hear that. We're heading into set 4 now. Pioneers could close it all out here. Not going to Brawl Cup, but still get ahead of Elevate in the leaderboard. As of now, they're only 1 point ahead of them with 94 points versus 93. So I'm sure they want this win just to move up the leaderboard ladder a bit more. Uber.
Yeah. And hopefully, like, coming to this one, Pioneers are ready to close it out. Tyrant, is, instead of researching where microplastics are commonly found in the human body, is just trying to think about how he can elevate, if you'll excuse the pun, this composition for Pioneers now. We're going to give it a shooting star. So it is that kind of open map that makes Pioneers want to ban every single sharpshooter in existence. But Sunny, it can't ban them all.
You unfortunately can't. We have a lot of long range out of the way on the side of Pioneers here. We still have a lot of them open, though Byron could still be an option here, as well as Salu. We have seen him on this map before. RT, always a fan favorite. Jean as well. Let's see what is going to be the first pick here for Pioneers. We could still also see some Gus 8-bit we've seen before from Kodo G. Worked out phenomenally. Carl still open to snatch away that blue star from under the opponent's noses. Ready? What would be your first pick here?
On Shooting Star, I feel like in the conversation it has to be like something like Tick, and I'm a little bit surprised that it wasn't selected here, given that it wasn't banned. Maybe it's fallen off a little bit. Maybe Pioneers are, or rather Elevator, like a little bit shell-shocked as well from not being able to make much use of that Tick with the lacking DPS. But they are geared up for some of this stuff, as you referenced, Sonny, that Carl is going to be making an appearance here. In many circumstances these days, he will be still grabbing that blue star thanks to, you know, the health that he possesses, but not sacrificing the super strong gadget for the one that gets you better position. Still possible, of course. Pioneers opt to go for something that's a little bit squishier. And here comes the Gray from Pioneers. Gray often combined with something like Hank as well, which is not totally out of the question here on Shooting Star, but Elevate have kept themselves too long range, I think, for that to be that safe of an option.
Yeah, I wonder. I think there's, you know, we've seen obviously the Gray used to, you know, start fights often. We see like Melody, Gus are also two reasonable options here. Okay. So Kansas City Pioneers say, we want a sharpshooter and we don't really want to risk them getting counted out. So they bring the Nani in. Also, you'll notice there's basically hardly any left. It's really hard to find one. So fair enough. Okay, so you have some long range presence now. You have a peep. you also have like this RT who's a pretty darn good sharpshooter as well. It's a super long-range combat. It feels very classic Pioneers to me, honestly. And there's the guts that I mentioned. Very good in case there is an all-in, and also allows you to be just a little more aggressive on some of those side lane engagements.
Low-key, I kind of thought Elevate might lean towards a thrower direction here, something pretty long-range, like Tyrant is able to teleport in. Maybe it's just like the respect that they have for Tyrant's capability of dodging shots, or earning that teleport, like they won't be able to deny it to him. But I saw some potential for something like Sprout to be played here as well. Y'all are probably like now realizing the Sprout bias on my end, but can't really complain about the Gus either. It's a good support brawler. You got good options in long range, and with a lot of the sharpshooters banned out, it's now actually difficult for, it's more difficult than it would have been already for Elevate to find something that can go toe-to-toe with this nanny.
All right, let's get busy, folks. On the shooting star we go. Pioneers take this and they will advance to the semifinals. Now, of course, with no chance for them to advance to a Brawl Cup, they're here for the circuit points, for the glory, the bragging rights, and the cash. Fade wants to get aggressive here, and that cookie, that explosion is something you've got to respect. That was a peep that come across the map, and Tyrant didn't quite put enough damage down in advance, but this does turn into a decent bit of map control.
It's a little funny to see Zulan use a return to Cinder on his Livy's gadget, just getting every single little scrap of damage that he is capable of. Here comes the peep in. It's going to break up the stronghold in the back right, which is actually quite advantageous for Zulan because he's able to back up Zara into a bad position. Wow, already puts him there too, dropping him to just 1k HP and now coming in for the kill with a hypercharge. Fade looked for the synergy with the knockback that Zulan super offered, but was not able to secure that hit. Was just out of Gray's range, but they still have opportunities. Fade couldn't connect that walking cane either. Pioneers are being defended quite well here.
Oh, looking to come in. Flying hook used. Zulan, of course, in peep form and is brought down. A little vulnerable, and that's an opening the Elevator been able to exploit. Fade tries to go in and fix the mess that's been caused. He also will fall. Dangerous now. 23 seconds left of the round. Pioneers behind the ball in a big way. Fade comes forward. Walking cane connected, and there's a Gus shield ready to keep Juan Carlos fighting fit. Scant seconds and very few opportunities remain here for KCP to even up this game. Fade's going to try one more time, but try as he might, everybody just seems too resilient.
One super going to make its way onto the back right. Zar tanks it with just 230 HP, and neither of those shots from Tyrant find their mark. Wouldn't have been a game changer, but would have at least kept Pioneers on some sort of streak of momentum, but nothing. They got 0 starred right there. That was 7 and a blue star to nothing. Totally shut out.
I love the heads up of, getting forward with the flying hook. It's not only good for taking the blue star, but you punish Zulan when he's in that peep form, and nobody for KCP was able to react quickly enough to stop the Carl. You've at least got to find a trade in positions like that. I know that Pioneers are going to be pretty mad. Definitely frustrating for them. But fertile opportunities for a little bit of a bounce back. Here we go. Zulan on the diagonal once more. We'll see Zar tucked in a position. Yeah, Zulan might even want to switch lanes, by the way. So if he does peep, Zar can't catch him.
I think there's also some frustration from Pioneers right now because they keep tapping the enemies, but as Livia is staying close by with the magic puffs. So all of that damage they're actually doing is being negated over time. There is a certain urgency that now matters in getting these kills, and they're not playing brawlers that deal really a whole lot of damage. Like Zulan is able to get quite a lot with his long-range shot if he hits all 3, but if you'll notice, he's usually hitting enemies with 1 or 2 because they're sitting just outside of his range. That is his strength as an Annie, is outranging all of these enemies. Still just a 1-star advantage for Elevate. Zar's going to get quite aggressive, but he has nothing to punish. Just creating a bit of space for the team. Pioneers pick up 1 kill, and Elevate fire right back, taking down Tyrant.
The peep is here, but there's not enough damage done in advance, so Zar will just eat that and will sort of go back to business. Zulan's hoping to, have that super ready when both of his teammates are up and they can actually apply some pressure with it. Hypercharge for Zulan. He just wants the raw stats for the most part. Return to sender pop. Zar knocked back. That was a point-blank peep, but it still sees Elevate ahead in the lead. Fade, it gets taken there by Juan Carlos, and Tyrant here can only look on. Are we just here to play maximum Brawl Stars today, folks? It seems like we are. This one is on a collision course with a 5th map unless Pioneers can put this to bed now.
Final test. Tyrant now moving in from the side. There's a 1-star differential as Livy has to fall. Zulon's got to make this super count. Going in for the maximum value target. They need 4 stars to make this work. Zara has to fall, and so does Juan Carlos, or one of them. But Elevate scrape by just a 1-star lead into the set 5.
Oh, man. Okay, just as expected. Another very close game. Another game that is bound to go the distance. And based on your predictions at home at event.brawlstars.com, people, you did not think this would be remotely close. It was like a 95 to something, or 5, I guess, if I can do math properly, in predictions. This match, though, Sunny, has turned out to be anything but one-sided.
It was 86 to 14, but yeah, close enough. I'm just laughing ever since it looked like Elevate is winning that one. I've been calling it all day and everybody's mad at me for doing that we could see 34 sets out of 35 possible ones. Just a little reminder here, yesterday in South America, we had 5 matches that were decided in set number 5, 3 double match points. We had Cinderella runs and the reverse sweep in the grand finals. We thought that the region was close. Now NA is shaping up to be even closer.
Continuing on, Pioneers, they actually gave a pretty good effort here. Well, okay, effort is out of the question. Of course you want to win. But in terms of the performance, Zulon in particular actually really impressed me. He got so much damage. Did you notice on the stat line there, 440 DPS? That was like twice what his teammates were capable of there. And at some point, he even switched lanes to hopefully deal damage to someone who wasn't constantly being boosted by the Gene. And no, okay, that's like an easy little lane swap. Just migrate a little bit to the left of mid and keep those heals up. He was getting damage, wasn't getting kills. That was the weakness of the comp. They played a control comp, but they didn't have control to begin with, so there was nothing to control.
Oh, man. I mean, I honestly, look, pretty close, but I do think it's an issue with Pioneers not being able to come back from those deficits. There's something they put out of their minds now, and we go to Gem 4, buddy. Yeah, I'm a fan of this map. I like how it plays out, and it does open up a couple of brawlers, something that we don't otherwise see. Tara, though, she does get the banhammer.
That is super interesting, where we talked about Tara not being in the top of the meta right now. She's even banned out. They deem it to be that good on the side of Pioneers. Now it really could be anyone's match. Is it gonna go towards the heavily favorite, the Pioneers team here, or is it gonna be Elevate that's in the nick of time, turn things around now? Buster's going to be the first pick here. Super good on Gem 4 to really just want to hold on to that mid control for as long as possible. So having a brawler that can just charge his super passively is going to help to do just that ready.
That, and it's a Fate special. He is very good at Buster. I've gotten to speak with him at length about playing Buster, and this is just one of those where when the brawler came out, he instantly knew that it was going to be one of like his next big focuses as a brawler. He's able to play as a tank, and he's also able to play as one that supports his team in the, more traditional hero shooter sense of, this is a tank, I make a wall that the enemies cannot shoot through. Except for Hank, there are always going to be exceptions. Hank doesn't really care that you have a shield out in front of you. He's still going to be able to get that damage. But Pioneers knew that this was a possibility here, so there's a contingency plan that they have with their 4-5. We're just going to have to wait to see what exactly that is and how Elevate preempt it.
Yeah, it limits a lot of other options, like a Meeple 2-3 pick. We sometimes see that brought in here. There are a lot of the brawlers that, are very good at controlling that space. Like you could even use Lou, for example. Gray's banned out, Surge also unavailable, but all those brawlers struggle a little bit. So Pioneers at least build the core of their team. It's a Buster, and even if Elevate don't go for any projectile-based brawlers, there's still value to be gotten there with Buster because he can charge his super by just playing with teammates, and he has crowd control on his gadgets. So still reasonable, still powerful, good base stats, has an impact. The fact that B has survived so deep into the draft, for me, is that much more surprising. It's because Elevate are really trying to craft like this comp to supercharge their Hank, but they leave through one of the best tank counters in the game.
These brawlers, like the Pocos, the Bees, are really, they're not even a variety. It's really just these two brawlers that have such a unique interaction in the game right now, are always in the conversation. If you don't see them drafted, they're still influencing how things are going. And it seems that after that Buster selection, everything else has just been kind of automatic, basically. And another one that is notably left open, keep in mind, is that Lu, which in many ways, having the Poco on your side can enable. And a lot of times, Stu is the way that you deal with the Lu. Stu is also going to be able to keep that distance between himself and an enemy tank, so that's going to be quite vital. I don't understand what Pioneer's approach to those bushes is going to be, because they don't have any like good way of getting vision inside of them on the side lanes, and I think that could be a good attack vector for Elevate. Looks like they have the exact idea. Poco double tank here and has for many years been one of the strongest approaches in the game, and also the fact that you have these long bushes on the sides is going to be the delivery of the hammer to the enemy stronghold.
Yeah, and that's why, like, you mentioning Lu there feels like it's an opportunity that Pioneers end up sort of letting go. In order to secure this comp, they do need a really safe mid, especially against like a double tank comp that's going to run you down. And Zeus definitely feels like the best option on these gem grab maps for, a brawler that can quickly get in, pick up gems, fire a shot, get on out, much safer than other brawlers. And I do think B is also a reasonable mid option, but if you have these tanks that move up and take space and the map isn't opened up enough, it can be hard for her to actually get these shots and to get back into the map.
Really, we're just looking at some like classic stuff in Brawl Stars. This is, it's a little abstract, but it's stuff that's been in the game for a very long time. B plus wall break equals win. B counters the Poco. Poco counters the Lu because of his gadget, and especially now that it is spammable, since you can use those protective tunes every 15 seconds, and it also lasts for several seconds. So the cooldown effectively is not very long. Look at this start from Pioneers, though. They immediately got that wall break out from Tyrant. You got a couple of those. Keep in mind that's going to be recharged, so there's almost no limit to how much he can break open. Meanwhile, Zulan and Fate have prioritized that right side. They opted to actually back away, and Zulan's got to be cautious, trying to leverage the information that he has to know where Zar is, but he's sort of given up hope of detecting his position. Thankfully for him, Zar has revealed his position, and it's going to pressure Fade and Zulan quite a bit. Fade doesn't have enough damage to three-shot Zar, which is one of the big weaknesses of Buster, is that he cannot three-shot a lot of these other tanks. And that's something that Elevate are hoping to exploit here as they go for the final assault.
Oh, here's a big bubble coming in from Juan Carlos, though it's scary. Fade's trying to get away, but that is going to be tough, as Livy, with the hypercharged super, will walk away with 5 gems. Elevate finally get that map control that they've been threatening for the last minute or so. Fade, though, kind of has the advantage that has one less button to worry about than anybody else on the map, because Montage is absolutely bloody useless at the moment. Still going to try and throw it up, still try and make some play of it as R comes forward. Hypercharge pop, and no purchase there for Elevate. They are caught out in the open, and Fade steps back up. Note that he is the gem carrier right now. A little bit awkward, but Tyrant had to give up the gems earlier on, and that is a big one. Zulan catching as Livy out. Elevate fall to pieces. With all the healing of this double tank Poco composition, they cannot keep it together. And our Pioneers can walk away with a confident gem lead that really can't be assailed.
1 second left, and Elevate have only almost backed them up into a corner. Very well executed here for Pioneers. They got pretty much the perfect start, by the way. I don't think they could have asked for a better one. Tyrant hit his shot on the very first attack. He got his super, broke open a wall, and then he did it again once his gadget recharged once again. They broke open that bottom left breakable wall, which is one of the best positions that Elevate actually possess here. They're going to place Juan Carlos over here to try and stave away Tyrant, who this time was not able to get that super right off the beginning, and that is going to hurt just a little bit. Thankfully for them, though, Pioneers have actually managed to isolate that Poco.
Zar's trying to push up. Fade does have a good shot shape in order to clip Zar as he tries to hide in that corner. Tyrant, respectful of Juan Carlos, the damage he can put out. Also, the sustain provided by the fish torpedoes will continue just to chunk him with damage whenever he has the opportunity. Juan Carlos is trying to hide the trajectory of the bubble as much as possible, but Fade knew. He knew it was meant for him. He's the one carrying the gems right now. Finally, Juan Carlos' reign of terror is brought to an end. Tyrant with the breakthrough gadget will further open the map up to set Zulan up for success.
A missed slow there onto Zar. He was just on the edge of that range. Now Zar is looking to close in from the bottom side. The hypercharge pot by Zulan on the right side. Zar eliminated after an attempt at pushing, and his Livy is also forced back. KCP, they're pretty comfortable in this position. And look at this. Tyrant's even found some time to break open a key position for Juan Carlos. The spaces for Elevate to safely remain are diminishing. In fact, Pioneers are taking it to Elevate's home front, even trying to target as Livy.
Juan Carlos lost that map control. Brick by brick, they have to try and build into the game again, Elevate, but things look dire One more gem separates Pioneers from the final countdown of this series. And Fade is going to quite easily have it. He can walk away with a hypercharge ready to give him that speed and durability. And there's not much Juan Carlos and Livy can really do about it. Tyrant's happy now to get busy with a hypercharge himself. Hold them up. Get in the face of his Livy and Zar as Zar desperately tries to run them down with this Jackie. But he pulls up short, and Pioneers, after quite the struggle, will advance to the semifinals.
Another set 5 in the books here in North America. And this weekend that seems cursed to have every match go the distance. The Pioneers have earned their spot in such a tricky draft as well, where they're forced to deal with some of these picks that you are forced to pick. The B, the Poco, I think that this was well executed. That Buster, that was their first selection, wound up being one of the more valuable selections on the map.
In the end, the team with the most votes wins it. It was a close one though. We had to go all the way to the very last set once again. And I'm loving how close these matches are today. Honestly, every single game feels like it could swing either way. North America is really delivering so far. And the level of competition is off the charts. Zolan takes the MVP here and not picked up a lot of gems despite playing B here. Huge surprise to me that actually Tyrant seems to be the gem carrier alongside Fate here. Ready.
Yeah, Tyrant was doing his job. Like, Stu, a lot of times, is a valuable gem carrier, but I think Tyrant's bigger responsibility was breaking open these walls. I mean, did you notice that as soon as he broke open the walls, Elevate started to crumble? I mean, Juan Carlos was pretty much inseparable from that top right corner of that central gem fort on the map until Tyrant got a single gadget and a single super, and they're basically free as Stu. And this wound up being such a valuable pick. Really hats off to Pioneers for drafting their way out of a difficult situation.
Still kind of an awkward position that Buster was in, carrying 19 gems overall. You don't want the gems on the tank usually. We have the semi-finals ready after this match. Pioneers is gonna follow as our last team, and they have to face up against BC Gaming. What's gonna be our first match though, Uber?
I mean, we're Tribe Gaming, Space Station Gaming, which is going to be a ton of fun. I think out of this first round, the heavy hitters of NA have all managed to advance, which means that we should be in for a treat. We should be in for some really solid games. I'm a little concerned about BC Gaming today just because, as good as Patchy's been, they were a little bit shakier against STMN. They were straight up dominant in those last 2 monthly finals. So there might be a chance here for, Pioneers to get that grand finals berth if they can't, put it together over on the side of BC Gaming. But that top matchup is good. Bobby and Co have said, we kind of have to do crazy stuff today. We really need to win out. It's really important to us. Again, it's been a long time since he's been able to win a monthly final. That team wants to prove they still deserve to be in the conversation of the best in the West.
Tribe and SSG have never faced off against each other in the monthly finals. Today we get that treat. First off though, ready, the people have voted once again. Who do you think is going to be the MVP?
Okay, this is a tough one because we saw moments of greatness from everyone, but I only have like half a second to say it, so Tyrant is what I'm going to say. I liked seeing Tyrant on that Pearl, particularly in Knockout. I think he saved the day. Zulon! El Rey, as he is sometimes called. And that final set also, I think, provided an instrumental role. He topped the scoreboard in terms of DPS as well. As Gene, this was quite a difficult matchup for him. In fact, I think he was willing to take some of the more difficult brawlers during this match. I'm remembering back to Open Zone, where he had to play that boat. That's when we started to cast doubt upon whether Pioneers were going to be able to pull this one out versus Elevate. This is a different Elevate that we're seeing this month, but brought together in the end. I mean, he's a lifeblood of this team. He is the team captain, and he sure captained them to victory today.
In the end, it is a team effort, and every member of Pioneers did pull his weight. Otherwise, they would not be the ones to beat Elevate today. It was a close one yet again. Are we going to see some more best of fives going all the way? Some more 3-2s after the break? Get ready for the semifinals and make sure to tune in again.
Chester. There we go. I don't know. Janet? Oh, okay, makes sense. May 22. 822. Not Penny. Not Pam. Alright. Janet? There we go. Okay. Burn damage. Epic assassin burn damage? Wait. Burn? I don't know. Oh, that's bad of me. Okay, that's kind of bad. Angela. Nice.
Yo creo que nuestro punto más fuerte es que podemos jugar cualquier cosa. Tipo, nos pueden poner en un meta de tanque, jugamos tanque. Nos pueden poner en un meta control, jugamos control. Cualquier meta, yo creo que nos podemos adaptar muy bien. Y más en este, que es como una mezcla rara. El meta está un poco raro. Pero siento que nuestra habilidad más fuerte es saber adaptarnos al meta, que es de las cosas más importantes. Y el punto más débil de nuestro equipo, aún no lo sé. No hay ningún equipo que nos haya decir como este es nuestro punto débil. Por ahora, quién sabe para la tercera mensual. Pero por ahora no encuentro ningún punto débil en nuestro equipo. Yo creo que por el trabajo duro. Siento que somos el único o de los pocos equipos que está todos los días jugando. Y siento que cada uno hace como su parte. Obviamente se puede mejorar y más, siempre se puede mejorar, pero siento que estamos número uno porque nadie trabaja más que nosotros. Bueno, en Twitter hay una tabla que dice las scrims que hacemos y creo que somos el único equipo en el mundo que tiene más de 2000 scrims, algo así, no me acuerdo muy bien, pero sí, somos el equipo que más trabaja en el mundo.
North America has delivered so far, and you're tuned in back again with the April monthly finals for that region. We got Kenny back as well. Did you expect another 3-2? Are you hoping for some more, Kenny?
I did expect the 3-2. So far, so good in terms of the score lines. Yesterday in South America, we took some heavy falls in terms of the predictions, but we have bounced back today in North America.
It really looked like we are gonna be prediction kings and queens after all. Well, we have a bunch of teams that are now ready to go to Dallas. If you ever always wanted to meet Sacred Division, SK Gaming, Humble, Tribe Gaming, BC Gaming, Toxic Lotus, and Revenant X-Spark, you have to get your tickets now. They all will be in Dallas, and if you get a ticket for DreamHack, you also get a little Brawl add-on. If you want that, you can get some socks, a sticker pack, and Kenny, you just want that pop socket. I know it.
Pop socket, gotta have it, must have. Coach Uber said to use it on the plane, gotta do it.
Goes hard.
It does, and so does our first semi-final. It's going to be Tribe Gaming versus Space Station Gaming. Those two don't really have too much history, at least amongst the monthly finals. They've never faced off against each other, Uber.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy to think that. Maybe it's Space Station's difficulty sometimes getting out of that first round, but either way, I mean, they are definitely quite a match on their hands because this Tribe Gaming team looks pretty clean. We talked about it coming into this month, like, oh, look, it's been really close. A lot of teams really playing it, quite tough. Tribe Gaming only dropped that one set to Mountain Men. And honestly, I was even surprised to see that. These guys look clean as a whistle. I really do think they're going to be tough to stop this month.
A player that we've just seen on camera, we wanted to point him out a little more, talk about details about Luffy. 8 times match MVP in the previous monthly finals, Kenny.
That's a lot of times, a lot of former teams in just a long go at it here in Brawl Esports. And the last couple of years especially, him and this roster have been nothing short of special. And I think they have a real opportunity to do something special here today. If they win this, they would be in a 3rd grand finals in the year. Having a 3-peat is unheard of across the world, but especially in North America. It's something that has not happened a ton in history.
Luffy in the spotlight. Now we're shifting that to Space Station Gaming. Their opponents that had a pretty tough run in today's quarterfinal, Uber.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they're pretty warmed up, though. Space Station went up against Code OG, and it was about as close as a Brawl Stars game can really be up until we got to Dueling Beetles, and they managed to figure it out. They played a double tank healer style, technically, with the Barley. Sands looked fantastic over the course of that series, though, and the Space Station Gaming team are looking to have their best month yet.
We had the chance to have a little chat with Bobby. Let's hear what he has to say about Tribe. They are going to Brawl Cup. They're the top 1 spot in the leaderboard.
Tribe Gaming, they've been the best team in NA so far. I think every single team in North America besides us has had the chance to beat them. And I'm not saying we're going to beat them, but if we can beat OG, I'm happy that we have the opportunity to try and be the ones to take them down. I think if anyone has a shot, it's us.
If anyone can beat Tribe Gaming, it's us. Those are huge words, Kenny. You feel like it's going to be possible for them?
It's definitely in the cards. I mean, they're definitely looking better than I think they have in past month. The competition in North America has certainly heated up, but I do think Tribe are favorites. For me, coming into today, no signs of stopping. Qualifiers look good. Scrims look fine. I just feel like I'm not going to really bet against Tribe unless I'm convicted to do so otherwise, or somebody proves me wrong. Love the mentality, though. I mean, that's the kind of stuff you have to have at competition.
You didn't want to predict against Tribe, neither did we. We all said Tribe would take this one. I wouldn't be too surprised if the predictions from the website says the same. The viewers were able to vote, and this has to be the most one-sided vote we've seen yet, Uber.
Yeah, definitely too one-sided, I think, based on the actually win probability of these two teams. There's something I want you guys to look at it for as we get into Hot Zone is this raw aggression from Tribe. If you are not ready for this pace that they want to play with, Sonny, you're going to get bowled over. Space Station hopefully have the composure to deal with this, but I mean, these guys are going to walk up on SSG. They're going to make them throw down, and Space Station have to force Tribe to respect them.
They have to pull a lot of weight, pull their socks up here to win it. For the sound of Space Station Gaming, Tribe has actually been the only team today that has been able to close out a game 3-1. Kenny, Louis is going to be the first pick here. Makes a lot of sense of Hot Zone, probably his best mode, pretty certainly so. And I'm just super sad. We had Lola, and she has been popping off every single time she has been coming into the draft on Hot Zone. Now she's double banned.
Lola's been pretty instrumental in the North America meta for this map, and also I think largely due to Meg showing up a good bit too. So we see Bo right off the rip here for Tribe Gaming. Even last month, Tribe Gaming were a team that were unafraid to draft this brawler, and so I think now that the rest of the world has kind of confirmed their suspicions, it's showing up more and more. One of the top brawlers on this map, and largely due to the multiple sets of mines that you can drop down. The Hypercharge has a 5 stack, and then a 3 stack for the regular super as well. So there's just so much control you can get out of Bo.
I mean, I really think that this brawler is just, we're going to keep seeing more of him. Sonny touched on it. You know, the hypercharge sometimes is enough to get some brawlers back into the spotlight, and that definitely was the case with Bo, because not a whole lot else about him changed. He doesn't have the most exciting gadgets necessarily, you know, and I think that, you know, what he offers in terms of his map control is just very good, but it's because it combines with being a very potent mid-range poke style brawler as well. So not many brawlers offer you that together. A good example is like Blue offers you good control, but on his shots, he's really only good for disrupting tanks, and in terms of like that raw damage output, it's just not really there. So, you know, Bo does give you a little bit more, you know, bite attached to your bark for that value. And here comes Sphinx now for Space Station Gaming. And we saw this a little bit in SA, Kenny. The use of that super to make it easier to dodge incoming projectiles, especially against the slower moving bow arrows, can be quite helpful.
Yeah, Finks is kind of where my mind went, at least after the ban stage. I don't think it's normally going to be one of their top 3 or 4 options, but in North America, Finks has been tested quite a bit. And like you mentioned, into Bo and Chester specifically, I see that Chester, and I'm a little scared to go tank. They may not want to bring out Hank immediately, or at least think about it a little bit. So instead, they're going to go Draco here. That's going to be their tank of choice, largely due to that gadget. Just buys them more time in that hot zone, can up in the face of enemies. And then Finks, of course, is that natural defense against some of those projectiles.
I like what we've seen so far from the Draco play. Pretty scary to try and deal with them. He gives you so many options. He can be an anti-tank, or just the kind of brawler that is great at taking up space for himself, healing when he turns into the dragon form, having, you know, invulnerability with a gadget. And it is very rare to see Gale come out as a tank counter. But on a map like this, Gale is actually going to be pretty hard to outrange. Normally, he's fairly weak against like sharpshooter-esque brawlers, but Space Station have all got mid-range brawlers on top of this Draco, and this is kind of a rare spot where it looks pretty decent to bring the Gale in, and you might take a jump pad for the mobility and easy access to side lanes as well. Twister on an open map doesn't really get you there.
Gale showed up a lot for Tribe Gaming in scrims. It's one of the brawlers that I had noted specifically for them, and I think in large part due to this launch pad, so we're going to see them take that there. So that's a good shout by you. And after Lou, it's kind of been their next step to taking a tank counter, and I'm sure that's largely dependent on bans. I'm not saying it's an every draft kind of thing, and I'm #1 Gale fan in the planet, but very real about it. I think it does have a chance of working here, though, very specifically into slowing down enemies. Look at this Bobby. Just can't move forward. If Draco doesn't really charge his super, he's either forced to pop a desperate gadget like that, and he's still going to go down. It ultimately doesn't make a difference. They have the range with Bo. They have some coverage with Chester for high DPS, so I think you can afford a Gale here towards the end.
All right, well, very convenient sized super there from the Lou. Should cover over the point. But Tribe Gaming were able to get a pretty significant lead amongst all of that. This is eventually going to clear. Bobby probably has his gadget back in a couple of seconds, if not right now. No, a couple of seconds, I guess. And so won't have a chance to use it. He gets pretty crushed here by this Gale pick, and like you mentioned, the slow as well. As Bobby now tries to approach this point, it's going to be quite a nuisance to get there. And don't mention this, there's even more where that came from, right? The Chester is so devastating, great area control, and Sans has to use a Think Super off the point.
Bobby popping a gadget up in the faces of Zeus and Luffy. Gets the takedown onto RBM. Mine's going down. Hypercharge for Chester. He's frozen, though. He can't get the follow through. Zeus there for coverage. And RBM will be able to slide back in here. Some good kills back and forth, but ultimately, it's just equated to Tribe Gaming possession.
Yeah, and most of the time on the map for Space Station has been trying to wrest control of the point back and not actually sitting there on it. And no point if they had like a full team wipe. No point if they had full control. They're getting incremental additions to their capture progress, but it's not really enough. RBM here, hyper super, it hits different. Sans knocked to the left corner of the map. Chino's forced to cower behind the Indestructibles, and Zeus can now pick up behind this Tribe Gaming formation and basically put them in a position to snatch this first round away pretty easily.
Now they're going to be able to just buy some time. Bobby can't close the distance here quickly enough, and it's Tribe Gaming starting off strong here in game number 1. Gale, according to our resource here, and Sunny on the sidelines, has not shown up a single time this month outside of this, which is kind of wild. But again, Tribe Gaming seemed very comfortable with this brawler. When I was watching practices for them, it was one of the more used brawlers for them. I'm sure it's down the totem pole a little bit, but just given the ban stages and how frequently anti-tanks are drafted, it's kind of the next guy up.
Yeah, and honestly, the jump pad is just a cute little boost that gets you to the point, like, a full second before your opponents. So that's pretty handy as well, giving you what we might call priority in Brawl Stars, especially when you have a comp that wants to, abuse being in the favorable position of this open map. So he's getting some good damage here. Bobby does have to use a gadget just to touch the point, and again, Space Station never feel good in that position. Bobby wants to use a gadget when he is supering, and he is amidst the entirety of the Tribe Gaming backline. And now RBM can slow him up such that these bow arrows hit very, very hard. Luffy will make it impossible to pursue him as well, throwing down that AoE super.
All of Space Station Gaming just in this top right-hand side corner. They've got mines down now, and the Think Super should help them out, but they have to dodge all of this. Bobby circling in, Luffy trying to deal with him, but not enough DPS, especially into an invincible gadget to trade their Sans TP. A little back in time to get that frag. Luffy, though, threatening with the hypercharge. He's trying to close it, and he does. Chino's going to be forced away. A mini Lou Super, and he meets him with his own.
Chino, actually dies to the poison. That hypercharge is so powerful for Luffy. Even if you don't get hit by the bomb in the middle, you're going to invariably fall to the poison ticking damage after it. 86% and counting. This is brutal stuff. Space Station have never really been in this game, and it feels like the Gale pick was just what the doctor ordered against the tank brawler that doesn't have any additional mobility.
Just a clean set out of Tribe Gaming. Bo, Chester, and who would have thought? Gale 1-for-1. And as Gale's biggest fan, I have to throw this out there. Gale has a 100% win rate. Lumi has a 0. Facts are facts, folks.
That is just beautiful, honestly. Gale, therefore, the better brawler than Lumi, even though never really banned out, never really picked up. He has to be the better brawler. It's just true. And yeah, Tribe win with it. They have been winning ever since they lost that one single set against Mountain Men. And now they just take that momentum also into the next set. Uber, 7 kills on both Luffy and RBM. Now that's a statement.
Yeah, and I mean, what a devastating betrayal to the entire tank class for RBM to switch to one of their natural predators, but it works perfectly. Space Station were kept at arm's length the entire time in this game. That was a dirty hyper super there from RBM. Sans obviously tucked into the corner of the map. But the little combo, honestly, of, slowing down Bobby so that everybody could just take turns slapping a kick me sign on the back on the back of him and going to town. It's very, very difficult for the Draco to get any space, any room to breathe there. God forbid he has a chance to touch the point. That's not going to happen.
We are heading over to Pinhole Punt now. It's going to be an interesting one. Brawl Ball sets, those are usually the ones that really can go either way. It comes down more to just surprises, to quick plays. We have seen a lot of Melody on the side of Tribe for that case. Let's see if she's going to be brought back in, Kenny.
Melody's a good shout. I mean, in North America in particular, it seems like this is a brawler teams are prioritizing, and Tribe have been very good about it in the past. One thing Tribe have been really good of just in general, some of those surprise gadgets, they're not afraid to go with the alternative to the shield, which is something we saw last month on this map as well. Hank, Carl, Buster, Chester, all some of those top brawlers on my mind.
Absolutely. I think that Carl and Melody are pretty similar, almost analogous to each other, in that, teams are trying to use them in the same way. Dive on in, keep the back line, have extra durability, either from Protective Pirouette, of course, from that gadget that Melody makes use of extensively. But we know that, in general, Tribe just prefer that Melody specifically. All the regular suspects, Sunny, taken off the table already with the B, the Hank, the Lumi being looked at. Also, Buster and Lou taken off.
I wouldn't say all the regular suspects. We still have Chester, for example, left open here. We still have some tankiness open with the Ash, for example, with the Primo that we've seen before. And of course, Gale, the best brawler in the entire meta right now, is open as well. And Carl, we completely overlooked that. Of course, always an option. If you don't really know what to go with, there are a couple of those brawlers that you can't ever go wrong with. Carl is one of them, Kenny.
And up next, I'm thinking Chester could be a part of this decision here for Space Station Gaming on the 2-3 turn. Buster would have been in that mix. B, of course, banned. Lou, not necessarily as much. So yeah, I think naturally just one of the better brawlers in the game, has a hypercharge. One of the most picked brawlers this weekend, even leading up to this. North America has certainly continued that trend.
Primo, we've seen Space Station go for it on Brawl Ball maps before. Pretty decent if you're expecting to have to answer a problematic tank, but Hank has been banned. So that one might be able to get kicked down the road a little bit more now, as Meeple will form the sort of 2-3 rotation here. Again, fairly powerful, but this doesn't exactly form the backbone of a hyper durable composition. Space Station going to leave their pivotal pick for their last one, so all eyes will be on that red side pick 3. Tribe, though, now have to finalize their composition immediately. They're thinking about a thrower, and they're hoping for one that can't be easily countered. Pinhole Punt does have a lot of shrubbery, so the Juju is a reasonable option. You want to try and secure the long range option, and we've seen Meg's hypercharge cause a lot of problems, especially in maps with these closer packed areas where it's an easy super swing.
Meg isn't showing up everywhere in Brawl Ball, but for whatever reason, Pinhole Punt seems to be the fit for her in North America. That hypercharge, a big reason why she's getting noticed nowadays, but also I think just the way this map interacts with the decent amount of range you can get does help Meg out. She's very beefy, just hard to bring down. We've seen Lola be the answer to this a lot today, and a lot of the times we've seen Meg with Ollie. I'm curious if that's what they do here. The only risk they run with that is the Carl can do pretty well at stopping Lola, especially that tailspin can pierce through both brawlers. His natural shot can as well, so I don't necessarily think that's what Space Station Gaming are going to go with here. I think they may look for a goal scorer.
Okay. I don't necessarily know if you need to worry about trying to counter this Ollie specifically. Maybe give yourself a strong core, and there it is. Jackie picked up, outranged, generally by the Ollie, but a great option when you want to take matters into your own hands and finish the job. There isn't a great combo here with mentions of Meeple. So you might end up seeing Rage Quit picked up just in case this is the more mobile version of Ollie that wants to gadget forwards and try and get those big supers off, because the lower Meeple is, the more effective the knockback on that gadget is.
Jackie's going to be the goal scorer that they're looking for. So it'll be Carl, Meg, Ollie versus the Chester, Jackie, and Meeple. A little bit of everything here in this draft. And it's going to be a start here of a Meeple gadget. Cutoff point. Zeus with the dish to the left-hand end is Luffy. He's going to pocket this on the top left-hand side. Gino in the meanwhile, bottom right. Trying to corner RBM, but going to backtrack to try and catch up with the teammates.
Wow. Space Station really shut in already. House arrest being declared. Gino, though, of course, is going to start making his way out. Bobby really just uses mentions of Meeple there for a little bit of space himself. And now, yeah, pretty obnoxious. Use that super behind the indestructible boxes, and that's something that, frankly, Tribe just have to respect. So that's tempo generation here for Space Station, and Chino slowly but surely, not very inconspicuously, is trying to sneak down that right wing. And Luffy automatically sends the ball in Sans' direction. He'll be called to account for his crimes, and he's hit with a hypnosis. Great mansions there from Bobby. That is going to make it impossible for RBM to score right now, but he goes with a super. Chino does get stunned, and Zeus is too early on the super swing. Sans was invulnerable with spawn protection.
Oh, that defense was insane! A perfect roll of the dice for Sans as well to get that off. A gadget from Bobby at the goal line. Oh my gosh, that was unbelievable. It should have been a Tribe Gaming goal, but instead SSG are the ones now moving it up the map.
Yeah, not ideal for Tribe. Just a bit of a misstep. However, they seem to have a composition, Kenny, that's just a bit stronger. At least it allows them to bully a bit more. RBM and Zeus, by the way, 300 health between them. Yeah, thank God. I mean, surely Sans has to finish them off here. But Luffy sees an opportunity now for a hypercharged super. Chino, though, thought the same thing, apparently. And Zeus is demeched. Chino, though, going to burn down. Luffy was able to get, apparently, some heat ejector ticks on towards him. And now Bobby will be in the 1v2 to buy a bit of time.
That ball going to be resting right next to him. Has a super available, so RBM is going to get shot up for free. Gino going to try and go through these walls. He's sprinting straight at Zeus, though. Jackie is going to be the way to get that Meg demect. Now 3 brawlers standing for SSG. Kick over to the right-hand end, but Chester is too low HP to grab it. Luffy holds on for dear life, clings on to that ball, and is now going to move it up for Tribe.
Good damage on Chino here for Zeus, but so as respect what the Jackie can output. RBM caught in prison, not happy. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. Do have a chance to break on out. We're going to see the map open up a little bit here momentarily. RBM would kind of like to get ahead of this by punishing either Sans or Bobby for walking up too far. Very patient, very careful play from both sides. Now the map will open up.
Chino, the one in control. Hypercharge goes down from Chester. Kick to the top left-hand side. Brings down Luffy with him. Now Bobby racing down the sideline. Zeus, RBM, beating them as Sans has the super. Flashed it. Elects not to fire. It's a good call. It would have been stopped by both of those brawlers.
Zeus got very low on the end there. Went for a normal super swing. It worked out. Chino, having cycled a super, can now interrupt yet another tailspin from Luffy if it comes to that. RBM goes in, wants to try and stun Chino up, but he does hit the hypnotize for the damage follow-up. No one's looking at Chino right now. Luffy and Zeus have got their minds and eyes elsewhere, and for good reason. Luffy's able to run Sans down, and that'll be Tribe get themselves the first round.
Whew. Another intense one. Just a good go from both of these sides, but it's just Tribe in the very end who can squeeze one by. Few opportunities there, and honestly, could have ended even earlier for SSG had Tribe Gaming managed to push through that goal. Just the heroic effort there on defense. Put a lot of work just to get them to that point, so SSG extended to overtime. Unfortunately for them, not much more than that.
Tough for Space Station. Feel like they're not in a position to be the aggressors, but they don't feel favored in overtime either. It's kind of a tough spot to be in. Right, gadget used there by RBM catches Sans out despite the super being thrown down. Luffy will eventually get caught by Bobby, also using super. So big investment there from Space Station in order to adequately defend, but it's worthwhile if it gets the ball back to center map and if it gets SSG back on even footing.
Zeus now throwing this up. Oh, RBM, no way, slides forward and dishes it in the net. That was a checkmate. If they tried to get close to him, if they tried to stand in the way of that goal, it wouldn't have mattered. He had the hypnosis ready to go.
Brutal stuff. Not a darn thing that SSG could have done about it. Now Luffy ready to throw down. Sees Sans slip the ball past him, but Chino's fallen, and Zeus wants to get this one over and done with. I respect the man with dinner reservations, honestly. RBM tries to walk in, caught up briefly, but not long enough. Tribe go 2-0.
I expected this to be a 3-1 kind of scoreline for Tribe Gaming. Right now, it doesn't necessarily feel like that. We'll see what happens here. I mean, plenty of Brawl left to be played, and this weekend has been very prone to set 5s and even some crazy reverse sweeps. But Tribe Gaming have just been a step ahead of the region. It just is what it is. I feel like the drafts have gone well for them. The mechanics have gone well for them. As good as SSG played on defense in that first game, it still wasn't enough to grab a set.
Don't jinx it, Kenny. We don't want
jinx,
to see another 3-2. We actually do want to see some more.
Bro,
I know.
you need to be arrested. You are trying to jinx every 3-2. So I have
can't believe this.
Arrest her. Constable.
I listen to Queen, not Bro, usually, but that's alright. Round 1 really goes to show that SSG are pros at taking the pace out of even a Tribe Gaming, though. We did go into overtime in that round number 1. Round 2 was a bit more one-sided, let's say it that way. Kenny, you did point out how the synergy between Bobby and Sans is really one that is unmatched in Brawl Stars otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, some great work overall, and the numbers and at least the stat line there aren't too shabby, but just not enough goals, obviously, being knocked down for Space Station Gaming here. Look at this play right here from RBM. That was perfect. If Bobby had walked forward, he was going to get hypnotized, so RBM would have just kept walking it in or got some free tags anyways. And if not, it's just a stop. It's a wild play. That's a great heads-up decision, and Ollie's been a really good brawler this week, and I love that they're still finding ways to utilize him like that. That was an awesome work and job done by Tribe.
What I was trying to say with the synergy, that Bobby and Sans have just been playing together for the longest time, and maybe he was right. Maybe if somebody can beat Tribe, it's gonna be them. But so far, it's a 2-0 for Tribe Gaming. And if not even SSG can beat them, it just means nobody can. Tribe Gaming is just the one that we're meant to be at the top of this region, Uber.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree. I think if anyone can beat the Pioneers, can potentially beat them. I also think BC Gaming at their best can beat them. I don't agree with young Bob Worth, but I do understand why he would say that. I mean, you know, it's PlayStation 2.
You gotta believe in yourself, right?
Exactly. They do want to believe that they can beat the best. So I respect it. I don't have a problem with it. I just, you know, on an academic basis, I tend to have my reservations about his theory, fam. Hard Rock Mine coming up here. Oh, Hank's not bad. How interesting. That's a decent option.
That is a good point here, Hank. Definitely a brawler that you want to have amongst your roster in Hard Rock Mine. Whenever I see this map, I just still feel like Rico is the pick, but that's just age-old science that I'm applying here. Gray is going to be the pick here for SSG, and yes, later on, maybe we do see a Tribe or an SSG play up against BC Gaming and Pioneers, or Pioneers. That's our next semi-final here, Kenny.
Great to start, though. Hard Rock Mine, gotta look out for those tanks. Something we've commonly seen throughout our last couple of weekends. It's a Gray with either a double tank or a single tank. Some of those tanks have included Buster, Jackie. We even saw Rosa last weekend, and Ollie could be in the mix. But this is a start that they're looking for because it's a flex pick as well. If the other side goes strong anti-tank, they can still just go a different direction. Gray is a solid brawler in his own right, so I don't mind this from SSG. There's the Hank that we were talking about before.
Yeah, in it comes. You definitely want to try and secure it pretty early. Space Station are kind of aware that the Hank is looming, but probably feel like they do have an answer. I mean, any brawler that can disrupt, any brawler that offers like even the smallest window of crowd control, knockups, stuns, knockbacks, anything of that nature can be a big problem. It really ruins the DPS of Hank, but if you don't have those, and most of those abilities are normally attached to like supers or gadgets, sometimes you just don't get them frequently enough. Okay, 8-bit is obviously a classic here. Cheat cartridge means that you can play aggressively, pick up gems, and get out safely. It's a good option. Also, plugged in means you have that extra little bit of speed to overcome one of your bigger weaknesses. And clearly, Tribe don't feel like there's a natural predator for the 8-bit still working.
Yeah, the 8-bit isn't necessarily what I thought was going to happen. It is a brawler that shows up on Hard Rock Mine, but I just haven't necessarily seen it as a way to directly answer all of these tanks. Could make sense. I mean, he's a beefy brawler too, but there's that Jackie I was talking about before. Gray plus Jackie. Now I'm curious to see if they double down and go for another aggressive tanky brawler, because with all the amount of health points, the biggest perk of this composition is you get these teleports set up, then you send in your big brawlers, and you're constantly rotating in the map. Your KD might not be fantastic, but as long as you walk away with 10 gems with 15 seconds on the clock, it doesn't super matter.
Absolutely. What is the... Okay, Janet. Oh, right.
Ooh.
Okay, so obviously this makes sense. You're looking for a mid that can't be run down, because what can tend to happen, even if Space Station get a lead, they don't want to give map control to the Hank comp. It's a big problem. As they start to do that, Hank just like, you know, encroaches more and more. He doesn't care about walls. He doesn't care about like any other spots that are safe against other brawlers. So Sans might feel like, all right, if we get map control and we start to give space, we might need a way to like have our gem carrier become invulnerable for a certain time. I also like the idea of going on like a dive mission to try and take out the other gem carrier. It's just the problem rather is that Zeus is too tanky, you know, as AP to sort of die to, you know, a Sans hypercharged super. So I'd say it's more for utility, more for that survivability that we see the Janna here. And it's very reasonable. I think like a gadget's also great on this map. And then a Ruffs to round it out.
It's a really interesting draft from Tribe Gaming. We haven't seen Colonel Ruffs a ton this month, or really in months general as of recent, but it's not a bad pick. You get the bounce shot. It's a reason why Rico has been so coveted in past years. It's just having the ability to get this left or right hand lane and play the walls has been super helpful for the team. Now he has a hypercharge that can feed a hypercharge to either RBM or Luffy. So I see the logic in it. I'm just kind of curious to see how it pans out. We really haven't seen something like this.
All right, RBM bubbling up. Chino, excuse me, struggling. Obviously, like, Hank is amazing against Counter Crush. Really, really good. Obviously, does those damage in bursts and not in smaller increments. He has to try and outrange if he can, though. Chino comes in with a super. Yeah, RBM's like, okay, you know what? I know I'm going to get hit a bit. I need to try and fight you. Chino thinks that he has the advantage here, but against the fish torpedoes, it's hard. That extra sustain for Hank is really scary.
Little TP away for safety for Luffy. Bobby, low HP. Gonna take off to this left-hand side. Will survive for now. Has a walking cane ready to go. A little preemptive, though. RBN was long gone by that point. Chino, Sans still holding on to supers on both sides. So like you mentioned, Sans might just attack the other end. Not even necessarily as a gym carrier, just to try and get aggressive. Give a little gateway for Chino to try and move forward, but it's not doing great right now. Sans back in the sky, though. Luffy has a teleport available, but it's just that easy cycle you were talking about. And it's going to lead to Tribe still in a lead, but I see what they're going for.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't expect to see that Janet uses like the Mark Phillips instigator meme on the left-hand side, like always looking to just build super with poke damage and then, you know, put extra threat down. It's cool. I think it really works really well if Chino's alive and in the game and putting pressure on Luffy. It's not easy, though, to satisfy those conditions because Luffy has sick mobility with cheat cartridge, right? He just pulls back out. And now that map's being given up by Tribe, can Space Station capitalize, Kenny?
It's going to be tough. Sans has to move in. Jackie goes down, though. Bobby, the only one left standing, has a hypercharge teleport, but into 3 beefy brawlers. Just not going to cut it. And with a GG game there, Luffy and his teammates are now going to be 1 game away. This is going by pretty fast. Unusual for this weekend, Duber.
Yeah, kind of owned, honestly. that was really tough for Space Station. And this would be, yeah, maybe the only 3-0 that I would expect to see today, unless Pioneers, you know, end up just being a bit more dominant than we otherwise would have expected. But this is Tribe Gaming for you. What I like about these guys is they don't get complacent. They know they're going to Brawl Cup. They know that they're pretty sorted for that. And they are still here to continue to show their brand of dominance. They never want to take their foot off the gas, and that's good. It's going to make the rest of the teams in this region into stronger ones as well. Sans has his bubble burst in mid. Chino's looking for Zeus here. It's not a matchup you want to be in as the Ruffs, and that illustrates it pretty well.
Luffy still holding on to 3 gems. Classic 8-bit. Still having it in 2025. Alongside him, a Hank and a Colonel Ruffs. Just a really interesting synergy, really interesting combo that Tribe Gaming are making work well. Known for their drafts nowadays, but the mechanics have really improved with this team over the last couple of years. Zeus's growth has been awesome. Luffy coming into the scene and RBM joining these fellows last year has just made it that much more special. Chino with a nice pull there. Jim swing the other way. Luffy trying to gut him down, but it won't quite be enough.
Yeah, Bobby's got to be the gem carrier now. Looks like they were sort of allocating those gems to Sans for quite a while, but there's not much you can do about RBM when he gets up in your grill like that. Chino's going to be in trouble here. We saw a walking cane just used it by Bobby. No longer has that available to interrupt the Hank bubble. That is actually a big deal. Luffy now, just playing the safe game here, kind of knows that eventually with some map control, Tribe could really threaten the gem carrier. But here comes Sans for a bombing run. Notice Chino coming in for the left. There's going to be a real pinch into the back line. Initially looking at Zeus, Sans going to touch down. Luffy, of course, it's an easy cycle of the super when Sans is at point blank range. These gems are going to drop. Yep, nothing Luffy can do about it. But Zeus is a reasonable replacement for a gem carrier.
It's nice to have a backup plan, and Luffy now back in the mid. Bobby does have 9, though. This is a close call. Walking Cane available, and this hypercharge coming in from Gray could be a difference maker. Zeus trying to get a couple tags in there. Not enough. Luffy from the distance, looking for one. Bobby at about half HP here, does have to back off. They've got a 9th. They've got 10 seconds. Should be enough. Luffy has to scoop these up, and they have to grab the one in the mid. RBM there is a little bit of coverage. Chino rushing in. Will tie things up, though, so it's going to be all even out here. And another red team countdown.
RBM just dropped the gem, though, so that'll make it 11 to 10. Should be enough time here for Luffy to get the next one. Chino knows it, so when he has to go, and 8-bit is just far too slow to get on out. And there, finally, the real use of the dimensional door comes in from Bobby. He escapes with the bag of gems, but we are still tied up. RBM has 11 to his name. Chino's trying to get in there, but from behind him, Luffy is pouring damage in. Another countdown cancel. Space Station, of course, even things up now as Zeus charges back into the middle of the map.
Oh, and he's going to get a takedown there, too. All the gems spill. Zeus picks them back up, and it swung to a blue team countdown. One more to make it even. And a Janet Gadget just for a little extra pressure. Look at all this. A Walking King goes down right into Chino's hands. RBM, though, explodes. All of those projectiles connect, and it'll be 14-13. Sans taking off, trying to get to the other side to get some tags. Oh, and it's not enough here. Zeus juking, gets the tag, 600 HP to preserve his life. And for the 3rd straight month in a row, Tribe Gaming will be a representative in the grand finals.
Absolutely clad. Luffy doesn't even know what he is looking at there. It ended up being a really close game, but it was an awkward situation where the Jackie ended up with a large number of the gems. Bobby obviously really tried to make that one work. But I'm sorry, from start to finish, I felt like the drafts out of Tribe were dominant. Their gameplay was sublime. They really didn't break a sweat in this kind of matchup, and they'll be ready to take on any challenger in our grand final.
Really, an unstoppable force. Tribe Gaming did it again. They're running through this region and are in the grand finals again. Last month, it was a 3-0 versus Code OG in last month's semi-finals. Now his former teammate Bobby has received the same fate. And how do we call it? They made the 3-peat happen, Kenny.
Yeah, the 3-peat, baby.
Yeah, it's a 3-peat. Yeah, it's a hard thing to do, and it's been a few years since this has been achieved in North America. So the fact that this new age Tribe Gaming roster could do what old age Tribe Gaming did back in 2022, I want to say, would be pretty wild.
That's obscure.
They knew which team to pick up, honestly. Tribe Gaming seems to know what's up. And yeah, Tribe Gaming does it again. Now let's see who they could potentially face in the finals, Uber.
Okay, so my hopes are for a Pioneers Tribe Gaming matchup, just because I think that right now Pioneers are, firing on all cylinders. They're at full strength. They took down, their rivals, I'd like to say, in Elevate. BC Gaming can definitely give them some trouble, but I do think they suffer without Vegeta on their team. As good as Patchy is, and he is good, one of the best that NA has seen, he's moved on. And I think Vegeta is just a crazy, young, cracked player. Coming up here, Pioneers, I would like to see them advance, take on Tribe Gaming, and give us a close final. I've always felt Pioneers, even though, they've been sort of on the outside looking in, deserve to be like a top 3 team in this region.
It's going to be tough either way. I'm kind of in the same line of thought of you. I think KCP are a good enough team to where BC Gaming with the substitute can finally break the streak of Tribe Gaming versus BC Gaming, but BC Gaming held by on a thread last time. They somehow found a way even with a substitute. So maybe they can still make it happen once again. It'd be really interesting to see if our Brawl Cup representatives could go for 3 straight monthly finals facing each other.
It would be the 3rd time in a row where Tribe and BC Gaming are standing in the finals if they now beat Pioneers, and the 3rd time's the charm. Usually we say that, no? So let's see if they actually make it happen. It's so interesting how yesterday we were talking all about how in South America, every single month we have 2 different teams in the finals. It's the complete opposite here in NA. MVP was Uber. Quick.
RBM. Yeah, buddy.
12 kills on Hank. I mean,
for me, it's the Gale pick that just completely ruined Space Station Gaming. Like, Bobby got absolutely clowned on, man. It was so hard for him to play the Draco on that hot zone map. We're going to throw back some painful memories for you, for the Space Station Gaming guys here. Obviously, Gale is a niche pick, really situational. The Tribe Gaming do such a good job of sniffing out an opportunity where there just aren't any good long-range brawlers to punish that Gale pick. That's where he really suffers. And on an open map, you would never really take him unless that condition was satisfied. But there were no true long-range sharpshooters that could sort of punish Gale, and even on an open map, he found success. Really heads up look from, that Tribe squad. I think that's one of the reasons why they're one of the best in the region.
The very first 3 of the day. With that, so far, we're on the same level as yesterday. 32 matches out of 35 could still be possible. Just want to throw it out there again because Kenny is jinxing everything today. But yeah, our next one should be a very close one. It's Pioneers versus BC Gaming. We're heading into a quick break.
Arrest her.
Just so Uber can't say anything.
Take her away in shackles. The gal.
I think our strength as a team is when we have Fade on a tank and we're playing an aggressive comp. I think if we can get those drafts more, we can do pretty well. And I think our weakness probably is when we just don't have to draft and we get outdrafted. That would probably be it. We need to work on the drafts. I would say me, but recently Fade, we would go crazy like auto. We get to kill, and it's just very loud. But yeah, probably me or Fade.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
Humble, 50%, Crazy Raccoon, and fallen short.
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
It's time for semi-final number 2. North America so far delivered. We get ready back. We're super happy about that because the other guy was kind of trying to put me to jail for jinxing. Is that a thing now? Ready?
I guess so. I mean, geez, it's a good thing that you cut him off and throws to a break real quickly so you could get him out of here. But he's going to be coming back to here for the next match, so I'm sure he'll have some choice words.
We agree it's all Kenny's fault, right?
Yes.
Yeah, now I see why Uber's gone. Now I see what you did to him. Now I get it now. I get it now. I'm not going down for this. How about framing somebody in Twitch chat? That I think is definitely a crime.
I'm on board.
That is definitely a crime.
For the viewers right now, do you still need some socks maybe? A pop socket? You can get that and a ticket to DreamHack. And you also, on top of that, get to go to Dallas, a beautiful city, right, Rennie?
Yep, I spent a couple of years there, and I gotta say, it is quite nice, and that's a wonderful convention. I've had the pleasure of going for the past 3 years. There's all kinds of stuff to do as well between Brawl Stars, so I would highly recommend you get a ticket, even if there weren't Brawl Stars.
So you see the link on your screen, get your tickets now we strap in for semi-final number 2, Kenny. It's BC Gaming versus Pioneers.
Should be an interesting one. 3 straight months. Could be BC Gaming taking on Tribe Gaming. This time it's a little bit different though. Patchy is filling in for this roster. That's right, one of our 2 players who's got a birthday is in our semifinals. He retired, he's come back. He's 100% so far in the BSC, and if he made it to a grand final, that would be quite the run in retirement.
That would be insane, really, for him to be able to make it to that point. But I think really just from the player cam reactions that we saw earlier, he was quite impressed at his own performance, and maybe even more broadly just at the fact that they were winning as a squad, as BC Gaming. This is a bit more of a taller order, though. They really just needed to win that quarterfinal with a substitute. Now I think we're venturing into like untested territory, right? Like international waters out here. Pioneers, they planned for this scenario. BC Gaming didn't need to make it here.
It's a spicy one to say the least. Personally, I'm going to believe in KCP with the substitute here. I think it's just going to be hard for BC to win.
What a nice birthday present it would be for Patchy. Before we dive into the action though, we wanted to hear what the teams had to say about their opponents. And let me tell you, there's no shortage of respect once again.
BC Gaming, a new team, rookie team, very strong. They definitely know what they're doing. They're drafting and playing very well, so definitely a strong team. They deserve it.
I don't know how to play against Pioneers on monthly final because this could be my first time if they beat Elevate and I beat STMN, so I'm really excited to that match. It could be the first time to facing Pioneers.
So many kind words they have to say to each other already. Isn't that beautiful, the love between the teams here?
It's wonderful. I think if you're here on BC Gaming, that has to mean a lot coming from Zulon, one of the undisputed greats in the region that first represented North America back in, 2020 at the World Finals. I mean, he's been sort of one of the kings of North America for kind of a while, so his opinion means a lot.
If I remember correctly, he's also the player with the most monthly final appearances or the most wins, Kenny, is that correct?
I honestly am not 100% sure, but it wouldn't surprise me. Just him or Tyrant have got to be in that mix, you got to think.
I'm referring to a certain graphic I saw on Twitter. Maybe you saw it already, I'm not sure. But yeah, we have the map pool and now we have the teams that are already ready. We're just waiting for them to start a draft, really, and we can kick things off here. We're pretty one-sided with our picks here. Surprisingly, we're voting for the team that is not the one that have been standing in every single monthly final up to this point ready.
If it were a risk to vote for BC Gaming in that first quarterfinal, it would be that, but like times an order of magnitude over here, because we're talking about Pioneers who came into this preparing for a scenario in which they could qualify for the Brawl Cup versus BC Gaming where they're missing a member and they just have to make it through that quarterfinal to guarantee some things for themselves. But what I can tell you about these individual players is that their intuition is top-notch, okay? Like, preparation does go a long way, but there's the potential of overcooking, over-preparing. I think BC Gaming used a lot of the same brawlers like over and over throughout their last match, and they're going to have those same tools at their disposal once again. They don't really need surprises. I think they can execute in the moment.
We're in semifinal number 2, draft number 1. None of those two teams has played Golden Gulch so far today, but Kodo versus Space Station Gaming has, and we saw Kenji on this map, Daryl, Mandy, Ollie, and Buster. From those, Kenji is definitely the one that sticks out for me here. It was the set that went all the way to round number 4, which is not something we usually see on Knockout. Ollie's banned out, Hank, Kit as well. RT is going to be the first pick here. Pretty solid coming down off the side of Pioneers here, Kenny.
Looking out for a possible meeple here. Mandy, a popular one in this spot. Bell for a little control, maybe a bounce shot. And of course, because of the ban stage, Buster is going to be a tank of a note that has escaped. So Hank was one that was banned. Ollie was banned. We see the kit combos out of the way. Lots of opportunity, plenty of directions that BC Gaming could go. And to your point, Reddy, intuition's a great word for it, because I do feel like in the past, I even made a note of it. They haven't been the best by any means in scrims, but at some point, you just got to throw that out the window and just use your own two eyes. Paralysis by analysis is a very real thing.
Yeah, you just got to be in the moment pretty much and use the stuff that's the best in the game. You don't really need to venture beyond that unless you think it's going to give you some like huge leverage and you're quite certain of it. I think the meta is pretty clear right now. Angelo, also just one of the best brawlers on this map. Don't need to get outside of it. Hello, Evex. Okay. He like stared straight into my soul there for a moment. That was a stare of someone who's about to select Buster.
Ah, how could I have not seen that coming based on his facial expression? That's a great. That's
you can read a lot from someone's eyes.
There, Reddy. You're just an expert. You're just an expert with people, Reddy. I don't know what to say.
I don't know. Maybe I watch a bit too much of the player cams and cross-reference it with the draft. So let's talk about this Buster, by the way, and how this is going to work. I think this is quite intelligent because, first of all, this is just a good brawler overall, but also it's one of Pioneer's like key brawlers now eliminated. Squeak is what they're going to be going with. That's going to help them lock down this diagonal. They're still operating at a range disadvantage compared to Angelo, so they're going to have something else up their sleeve in order to properly deal with that.
Squeak's not bad. Squeak's been in and out a little bit in terms of the results category. Has shown up a smidge over our last couple weekends. I really like the spot that he's in. I think in Knockout, you have a little more of a debate about which gadget you can choose, but just the potential for damage with Squeak is so high right now due to the 14-second cool up on wind up, because if you make a connection with Squeak, the next shot that Squeak hits, it'll immediately blow up the previous shot. So you just can cycle so many just easy tags, honestly. Sometimes you can just gun people down with the auto aim, hit your gadget, and blow them up for close to 8,000-ish HP. It's pretty wild.
It's pretty insane, and it gets easier when you're in close range. It's going to make him quite viable if things get a little too close. You know, push comes to shove there towards the end of the game. Also, valuable hypercharge. It is part of the discussion. In fact, the only brawler that doesn't have a hypercharge here on the screen is, in fact, RT, and he's pretty much the safest selection that could have been gone for here by Pioneers. It's going to be one that makes it difficult for, say, like Diego Gamer to get right on top of him. But Diego Gamer is going to be playing this at long range anyway. It's just, you're sort of forced to pick RT early on to keep yourself safe. And I anticipate Zulon would be happy to, you know, carry that mantle, because typically he does pick up some of the more difficult, like less advantageous brawlers for the squad.
One of the most tried and tested. You call them a king of North America, and this team in general, Tyrant and Zulon, and now Fade, who joined them last year, have been around for a long time. It's these newer players, this rookie team that Zulon called them, that have been the consistent force in North America. They have a fill-in. Patchy is joining the party here in our North America semifinals, but Pioneers are trying to get their first grand finals of the year, and it would be pretty huge for them on the leaderboards.
Massive damage on Zulon. He's going to meet an early fate, actually, since he was hit by that gadget from Patchy. Now all that Pioneers really get to do is farm up their hypercharges, which is quite valuable for Tyrant. He can get a hook out here and maybe pull someone out of position. BC Gaming, likewise, are dedicated to getting some supers of their own. Evex, especially, since he charges that hypercharge simply by staying next to his teammates, and knowing also that Pioneers are not going to give a real effort at pushing them, means that Evex can pretty much just get this hypercharge for free for the next round. They're going to win this round. It's quite unlikely they would lose a 3v2. This is a great start to the round for BC.
Especially with the Buster Super, now they can just walk forward. Fade is pushed to the fog. Gray is a single-shot brawler, can't multitask, and he will walk away. White flag goes up. BC Gaming win round.
All that's left, really, for BC Gaming to put the cherry on top of their preparation here is to get Diego Gamer a super. Besides that, they have Evex with a hypercharge. He's also lurking on the right side. A bit of effort checking this right side. They didn't see Evex, so they needed to check that area on the right. Evex is going to go for it. Punished by Zulon! He had a winning position and got way too close to Zulon. Now it's just Diego Gamer. He can still conserve and get some value for the next round, but I'm not sure why BC did that.
I'm not either. That seemed a little too much for me. I mean, Buster can do good damage, but even if he lands a pull and then a couple consecutive shots, Zulon could just drop the static. You kind of have to know better, I think. That was definitely a mistake on my end.
Well, Evex is still going to get this super for free, and he held on to that hypercharge, which means quite a lot. But he is now well advised against getting anywhere near Zulon. It's the risk of trying to sneak up on someone in the bush, is when you don't have intel on the other folks in the bush. He does not win against a tank, I suppose, that Zulon pretty much becomes when he splits the top half from the bottom half. They're actually also letting this control go to Pioneers because they don't really have the materials to get it on their own. Ideally, they get Diego Gamer a hypercharge, and they're able to push with Evex towards the end of the round.
Patchy, about half HP. We'll take a moment to recover here. Piercing shot going out of Diego Gamer. Zulon Fade with lots of supers. It's a full house. Every single player has a super available, and especially when this fog starts to move in, you're going to see a lot of buttons clicked at a very rapid pace.
Mistook there for Tyrant. It will recharge in time for when that poison makes everything very close in. He's going to have to stay alive for a few more seconds to make that happen. Fade now out with the hypercharge. Evex in hot pursuit of that right side eliminated. Fade still alive, looking for the kill on Patchy. Zulon splits, gets the kill on Patchy to secure game one for Pioneers in what looked like it should have been one for BC.
BC had such a strong start. I mean, the opening round was nice. The round number 2, I think just a mistake. The second you see a 3v2 in the early game of a round, it really is quite difficult for a team to come back from that. At a professional level, it's just when the mechanics are this high, you can't afford mistakes. Really difficult to just make it happen. And Pioneers in round 3, I think, won a pretty clean one. I mean, that was one where either side could have taken it, so I'm sure BC Gaming are kicking themselves a little bit for dropping that game.
It hurts quite a lot. BC Gaming managed to catch Zulon by surprise in that last one, using the Carl gadget to eliminate him. And he's not going to fall for the same trick twice. This time, BC need to find out how they're going to actually use this Buster Super in order to get in position. This time also, noteworthy, Pioneers have gotten their supers online quite early on. Tyrant, especially. That teleport is going to be very instrumental when the action happens, but BC Gaming are determined to not let that happen too soon. They are just enforcing the stalemate because they know that they're going to exercise their prowess in close range.
Everybody just trying to charge up those supers. Diego Gamer dropping one of his own. Zulon trying to navigate all this. A teleport from Tyrant. He's diving in. Doesn't land enough tags, though. 3v2 situation. Vex misses the gadget. Diego Gamer looking to knock an arrow, and it's just a lone fade. Not going to be able to deal with all the health points of the other end, and will fall to the fog. It's going to be a BC Gaming round here. So similar start to what we saw in that round number 1 of the previous game, but this time round 2, very different. A sneaky start here for KCP. Zulon on this left-hand side. They've seen Tyrant, they've seen Squeak, and now Zulon will finally pop out. So BC Gaming just make a safe rotate to the right-hand side.
Zulon was stealthily coming up that left side. I think he was hoping to find Evex off guard, like Evex allowed to happen on that right lane last time. Usually you see this played east versus west. Now it's west versus east. BC Gaming taking a similar position as they did on the west side of the map in the last round. Patchy trying to catch someone off guard, but taking a decent amount of damage along the way. Note that Tyrant has earned his hypercharge, by the way. It's a huge play waiting to happen towards the end of the round. Even better if he can save it for the next one and just get a good old-fashioned teleport to win this one.
The stat boost is honestly, I think, the biggest part of Buster's hypercharge, and I think a lot of casual fans may not realize that it's just so powerful for these tankier brawlers to get the extra stat boost. Diego Gamer getting a stat boost of his own from his hypercharge, and Vex moving in as well. 2750, and he goes down. Patchy swooping in. It's a trade. 2v2 situation, trying to swipe through. Tyrant lands the final blow, and KCP will once again tie up the game.
3 hypercharges in 0 rounds won as a result. That one's got to hurt for BC. They used all of their late game utility. You see them scouting out some of those bushes as well. After game number 1, can't blame them for very thoroughly scouring these bushes for any pesky busters or RTs that may be lurking there, but the positions are all obvious now. And the same sort of dynamic now ensues. BC Gaming quite disinterested in taking this early game aggression. Just going to let Diego do his thing. Maybe Patchy hits a gadget. But aside from that, they're going to exercise this Buster Super in the late game.
There's a nice gadget coming out of Fade. Forces Diego Gamer to use a gadget of his own, and now it gives a little extra ground for KCP. Patchy, preemptive pop once again, misses. Gives him a little bit of zoning, but not quite enough to be very effective. Another tag coming in from Fade, down to 350 HP. Diego Gamer nearly fell. Meanwhile, up top, it's Tyrant taking on Buster. Vex does have a hypercharge available as the fog closes in. All the action gonna go down. A couple purple buttons being clicked. Vex moving forward. Zulon teleports, downed. Now KCP are falling like flies. BC Gaming come through and tie up the set.
This is the BC Gaming that we expected. Not necessarily dominant like they usually appear to be, but still formidable. They managed to take down a pretty scrappy STMN in that quarterfinal. Now here in the semifinals, they are here. But this is a much different playstyle. They're playing pretty passively, and they're also throwing, well, maybe it's actually Pioneers throwing caution to the wind. They're trying to take the same side as BC, pressing them out of here. It's a rotation from Diego Gamer over to the right side. Looks like BC Gaming, more than anything, just want to play passive towards the end of the game. Pioneers recognize that as their win condition and are applying much more pressure than they did in previous games as a result.
Vex traveling with a teammate to charge up his super, but his buddy Patchy has fallen down. That is an early blunder coming out of BC Gaming. And now Fade, Zulon, and Tyrant have a huge advantage. Down to a 3v1. Diego Gamer just one tap away from going down, and Pioneers execute them in a quick fashion.
In terms of strategy, this is an arms race. It's about locating where you faltered in the previous round and then correcting on it immediately. Pioneers knew that they just had to go aggressive. Now BC Gaming, they had to go aggressive in response. They're missing a key condition here. Now, since Buster is eliminated, Squeak proved to be a pretty large issue as well. On terms of the matchup, this actually looks quite even between BC Gaming and Pioneers, but that's a super that they no longer have. That's the late game condition that Buster had in that shield.
Down to mechanics at this point. Whoever can land the most shots or maybe find an earlier frag is going to be the one that takes this round. For Pioneers, if they win this, they would take a 1-0 lead on our second seed in the region. Zulon with the super in his back pocket. And Diego Gamer, of course, can drop one as well. A nice tap from Zulon. Diego Gamer will rotate to the right-hand side. Now he's tagged up both of these enemy sides. And Patchy, without a super, can't close the gap quickly enough. They've got a gray walking cane. Zulon with the static, so a little extra utility, certainly on KCP's side.
Diego gonna pop this super. Not really getting anything. Wants to hit Zulon or Tyrant, and he gets Zulon. That's excellent. Bit of a whiff there from Patchy, but he zoned Tyrant into the bottom right while Diego took down Zulon on the top side. That's Tyrant eliminated. Whole set is on the line. Just one more round to go. Pioneers and BC Gaming carefully weighing their options. Which lane are we going to play? It's back to the round one tactic. Spam that left lane. We see the super in already. That was pretty preemptive from Fade. That's lost utility. Now in with the windup on the right side, trying to zone in BC Gaming. But BC have really rocked with the pressure a little too well for Pioneers to be able to get accustomed to. Now, BC Gaming are in a strong position, especially now with the supers available and Evex ready to move on the Hyper.
And Fade's definitely going to regret using that super. I mean, that would have been super helpful towards these in-game moments. It's just so much easier to land when you can see all your enemies. They're clustered together, especially in those Buster compositions. One Squeak super can really do some damage. Patchy, Vex on this top right-hand side playing together. Diego Gamer now joining them in the grass. It's just KCP raining down on BC and left to the fancy footwork of BC to make sure they don't take too much damage before this in-game.
KCP are prepared. Zulon has his super. Tyrant has that and more with the Hyper. Just up to this poison to force everyone to move in. Evex with the speed, with the shield now moving in. Tyrant looking for an opportunity, has to pop that Hyper, needs a TP in, he's in the smoke, has to go to the bottom left. Evex still alive, and the last kill coming in for Patchy. BC Gaming now taking set number one, and Patchy, I don't think he can really believe it. He's basically just living in the moment now. But the thought that he gets to sub in for this team and they've made this deep of a run in the monthly finals has definitely got to be a bit of a mind-boggling one.
BC Gaming had the better start twice, round number 1 and 2. It was taken once by BC, once by KCP. And then the third round, finally, Pioneers had a beautiful start, but then they haven't been able to close it out. In your opinion, Kenny, what was the issue?
I think ultimately just some mistakes more of just not getting aggressive enough. And I think it wasn't from a lack of trying. It really felt like KCP were trying to get in closer to the enemy side, maybe pick up some of those earlier kills. You saw Zulon trying to navigate that grass on multiple occasions, but just a couple trip-ups there. I think if they'd managed to maybe make that not an in-game battle with things like the Buster Shield or tail spins from Carl, where it does really well up close, they may have had a better chance. Fade also dropping that super there, and while it is highlighted in purple, did kind of mess up, I would say, on that super in the final game with the last round. So I think there were certainly opportunities. Again, just a lot of buzzer beaters going off today. This time, the coin toss swings BC Gaming's way.
Yeah, I just have to wonder, like, what exactly went wrong for Pioneers? You know, you gave your version of why that happened is maybe not finding that aggression in some of those key moments. And I have to agree. I think BC Gaming, when they did end up feeling too much pressure, was because Pioneers got aggro early on, like as soon as possible. They were not winning that matchup into Angelo, where he's just poking them at long range. They can't really safely approach that Carl because they know they'll get burned down. Same goes for the Buster. You know, you could get sucked in. This is a tough one to approach. I think BC Gaming knew that they just need to play a passive game here, and they played it successfully.
They really proved to have a lot of patience. They had to play passively, wait out until the smoke comes in, and then Diego Gamer dropping 7 kills. Definitely an MVP, at least for me, that one. Heading over to Dueling Beetles now, a map where I do expect to see some more of those tanky options here, Kenny. Hank could be an option, Jackie, Draco, Frank. We've seen it all today.
Yeah, I'll throw out an honorable mention for North America in that mix too. Look out for a possible shade. We've seen it a little bit in practices. It's just one of those unique ones that I write down in my notes just to see if it comes into fruition at all. But I think a lot of those are good names, especially when you associate it with something like a Gray who enables them a little more.
Maybe
Yeah, I
you
would
meant an East Asia thrower. But yeah, Shade has definitely been a fan favorite and the player favorite over there. We have Ollie Meeple Barley banned out. Barley has been the pick before from Space Station Gaming here in this map, and they won with the comp. So let's see if that's gonna hurt them later. They do have the first pick here. There's still other throwers that are open. I would love to see a Juju. Could still be very strong, a Larry as well. Probably first pick though, a little bit more of a neutral pick. You don't want to go too risky with a tank or with a thrower as first pick, and Chester is just that ready. A pretty like neutral pick.
Nothing really special here. Break the walls, get damage, nothing much else. We saw how powerful that hypercharge can be. Like, we've seen it throughout the day, but especially in our last match that we just had where someone got eliminated just by the candy spray alone. I think it might have been, geez, someone playing Lou as well. He's like got 7,000 health. To be eliminated by a Chester hypercharge by the poison alone is quite something. Here comes the Poco from BC Gaming. This is enabled by that B being banned out. Don't really need to worry about that Lou. By the way, just really any sort of status effect now can be canceled out by that Poco, including that poison from Chester. I don't think that's what's dictating this pick. It's more complicated than that. Pioneers have to find a way to actually deal with this Poco, which is going to be a bit of a tall order, but they willingly left this one open, okay? They knew that that Poco was unbanned. They decided to go for the Chester instead, so they have a plan.
Whoa, and the Pearl is the plan. It's really interesting. I don't see Pearl a ton here on dueling Beetles, but it's clear that North America are valuing Pearl a little bit more than other regions, or they found this to be a solution to some of the problems maybe they're dealing with in this meta. So they go with Poco, who's already just generally good on the map. You would kind of assume that they might be looking for something more tanky towards the end here, but when you see Chester on the other side, it has to make you question it at least a little bit. Barry, so they're going to go for a healer of their own, and this time it's a thrower, so playing into a little bit of what Sunny said. She mentioned Juju and some other throwers, but Barry, of course, is going to be one of those that's right there in that mix too. It's a support character, also can play over those walls, and now, without a doubt, you got to think they're going with something aggressive, and there it is. It's going to be Buster, a staple of the meta.
So the way that this is going to work out, Buster is going to have trouble into anything that has a little bit too much health. Something like a Jackie would be pretty good at dealing with that Buster. He also doesn't want to gadget it at all. But it's also going to be a challenge for Patchy to play this Pearl over here, given that since the Barry is here on the field, that means that BC Gaming is going to have to churn out damage. That's not something that Pearl is good at. What she's good at is waiting for the proper time to strike, charging up her damage until that exact moment. So BC have decided to go with the Draco. It's going to drain the enemy ammunition. He has like some okay damage, like not good burst damage, but he has crazy good survivability, and that will be excellent for dealing with that Buster.
Two very interesting drafts. The Pearl, the most notable one to me. I think you could have told me any of the other 5 brawlers that are shown on this map, no surprise, but the Pearl specifically. That burn down damage from the gadget too does interact very interestingly into the heals coming out of the Barry, so it will kind of counteract that a little bit. Obviously, you can't just spam pop that gadget or anything, but just a worthy note. Another thing on paper to kind of keep our eyes on. Here we go. BC Gaming squeezed by in set number 1. Now they're going to be taking on KCP with a very unique composition. Draco, right hand, and as KCP cluster together to make sure Fade can get that super with relative ease. Tyrant, Zulon, now out. Oh, and Zulon with a little bit of a whiff there, went right into that wall and also died in the process. That is a tough beat.
Mid super is a difficult one to get that Barry eliminated. The Tyrant has gone right to the source of the team. Patchy now taken down, Evex to follow, and Diego Gamer now forced back into this corner. He's trying to get some damage out here, but he's not going to be churning out the damage that, say, Evex or really maybe even Patchy will be capable of, because he has to charge up that heat, and Fade seems to be ready with that shield. 2 gadgets in a row, but with the wall broken open, Fade's job has gotten a little bit harder. Same goes for Zulon, who's now deciding to act as an assassin. He's not facing that much DPS on the enemy side. That's the supreme weakness of BC Gaming. They have healing, they have permanence in Pearl, but they do not have the damage that is required to chew through this enemy healing.
Zulon has certainly bounced back from the mistake early on in this game. He's gotten now, I believe this is what, his second hypercharge charged up. He's dealing damage, he's getting heals. A good berry goes such a long ways. It's one of the better brawlers if you can make it work, and Zulon is thriving right now. They've climbed up to 95%, and I think BC Gaming know that this game is over. They're gonna have to make some serious halftime adjustments in this set if they want a chance.
After seeing the Pearl, I don't have issues with the execution, you know, the way that Diego Gamer played it. It really just comes down to the brawler overall. It's an outdraft for Pioneers. They have the better healing, and there's not enough DPS coming out of BC Gaming over here. Maybe like a solid hold on mid could change my mind here, but that initial interaction, even though it looked decent for BC Gaming in game number 1, they ultimately managed to punch through. That is Pioneers, and they're going to do it again. With everyone staying so close together, Fade is getting these shields on rapid fire. Suck him in, Zulon picks up the kill, go next.
That was an interesting play right there. So we saw Barry dive in, a pull coming out of Fade, and it still led to a BC Gaming victory. Now that they've gotten this team wipe, this is really the first time that we see them with map control, and Diego Gamer is going to be popping that wall break, which I'm sure is part of the inspiration probably for this Pearl pick. I think they want to open this up. That's a very intentional decision. They haven't done it on their spawn side. They elect to do it on the KCP side, maybe to expose them and make it a little more difficult for something like Zulon or Buster, who operate better in these close quarters or with these walls.
Zulon looking for his second kill over here. Fade's going to dish that last bit of damage, and then we'll see Zulon pick up yet another kill onto Diego Gamer. Pioneers in a strong position. BC Gaming pretty much trapped in their spawn. The fact that they're facing a thrower doesn't help either. Now Tyrant also in with that hypercharge. Just locking this down. Diego's going to go for it now, especially aided by that hypercharge from Patchy. Looking for the full retake. Diego does fall. We'll also see the same happen for Tyrant. Zulon's still alive, has that hypercharge, and he's deep in enemy territory. Low-key, he can get out of this, just has to wait for the proper moment, and there it is. That hypercharge and the healing is enough to keep Pioneers safe and sound inside this radius.
Golly, Zulon is doing such a good job of just making his teammates' lives easier. There's so much damage potential with Chester, keeping him afloat, and if they can just constantly cycle in these supers to reflect shots, a beautifully played set will lead us to things being all drawn up. It's now going to be a tie here, and KCP have evened the score.
They knew what to do here with the Barry. Barry was the answer to all of this, pretty much. Having a healer on their side instead of trying to address the Poco, instead they say, okay, how about basically everything else, right? That all collapses when Poco's teammates that he's healing are not actually winning the objective.
BC started with map control twice and that one again, but as soon as they got pushed out of the mid once, they completely lost mid control and they had no chance of even making it out of spawn, it seemed. That certainly had something to do with the hypercharges. All three members on the side of Pioneers, Barry, Chester, and the Buster had hypercharge ready, super charged up by the time that BC Gaming were in spawn.
I like
Numbers
Tyrant over here.
Not kind. Yeah, I'm looking at this right-hand side with you, Ready, and it's just numbers are not looking pretty for that side on the left. It's 5, 6, and 9, and just plenty of highlights to back it up.
Check this out. Let's see what Tyrant was capable of, especially with this hypercharge over here. Didn't even need to use it in that specific circumstance. Kept the enemies back quite reliably. Really, I think the star of the show, we pointed it out during the game, has been Zulon throughout both of the games in this series, which went by lightning fast, by the way. There was a moment over here where he was trapped deep in enemy territory and still found his way out because he was kind of a low priority target. And also he had a hypercharge and a super. The mobility, the healing, gone back to the enemy side, just a supreme draft, really, from Pioneers.
Very good draft from both sides, I feel. Even in this one, Dueling Beetles, it looked like BC Gaming had a clear game plan. It just didn't really work out for once. We now have an even out scoreboard. Pioneers do manage to get a set win as well. 1-1 now, everything's open. We're basically back to start here and heading into triple, a map I feel we haven't seen so far today.
It's a fun one, though. Do like triple dribble. Thrower is certainly a possibility here. Some of those tanky brawlers as well. We've seen kind of a lot of different stuff from across the world here, so curious to see how these two teams will kind of adjust, see what the other regions have done, what they've done in their own practices, and how it'll interact here in our third set.
Once again, a map where you could pick a thrower, not something you want to pick up as first pick though, especially not on Brawl Ball. Otherwise, you can still go with a lot of tanks, or again, those neutral picks to start out the draft. Something like a Stu Chester, maybe, but those are all banned out already.
Some of the obvious first picks have actually been eliminated by the team with the first pick. This could maybe lead to some of that funny business that we see with the Lu, the Poco, the B being in play. It's a bit of a curious one, and they're certainly taking their time on selecting their first brawler. Patchy on the comms also contributing to the draft selection. Hank is the highest priority here. Once more, keep in mind that stuff like the B and the Poco is still completely fair game here. You wouldn't want to pick them as like a 2-3 that Pioneers do have the option of doing. It's a delicate dance between BC Gaming and Pioneers here, with those brawlers influencing the draft, but likely not going to be picked.
It really is just interesting to see with the ban stage what direction these two teams are going to go, because this is one of the brawlers that escaped that. I feel like the more unnatural ones from BC Gaming allow for some tougher choices, because if you go Hank, well, now the other side's going to go B. Kind of curious if this is a spot where they want to pair it with a wall break option. I mean, we haven't really seen anything like a Griff too much. I can't imagine a Brock shows up here, but I feel like it's kind of more natural given some of the bans we've seen. There's a lot of different directions that are still possible. I mean, thrower is in the mix. I think B's just going to benefit from the extra wall break, especially into something like a Hank who likes to press up against those wall, put some pressure on you, move you back. Instead, they're going to go with Ollie. I don't mind that either. I just think the Hypnosis could be a really good way to deal with Ollie, or excuse me, with Hank.
This is true, and I think, you know, there are like a couple of ways of dealing with Hank, pretty much. Something that Hank does boast that Ollie doesn't is the ability to attack over these walls, which is going to be a key fixture of the interaction here. I think Ollie also does suffer into the Poco, which the B is going to help out with. BC Gaming would be a little bit ill-advised to play that here on triple dribble, because Pioneers can open up the walls with their last selection. They cannot do it with Stu, though, so Poco is the route that BC Gaming have decided to take. Now, how they are going to play around these walls is sort of a different question. I think it also mandates Pioneers to go something that they weren't really keen on picking, which is a wall breaker, but they have plenty of options at their disposal. It's just a matter of like how efficiently can they get those walls broken down.
Yeah, this is a puzzling one for sure. I just feel like there's definitely potential for either of these sides to win. Shade was just on my mind for the fact that if they don't go wall break, I feel like now there's gonna be not a lot of ways to deal with this. So I've heard a back and forth from the pro scene on how to deal with Shade. Jackie would have been a good option, Hank the other good option, which is the only reason I was kind of thinking about him, because if Pioneers want to go a thrower, it's going to be hard. You can punish Shade early on. You can make it harder for him to passively get that super. Once he's running away, once he's in and out, and we saw it earlier, you can stack that speed at an unbelievable rate. Well, at that point, then the squishy brawlers are going to have a hard time. So I kind of go back and forth on that. Oh, okay. So we're just, okay. So it's kind of Jackie, in fairness. It's kind of, it shoots through the walls, and it has HP.
This is incredible.
Not ruling it out.
I think we're watching something magical, right? I mean, speaking of magic, I mean, that is the glizzy of revitalization that this guy is operating with over here. So the idea here is that Doug has so much HP that it's going to be difficult for Shade to get rid of him. It's going to be a tough task for Poco as well. The fact that he can revive himself as well is going to be a central issue. He's already now pressuring down that left side. Really going to hand that one more to Tyrant than anyone else on locking down that left side against Hank. But Zion is here as a deterrent, and he can hit through these walls, so Evex is not as much of an issue.
Option 1 is Hank. Option 2 is Jackie. Will option 3 for the Hank, or for the Shade, be Doug? Time will tell. And the Immortal Hot Dog will continue to march his way down the map. Diego Gamer forced away. Gonna move up and down, just trying to connect with the bubble, catch somebody off guard. Vex off to the races here. Does have the super and can go through those walls. Fade now moving forward. Diego Gamer pops the super to preserve his life. Vex once again going crazy. Left-hand side. He's got a shield up. Has to get through Fade first, though. And now Tyrant backing up to try and assist him. Well played here from BC Gaming. Take control.
A heal from Patchy there could have been clutch, and he just used one now, but he has that hypercharge at his disposal as well. He needs to get the next heal so it can be a really impactful one. Diego Gamer in close range, pops that hypercharge. He's almost got a kill on Zulon, waiting for that to expire, but did it a little too early. Trigger happy, but still managed to cycle some hypercharge out there. Actually, high IQ play. Thankfully for the Pioneers, Tyrant is in place at the proper time, but I do think that we actually saw a decent play there from Diego Gamer in cycling his hypercharge again.
Yeah, well played just all around both of these teams right now. Tyrant's hypercharge really goes to show why B can be so lethal in this current meta. Zulon diving on in there will go down. 2v1 situation, Vex without a super. Just gonna have to play it patient. Now Fade, striking, goes right at Vex. They have him stunned. The hypnosis goes through. The other two respawn, so it's gonna take a second here. And KCP are gonna wait for Doug to kind of back themselves here. Make it a 3v3 situation, but this time it's gonna be KCP occupying the mid.
Evex having to back away. Zulon a top priority right now. We'll see Evex in the wall as well. Zulon gets to revive. Diego Gamer runs up the left side of the field. He has that super, but he's hypnotized by Fade in close range. Evex looks for the kill, but Zulon is hanging on by a thread. Meanwhile, on the left lane, Fade has the HP to pass this one over to Zulon, but Evex blocks the pass. Now he's trying to run this one all the way down the field. There's one hit on Tyrant, who has the slow right at the last second. Thankfully for Evex, he's gotten it transported all the way across the field, and with only 10 seconds to go, it's an impossibility for Pioneers to extend this one and get a goal in the last second.
We'll have to see if who was, a little bit, I had to hesitate there for a second, but just not enough time to punch that one through. It's going to be BC Gaming. Look, this is an interesting spot, because once they see the shade, again, at a pro level, it's typically Hank, Jackie, and this Doug pick, I don't know if this is something they had in the back pocket. I don't know if pros just understand that this is kind of the next guy up when dealing with this, or if KCP just on the fly listed all the reasons I did for Jackie and Hank and said, oh, Doug kind of fits this, except he heals a little bit. Hard to say. Obviously, it didn't work out in game number one, but I'm not going to rule it out. I mean, I think it's still a possibility. It wasn't a runaway, but right now, the Vex running right towards that ball. Pass up to Patchy. Fade gets the hypnosis off, and Patchy healing. Now it's going to take Zulon and the entire team just to try and bring him down. They're still hovering.
Almost a suicide there by Patchy as well as he was running towards. He just knew from his supercharge bar that he was going to get it by getting only one more hit. Whoa, Evex tried to rush that one in. He also got that assistance from Patchy because it was nullified, that slowing that Tyrant was able to offer. Patchy also pops that hypercharge just to get the kill on Zulon. Going to need a bit of assistance in getting this one in the goal. Evex has the help, but Fade has that close range hypnosis if he needs it. And Zulon also can put the hurt on him.
Zulon gonna pop a super, and he's a dead man walking. Now he's gonna pop right back up. Diego Gamer, left-hand side, playing alongside Patchy. Vex through the wall. Tyrant trying to operate with whatever space he can. B is a mid to long-range brawler, so all of these walls make it rather difficult. Heals going through from Zulon. Patchy making his move now to dive forward. Oh no! He dove right through the ball, and the teammates got the kills. Perfect play coming out of BC Gaming.
And now, Evex passes it back to the left side, and it has an odd exchange where it now actually moves over to the right side. We'll see a little respawn here from Zulon, now in hot pursuit of Patchy, despite being hypercharged, has been dropped to low health. No issue, a team wipe, a wide open goal for BC to secure, and the set heads their way.
It was certainly an interesting one. I don't mind the creativity. The idea kind of made sense. I just don't know if Doug is high enough up the tier list to pull it off. But I do think credit to BC Gaming, who kind of trapped the other end. I mean, with Jackie banned and Hank on their side, I think they kind of knew that Shade may have been an option later down the line that KCP just didn't have an answer to. And I think that's exactly what happened.
North America, the region of mutual respect and unconventional drafts. First we had a Gale today, and now we have a Dog. I think it was to address the Shade specifically, but Evex was still just unstoppable regardless of that Dog on the field. What's gonna be next, Kenny? Do we see a Bonnie? We certainly haven't seen her in a hot minute.
No, that can't happen. Yeah, I just don't see that one, unfortunately. Doug, I didn't see coming either. Gale, I had a little tip of the hat from Tribe. They did show their cards with that brawler a little bit on that map, and we are known for some unconventional stuff. Look, we're creative if nothing else, Sonny. That's what you're going to get in North America. Entertainment and a lot of different stuff.
Well, the NA draft's coming out here to play. Honestly, I was a bit of a believer in that Doug had its moments. I think BC Gaming were just a little bit too good at dealing with it. Also, let's not forget what we saw in the stats. We saw Tyrant leading the lobby in terms of damage and kills on that B. There is a reason that the draft works this way, but it didn't seem like they were necessarily adequately prepared for the scenario in which BC Gaming actually don't care that the biggest Poco counter in the game is being played. They're still going to run it because they know it works that effectively.
To your point, Kenny, I love me some creativity, especially in draft, and it seems like NA has it all for us today. Multiple 3-2s, some very creative drafts. I'm super excited to see Last Stop now. The one brawler that I expect to be on here is going to be Carl. I think the most picked up brawler on this map, together with the 8-bit maybe, a wish from Reddy every now and then when we are getting thrown into this map.
I love 8-bit here. Just 8-bit in general on Gem Grab. Now, I'm biased. This is not even like a competitive thing. It's just like, I like that brawler. He's quite fun to play. Now, on this map in particular, first of all, yes, he's quite strong, but also, unlike some other Gem Grab maps, it is incredibly easy to get to the enemy side. That is why it is a priority to defend the bush that is led into by that enemy's jump pad. So you'll see some of the close range brawlers being run over there. That's where like the Chesters of the world start to appear as well. And there's the first pick as well from BC Gaming. Yeah. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Maybe you just know Ball already. Maybe that's what it is. Just a perfect timing. That's why we pay the big bucks, brother. Lumi,
that's right.
Of course, going to be banned in that top right-hand side. Otis and Squeak, the more unique ones. But yeah, I do think Chester is the natural first pickup here. Sunny mentioned Carl as a choice as well. I think Carl has potential to show up. I think this is one of the Gym Grab maps that I'm maybe not as keen on him being on the map. I don't think it's a must pick by any means, but I do think it definitely has potential. Janet, going to be a safe mid gym carrier. I like the hypercharge. I like the super. Lola, okay. This is interesting. I mean, definitely not used to seeing Lola necessarily as a standalone. A lot of the times it's into Meg or a direct response to something, but it's not bad for the map. It has shown up a good bit in North America. It just seems to be one of those brawlers that NA is keen on.
Well, another thing is it's usually picked in the absence of Carl, which is a totally viable lane over here for BC Gaming to pick up for themselves. It's entirely counterable, by the way, so maybe something that Pioneers are keeping in the back of their heads, but it's also not like it's an unwinnable matchup for that Lola as well. So a Bell now for BC Gaming. That's a more like direct call out of that Lola, like a more direct counter. I think it also would be quite strong into Pioneers like running an 8-bit or something like that. Did I mention 8-bit? By the way, I won't shut up about that brawler. But also like with Bell having pretty much infinite gadgets now, you can get a lot of nest eggs down on the field. That helps in scenarios where, like, let's say Janet decides to land near you and try and heist all of your gems away. Well, now her escape is blocked a little bit more effectively if she needs to make that trek on foot.
Carl going to be the 5th selection in our draft, so a little further down the line. They make the call. I don't really mind it so far because, again, we see that Lola spawner, so for similar reasons that people would like Bell for a little outrange for the bounce shot. Well, Carl can kind of deal with it the same. It pierces through. However, an answer to the Bell is going to be this Piper. This is really interesting because I feel like we don't have a traditional, really aggro brawlers for KCP. This is a lot of control going down on Last Stop, while on the other end, Chester, high burst of damage. Bell, more of that traditional safe mid. Carl can be kind of a hybrid of both, so no tanks really coming out here, no Taras, no big play brawlers, I would say.
Interesting. Yeah, and I think some of that also is because Pioneers decided that what they wanted to use their last pick on was their mid brawler, which is quite untraditional in Gem Grab. Usually your last pick is an opportunity to pick the big thing that's going to counter the enemy team. Instead, Pioneers decided to pick up some brawlers that they found would be more important to have on the lanes and then save their mid for last. And honestly, like, maybe they could have put Tyrant on mid. Like, it would have been complicated, but they did need a brawler that would fulfill the role of playing mid. And Piper is going to be better at this job than Bell. She can 2-tap the Bell. She also has the homemade recipe at her disposal, but it looks like she brought homemade recipe because she had nothing for Patchy in close range.
The loss of lane on that left-hand side from Tyrant into Patchy just made it a problem. It carried over to Zulon, who traditionally Piper, a great matchup into Bell with a little outrange, a little extra damage, and a little extra distance. Patchy, once again, moving down the map. The substitute for BC Gaming, looking like a hero here in set 4.
So much pressure now exercised by BC Gaming. They just got to keep this up for a little bit longer. Note the nest eggs now littering the field. Zulon wants it. Oh, did he know that the nest egg was in that specific position? What? He was piloting around that so effectively, and he also managed to chime in to help Fade win that lane on the right. This is absolutely key for Pioneers. This is the beginning of the comeback. They just have to keep the pressure up and maintain BC Gaming's position in the spawn trap. Evex is doing his best on the right side, but he falters no matter. BC Gaming got that one last gem that they needed. They're retreating back on the back left, a bit of a hazardous position for them, especially with this hypercharge now appearing on the right side, and Tyrant ready with the super.
Zulon could activate it, does have a hypercharge, and they're in that corner. They do get the reset. Tyrant circling around him like a vulture. Patchy with a gadget. Tyrant has to hit this launch pad quickly. Oh, and Diego Gamer responds just in time. The long range shots, though. Zulon, perfect precision, and now it's 10-7. This is a much closer call all of a sudden.
Okay, and not enough time for Pioneers, really, unless they're seriously executing the math right now. Not enough time to tie this one up. They got to get in close range. Upset Patchy. Just one kill is what it would take. Fade, he's marked up. Zulon in with homemade recipe. Misses its mark. Patchy safe and sound in the back right. And a match point coming in for BC.
An instrumental part of the success here for KCP, if they want to win this set, has to be a win on that left-hand lane, assuming it's identical to what we saw last time. Janet just lost early. Carl popped off with a tailspin, got into Janet, and then as a result, it carried over directly into Piper, and Piper up close isn't going to be able to hang with Patchy. It's just part of the problem. There were a couple early lane victories for Patchy, and as a result, it got them a nice win. I love this decision here from KCP. Early on, they saw it was an issue last time, so they're going to send a few Zulon shots that way, make Patchy's life a little more difficult. Didn't work, though. Fade still contesting on that right-hand side. Zulon now forced away, and Tyrant just hasn't really found a way to work around these walls. Patchy is lurking.
I would say it was also an improvement, though, that Tyrant was able to stay alive on this left side, because last time he died quite early on. It led to Zulon's early demise. You see Tyrant on the left side. He just doesn't have any CC to deal with Patchy. Whoa! But Zulon, the marksman, has it gotten down on the left side. He has had to forfeit this position versus Evex, who almost got the kill on Tyrant. Blowing up just a little bit of those walls on the left side. Diego's now coming in for the pinch, and it's successful. Excellent positioning from Diego and Evex.
Nicely done, and lots of kills going down. KCP doing their best, but it's not enough to grab a single gem so far. Diego Gamer with all 9 in his pocket, 2 nest eggs down, so even if they want these gems, they're gonna have to trip over these mines. Manly does it. Now a gadget. Pop for Piper. Patchy cycling through, swoops in and out, and we'll start this countdown.
Fade looking for the position on the right side. It's tough when he's burning down into nothingness. And Tyrant trying to circle overhead. Diego Gamer now picking up gem number 10. That's actually nice for a BC Gaming to condense all of their gems onto just one player. Zulon's finding his mark. He's got to make this happen here and now. 7 seconds to go. They're looking for Diego Gamer. A kill onto Evex is going to start their assault in here. 3 seconds to go. Diego with the shield up. Tyrant the last one. 196 separation from an interruption. They've done it. Patchy looking for another thing on his phone to show to the camera, but he's just a little bit too late. BC Gaming onto another grand finals. Would you believe it? The 3rd month in a row.
3rd time's the charm. Like I said, coming into this, yet still all of us predicted Pioneers to win that one. Oh well, they did it. Even though they had to play with Patchy, it worked out super well. Who cares about if you have to play with a sub? At this point, BC Gaming made the unthinkable happen. Once again, they're the only ones that are playing with the sub all season long that actually have managed to win a match, and now they're in the grand finals. Kenny, I feel like you've had a pretty good pointer there, that lane on the left side. It was a very unlikely matchup. The Curl against the Janet, Patchy against Tyrant. Janet really didn't have a good time.
Yeah, and especially considering how early on in the draft Janet went, it was just really hard to make work. It just seemed like an excellent response. And look, credit to Patchy. Retirement obviously did not faze him whatsoever. He has joined in with his BC Gaming roster and taken on some of the tougher teams, I would say. KCP, high expectations from people at event.brawlstars.com, our entire casting desk, to win this one. And he found a way to be a pop-off player here in the set number 4 and now getting BC to their 3rd grand finals of the year.
Tribe were so far the only ones to not see a set 5. Now this one has been a bit quicker as well. It's a 3-1 overall, and we have the same 2 teams in the monthly final, or in the grand final of this monthly final. Once again, it's Tribe Gaming versus BC Gaming. Ready?
We talked about some unlikelihoods at the top of the show today. One of them was BC Gaming falling to STMN, and the other one was Tribe Gaming losing in the grand finals, because we were centering this discussion around, is it possible for Pioneers to actually get a Brawl Cup spot? But Brawl Cup is now just like a bygone conversation. We left that in the quarterfinals. It's now back to El Clasico, really, a new typical matchup that we're seeing in the grand final, and the possibility of Tribe Gaming exercising a level of dominance in their home region that we have not seen in a very long time, really, by any team. I think the last team to have this like extended period of domination was maybe like 2022 Reply Totem. It's been like a full 3 years since then.
It's the El Clasico of NA, and both of those teams are actually going to the Brawl Cup, so they can now already prove who's going to be the stronger one in a LAN event, maybe. It's beautiful that we have another MVP vote incoming, and just the result of it is so sweet. I don't know, this whole region is just super sweet, and the viewers are as well. The MVP is actually the sub, Kenny. It's Patchy.
A little recency bias for me too there, but that Carl set from him was really good. I think especially in that game number 1, he was a big reason why they were able to go with it. And just being able to jump in here, be a support brawler like we saw in this second set, and really march their way back to victory. Just been impressed with the guy. I mean, he's always been a good player. He's had some close calls at international events, but one of the better ones in North America over the last few years. So to hear he retired was definitely a bummer selfishly, but obviously do what you got to do as a player. But I mean, he's jumped in, and it hasn't looked like he's lost it at all.
Make sure you get your snacks ready, your drinks. It's time for the grand final. But first, we're gonna head into a pretty quick break.
Yo creo que BC, o sea, sinceramente BC, o sea, Eternal nos ganó 2 sets, pero siento que el equipo que más difícil se nos ha hecho ha sido BC Gaming, siempre. Bueno, el primer mes Avoc y el segundo mes como BC Gaming, que ese equipo es muy raro, o sea, son muy buenos y es como piqueando de una forma muy extraña, pero bien. Y nos tuvimos que adaptar a su manera de jugar y banearle las cosas que saben jugar, cómo las juegan y todo eso. Y, o sea, nosotros en la primera mensual no pensábamos que ellos iban a ganar y estábamos baneando cosas normales. Y perdimos el primer set y luego dijimos como, ok, hay que cambiar los bans porque esta gente juega cosas raras y le funciona. Y cambiamos los bans y así nos fue mucho mejor, y en la segunda mensual pues ya teníamos cosas preparadas contra ellos y ya funcionó también. Y sí, creo que el equipo más difícil es BC Gaming, pero si no es BC Gaming puede ser quizás Elevate. Creo que es el equipo que para mí también nos puede dar más pelea y puede ser complicado.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
Humble, 50%, Crazy Raccoon have fallen short.
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
I hope that was enough time for you to get your snacks. For everyone just tuning in now, you tuned in at the right time. We are ready for the grand final. The stage is set, but honestly, it's kind of freezing in here. If only I had some socks to cover me up, Uber.
Socks? But why are you covering your... Okay, yeah, there's socks in the add-on for the DreamHack Brawl Stars kit, of course, guys. Make sure, if you're going to be at DreamHack Dallas, purchase the add-on, come and join us at the event, and also you can get yourself some exclusive merch. I am not capping when I say this. This is the very thing that Reddy said, a young Reddy said, started to become a caster for. This merch. And if he would do it, you should too.
It's actually like not a fact that I'm ashamed of. Yeah, I like started getting into Brawl Stars content because I recognized that only those people got merchandise for some reason. And like, look, I hit a new low. I even made my own merch. And yes, I wore it. And yes, it looked excellent, by the way. But you can get the real deal by adding it onto your DreamHack ticket. And I think that's pretty dope.
You never had your grandma say, keep your feet warm, otherwise you're gonna catch a cold, Uber?
Yeah, but you're like, I'm cold, and then I'm like, where's my socks? I'm like, we're gonna wear them on your hands?
On your shoulders?
I'm not gonna hold my feet into the camera right now, sorry. So,
not in this economy, I get it. Not in this economy, it's fine.
Grand finals time. The stage is set. We only need the teams and the maps afterwards. Tribe Gaming versus BC Gaming. Third time in a row that they have both made it into the monthly finals. BC Gaming this time around with this sub, but Patchy is doing wonderfully so far already.
I'm loving watching this guy today. I mean, what a treat to get to see him come back into the competitive scene and do the BC Gaming thing, make it all the way to the grand finals once again. This level of consistency is just a little bit insane, honestly. But we see Tribe Gaming as well. They have taken grand final after grand final, and they could actually sentence Patchy to the same fate that he met numerous times throughout the last year, which is 3 second places, okay? Luminosity, he and Patchy made it numerous times to the grand final, but could never finalize it.
I mean, like, I genuinely feel like this is the kind of month where I would expect BC Gaming to have a respectable quarterfinal showing, right? Get a couple of sets, and then maybe just sort of bow out and be like, okay, you know, and still probably make it to Brawl Cup because no one else could eclipse them. But these guys are looking incredible. I love the way they're actually making use of Patchy. They're not just putting him on like on weird solo brawlers. He's like integrated. He's a part of this team. I think it speaks volumes about his ability, Sonny, that he can just be a plug and play option for a team and make a monthly final. Considering that, honestly, Patchy had some rough months of his own with that Luminosity team. I guess these guys are just a little cracked.
Let's see if this also means he's going to be back for the future of esports, or if this really is going to be his only tournament this year. Look at what I said after the performance he showed us today. Nice.
What is this?
On the other side, they are the only ones that haven't seen a set number 5 today and ready. You don't believe in them?
I didn't mean to so rudely interrupt you there, Sonny, but I step away for a moment, and Uber goes, ready, set, predicts BC Gaming. No! What? Sorry, Evex, sorry, Patchy, sorry, Diego.
You went to the bathroom when they were asking for your preds, so I feel like you kind of sacrificed your
Thank you for being such a good friend,
That is
Mitch.
so evil.
It was really
Why
nice
do
of
you
you
have
to
it
put my
changed
prediction
already?
through.
Yeah, it's fickle, isn't it? He's the one that ended up trolling BC Gaming by pretending to predict them and then changing it back on them. That's like prank calling Shadur Sanders, pretending he's going to get drafted in the second round and telling him he's going to have to wait longer.
Nah.
Looking at the predictions here from everybody voting at home. By the way, if you didn't do that yet, get your votes in. You can also answer some trivia questions. If you still don't have that pin at the end of the reward track, this really is your last chance because we're in region number 4 and we're heading into draft now for our finals of the North American region here. Tribe Gaming versus BC Gaming. Uber.
I'm hyped about this one. BC Gaming have shown that they are the real deal. That win in the previous game, with Patchy on board, getting an MVP performance, no less, was amazing. We talked about the Carl play. That was kind of what we bigged up there. This team, as far as I'm concerned, can go and take it. You know what I mean? They had such a close game against STMN. I was a little worried. There was a little bit of shakiness, but they have definitely shaken those jitters loose. However, Tribe Gaming just put Space Station to the sword. It was not close. It was not pretty. It was brutally effective. So coming to this game, you expect this Tribe Gaming team, the number 1 team in A, to continue to show us why they are the best.
It's become one of those constants that we observe in Brawl Stars at this point. I mean, it's only the 3rd month, but gosh, they've taken such a gap over all of the other teams. Now we're looking at a BC Gaming where, like, yes, we had our doubts in month number 1. Things got confirmed in month number 2. We're left scratching our heads once again because they're not operating with the normal squad. But today seems to be Patchy's day, really. And sometimes actually outshining the team members that have consistently made it to the 2nd place. We'll see BC Gaming already start off with some funny business here. The kit composition. A lot of times that is not permitted. Tribe Gaming decide to prioritize some different things over here and have let this through. They have banned out the Daryl. That's one of the main things that Kit is going to look to combine with. So they look to get rid of it by proxy, but not get rid of the Kit directly for some reason.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, Kit is still obviously the operative part of the composition, and you can still work in like a very effective tank pick alongside that. The Buster was banned by BC Gaming, in fairness. So you might have to go somewhere else with that. Hank is going to be the choice now for Tribe Gaming. Remember, Kit Super can interrupt their bubble, can sort of blow it up midway through. But the size of this map, or especially the middle part of Out in the Open, is small enough that, you know, Kit with the cardboard box can absolutely cross the gap and lock one of those brawlers down without too much trouble once that super's developed. Again, it's always going to be, is there enough follow-up to this combo? It's face up for BC Gaming. It's very clear what they're trying to do. Tribe have, you know, basically an eternity in draft terms to come up with an answer.
I think Finks will be pretty good at scouting this out. Finks' reload speed, you know, is pretty decent, can occupy a large area. Think about like Gale's attack as well. That's the level of breadth that we're looking at for Finks, so should be able to scout out some of those situations where a cardboard box could come in handy. BC Gaming are going to decide pretty much right now which strategy they're going to go with here. Ollie is the brawler of choice, so cardboard box going to be deprioritized, and now they're going to be focusing on building up that Ollie for a key moment over here. Now, RBM, I think, is going to be an interesting one to watch. I anticipate he'll, you know, swap off of that Finks and pick up the Hank instead. But Finks, as far as a way of dealing with some of the long-range brawlers, can be pretty strong. It would mean that Patchy does basically nothing when that super's up.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, those shots are going to slow to a crawl when they're inside that Finks super, and he will be able to move aside pretty comfortably. Really handy brawler. Kind of nice in, you know, in these knockout games, because right at the critical moment when you know your opponents are trying to take advantage of their range or looking to pressure you out, and you have that super up, you can turn the tables on them entirely. Angelo doesn't get through often. It's very rare we see this one come up, so look out for Zeus to hit very hard with these single taps. There goes Diego trying to lock Luffy down. At least it's a trade, so that's fine. It's worst case scenario. I think for the Kit diver in, I guess it could be slightly worse, but you know, it's acceptable. RBM now can hide back behind these walls and still get damage on MX. This is far from over.
The use of the gadgets here has been fascinating because we saw some unconventional things applied here. A lot of times you see the Finks actually used with the recall gadget, the one that returns you to the state you were just a few seconds ago. Instead, it was used to lock that Kit into position, and Kit just utilized, you know, some good timing to jump up at the correct moment. BC Gaming are having a tough time also chipping through the health that RBM has to work with. They don't really have the damage to do so, and it's feeling like a Tribe Gaming win right here. If anything, they want to deny that supercharge to Zeus, which has been kind of unsuccessful. RBM's going to clean up over here. I mean, Evex is going to give it his best shot, but won't be able to deal with Zeus by the looks of things. Just one more shot would do it, and Zeus has gotten a hypercharge out of this extended encounter as well.
It's going to be so important. You know, if there is any form of hard engage that comes down, Zeus, the fact that his little pool can move along with him, give him that healing, and also dissuade any hard engage. The problem for Evex especially, and I guess Diego Gamer doesn't want to tangle with that either. Patchy took 2 shots back-to-back from Zeus towards the end of that last round as he sort of just stood still inside the bushes. Very easy for Zeus to pick him up. Now again, it's about dodging that early poke damage. Patchy struggling with that in this occasion again, but Diego Gamer's gotten close, shows himself, goes for a swing. Zeus with a gadget, jumps out.
Here comes the combination. RBM is actually ready to fire back. Both he and Zeus have their hypercharges ready. Evex and Diego Gamer now backing up. They combined and they weren't ready to commit at all. Ideally, they could have softened up some of the enemies first, but didn't really look like it was in the books for them. Patchy on this RT has just not had the damage output that they've needed, despite the fact that he is reliably hitting these shots. RBM cornering everyone in. Diego Gamer going to be the second to last one to fall just before Evex, and Tribe Gaming clean up flawlessly.
Yeah, strong showing there in that first game of this set from Tribe Gaming, and you can see just how bad it is for Evex to give up that map control. Once he gets behind those walls, he's really weak to Hank, and he himself can't do a whole lot. I think it was at that point that they sort of realized it was time to pack it in, and that we're going to struggle from there on out. Good looks though, Tribe Gaming, cool, calm, collected. Zeus on the Angelo, definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Well, he was aggressed very early on. Diego Gamer went for it right off the beginning of the game. Zeus hits him with one. RBM looking for another one. He's got that speed boost, star power, that gives him a bit of additional speed when he has that bubble fully charged, and it almost let him close the gap versus Diego Gamer. For now, though, BC Gaming has found the chance to retreat into the confines of their home base, but they don't have any more room to retreat. It's time for them to actually combine. Evex frozen over here on the right side, and he's basically a dead man. RBM reprioritizing, now fixating on Patchy, and Evex knows that this is over. They've been outdrafted. I don't think he's really interested at all. He's also keeping himself on low health to minimize the supercharge that Tribe Gaming is able to get out of him.
Good little note to pick up there. It looks like this Sphinx gadget forcibly separates the kit from the Ollie. So that's why Diego Gamer actually ends up going down first there while the Ollie gets locked in place. That seems like a backbreaker. That's the last thing that Diego wants, because the whole point of him joining up with Evex is to shield his relatively low health pool.
It's really interesting because BC Gaming obviously were not expecting this, given the way that they played into this, left them fully vulnerable to that Finks. Thankfully, though, they've managed to get a win in this round. A big turnaround for BC Gaming, and a rapid one at that. Maybe some of it due to the fact that Luffy was not actually prepared with that gadget. It's got to be off cooldown now. And BC Gaming have also realized that, okay, this is what's happening. We got to make sure that we don't combine. Actually, here comes the Kit Super, able to freeze RBM. It's 2v2. Hypercharge from Zeus is able to poison down Evex. It's Patchy versus the world.
Just wrong choice of target there, going after the Hank. There's just not enough burst damage there with the RT, unless he maybe drops legs to actually punish that. So like you said, I agree. I think an outdraft there for Tribe Gaming. D'Angelo is very powerful on this map because, of course, he gets off the mark so fast that it can shoot the enemy team while they're still on like that little straight corridor that leads out into the open and get a lot of early damage. Very, very punishing stuff. Angelo and Hank on the same team. Ugh, it's tough to come back from that.
Just a little reminder here, again, those two teams have been back-to-back standing in the monthly finals in this region. Both times it was a 3-1 for Tribe Gaming. Just to put on a little bit more pressure for BC. We still believe in you guys, though. Just maybe get a little bit of a better draft. You really weren't a fan of it, Uber. Kit and Ollie, it just seems like Kit has better synergies with other brawlers.
I mean, Diego Gamer, I don't even know necessarily if you want to be jumping to a teammate all that often, especially because she got completely countered by the Finks gadget. I think as soon as Diego realized that, wait a minute, why am I dying first? Even though I'm still attached? Oh, I'm not. I've been forcibly split apart. I think at that point, you really have to change your game plan. And yeah, I agree. You got to jump on someone. Not the 11, 12,000 health Hank, though, ideally. In that situation, RBM was low, right? In this replay, Diego Gamer was able to clean things up. So it also looked almost effortless when BC Gaming were able to win a round. But, you know, maybe there's other options you want to dive on. If you can get the Angela, that does seem pretty amazing. Tough breaks there for BC Gaming. Solid drafting from Tribe Gaming. It's really hard to see too many of these teams put a real dent on these opponents. They are the best in this region for a reason. And honestly, even if BC Gaming win, they can't catch them at first seed right now because they are more than 15 points apart.
I hope BC Gaming had time to scrim the finals maps, even with their sub, because it's a map that Tribe Gaming has already played in their quarterfinal. Could be an advantage now for BC if they have been paying attention and looked what Tribe was playing there. Maybe they can ban it out or pick it up themselves. Or an advantage for Tribe because they are playing this map for the second time today. They are very used to it by this point. Ring of Fire. The Draco Chester was the comp that Tribe Gaming was showing us. Let's see if the same three brawlers are going to be within this draft ready.
Yeah, and we can talk also about like draft preparation here. You said just a moment ago, like, I wonder if they had time to scrim the finals maps. And yeah, I have exchanged a few messages with Evex actually literally maybe 30 seconds ago, and he's informed me that they have no prep whatsoever, and they had no time between the sets or matches to do anything. They don't even have data on these last several maps.
We still believe in you guys.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, this is the real-time communication as well. I think those messages actually will reach them, which is, you know, a very sweet thing because they are, you know, tuning in and paying attention. But this is rough for BC Gaming. To repeat, they just don't have preparation for this, while the opposite has to be true for Tribe Gaming because they have the finals in their sights.
Heading into draft now, folks. Ring of Fire, our second map only. Tribe Gaming so far in a one-set lead. We have Lou, Hank, Lumi banned out from the side of BC. We still have a lot of options open that Tribe Gaming has picked up here before. Could be another B here. Chester's open as well. Draco too. All three of those bowlers that they have played before are open, and they indeed are going to start to draft the same exact way as they did against Mountain Men FA Uber.
Yeah, this is the plan. I mean, they have this sort of nailed out. When they go to this map, there are brawlers that they're targeting. Lola also and Bo are out of the picture. So I think that the picks you called out are a great shout. All of them excellent on this kind of map. Really, really potent. You may not feel like you have to play the Draco necessarily here. Obviously, there's no like, sort of Hank at large, so you don't have to sort of deal with that. Stu going to come in here. What kind of prep, if at all, can BC Gaming possibly put together? My guess is probably none. I mean, I don't really know how you're supposed to come into this kind of matchup already. Like, are you expecting to make it into a grand final with a substitute player? Perhaps you're focusing more on scrimming for the maps in the series that would at least guarantee that you'd make it to Dallas, right? That quarterfinal. Here, we just might be on the other side of tomorrow. These guys might have no idea really what's happening. They're just, trying to see what works.
This isn't poor preparation. This is just prioritization. They need to make it to LAN, and there's plenty to win at LAN besides stuff just for your region, okay? That is the BC Gaming reasoning here. Besides, they're already at second place in the entire region, and they're basically facing the unkillable enemy in the grand finals repeatedly. But they still can fall back to that intuition. That's something that we discussed earlier, is that they're still really good players, and they have this raw talent when it comes to the draft, when it comes to playing the brawlers individually. But they are at a time disadvantage. They haven't had the preparation to do this versus Tribe, who have been looking into the future, sort of scrying in terms of which brawlers are going to be most effective here. We saw that Finks be an excellent heads-up brawler in terms of separating the kit from whatever it is attached to. And I think we can also ride with that expectation that stuff like that is going to continue throughout this match.
Well, 2 out of 3 from Sunny already. In terms of the brawlers that are available. Draco would be the last, and it is the exact same composition here for Tribe Gaming. And BC Gaming, perhaps if they'd have time, if they'd watched the prior games for Tribe Gaming, they would have known to expect this. But god darn, this comp is so well-rounded. We know that Draco is an absolute nightmare. Hank is not available. Is there any brawler that can actually stand up and fight this Draco here?
I'm so surprised. If only they watched.
How about you just go get your socks? All right.
Oh my goodness.
Get your socks on.
I'm happy. It's wonderful. Okay, so hear me out here. I don't think it's better than B, really, but it is a way of dealing with that B. Dude, we're all so pleased here. I think it brings joy to my heart.
Speak for yourself. You're literally like, I'm so happy, and then you're like, we're all so happy right now. I'm like, no, just you. Just you.
What? I thought Sunny would be pleased with her predictions on the bans.
You really want to throw to her again? You want to take that risk?
I think
you can.
That's true. That's true. Last time you got kicked off the cast.
Okay, wow. That's crazy. Here we go. Zeus in mid, of course, on the B. RBM will eventually want to step up and start to contest this as well. But for the time being, there's the issue of the Carl that's going to be poking at him a fair bit. But already, Luffy's swing across from right to left allows Zeus onto the point. There's a heat ejector drawn out of Diego Gamer, and RBM feels like it's good enough for him to go.
Zeus is pretty much straight lining this forward. Patchy, though, is doing the thing on Stu. It's one of his most comfortable brawlers. It's one that he's actually really well known for. But it's not enough to completely circumvent this defense that Tribe Gaming has established over here. We'll see Evex actually get the super up as well. And who needs plugged in when you have Patchy that throws the turret down for you?
Yeah, that's kind of nice, having a speed zone, and that means you can go for the boosted booster instead. Big fan of that. Patchy, though, does get flattened. Luffy on the Chester, it's just a little bit too strong of a pick, and he's able to wrap through now, and he inhabits the bushes. Patchy able to avoid most of the devastation from that bomb super. But then there's Zeus. Then there's RBM to step up. There's just layers and layers of final bosses here for BC Gaming to try and get through. And Tribe are looking pretty comfortable out there.
There are numerous challenges on the field. I have to name number one as being Zeus on this B. He's such a mechanically skilled player. Maybe even stealing the show for the team And then also placing him on that B, which has run the show so many times in a row, is a recipe for success. Nothing that really BC Gaming could do into that. There was a mentality there with, okay, 8-Bit can compete with that B, like toe-to-toe at long range. It's going to be slightly worse. There is a possibility of setting up the turret and then getting like an anchor on the point from there. But realistically, you're a pretty slow brawler, and B eats those for breakfast.
I feel like we've gone from WWE style commentary to golf, because Tribe Gaming are just not really giving us any space to believe in BC Gaming after that showing. Very one-sided round. We're going to run it back the very same here in Ring of Fire.
Different approach this time. Diego Gamer taking that left lane, Patchy on the right. He was shut down by Luffy, who also swapped over to the right side. RBM's going to have a tough time on the left side, but Luffy's got his back. Now Patchy rushing in pretty much solo and only needed one more shot to finally eliminate Zeus. FX, with a quick heads up on the left side, was able to rid those bushes of the pest, but RBM is back to cause yet another infestation of these bushes. It's distracting BC Gaming from this huge thing at mid, where Zeus is finally encroaching on the territory once again, going to slow down on Evex. Could not get the kill. Diego Gamer with a wide swing around the left side also got a kill, but Luffy has been instrumental in exploding things on the top right, using a hypercharge to clear out any semblance of BC Gaming control.
Now the speed zone very quickly cleared. 69% and counting here. Patchy. Okay. I don't think RBM needed those extra couple salvos of fire to eliminate him, but he just wanted to make it clear. That's maybe there's some acrimony in that exchange. Zeus backs up here, and Patchy slowed up by that Iron Hive. He could not even get the touch. Here's Tribe Gaming, 100 to 12%. Extremely one-sided set, and one of the quickest we've had all weekend.
It's falling apart right now. We didn't even see moments where BC Gaming had control. Like, there were a few plays where it's like, oh, cool, they got a kill, and it was immediately rectified by Tribe Gaming because they got the counter or they got the trade or something like that. And that's exactly what we observed in Knockout as well. It continues here, and it only becomes more dumb.
We kind of expected that, right? Already coming into draft, we're talking about how maybe they didn't really have time to get the prep in for the finals itself because they made certain to get those prep in for the other rounds. 8 kills on Luffy here to Zeus on 12. That's ridiculous, honestly. The numbers itself, the draft, all speaks for Tribe Gaming over.
Yeah, I mean, and Zeus, as you can see, never really left the point. That has got a whole lot to do with both RBM and Luffy just like running interference in front of him, basically diving into BC Gaming's bush side of the map. Watch it here. Luffy will go from right and cross across the point to the left constantly, not only, you know, causing problems for Patchy, but also making sure like FX doesn't have any space. Like he cannot just sort of sit back, play around his damage booster. It's always being cleared. When you have side lanes that are winning so heavily and an incredibly powerful mid that has a lot of self-peel, I'll call it, in terms of, you know, like built-in slows, it's really hard to overcome. And I mean, yeah, the look on Diego Gamer's face is like, yeah, they got us. Honestly, they got us in the draft. There's really not much we can do about it.
Yeah, I think you figured it out here, Uber. We commented on Zeus's Bree before, and he just looks like a menace on this brawler, just tapping left and right. And as you mentioned, the 2 lanes just constantly winning. There was no chance for BC Gaming. Now their last hope is going to be Super Beach, and I would recommend banning B here. Ready?
Yes, it has been a massive issue. Get rid of the stuff that dictates the meta currently. There's going to be plenty more powerful stuff on the table. I think the weakness here really is that BC Gaming, they don't really know what Tribe is going to ban. They don't have a semblance of what they want to play. They just don't have the stats. They're going to have to rely on intuition. But that only can get them anywhere after these blind bans come through. That's where the mind games come through. That's where the rock, paper, scissors is possible. And we actually saw one of those scenarios earlier today where a team just found themselves checkmated simply off of the bans alone. We'll see them fly in. Tribe Gaming with a double thrower ban as well as the stew. BC Gaming getting rid of that B, of course, but Lu has been left wide open. That is important, but also the Poco is wide open.
It's true. Important and a little cringe. You know? Bring that Lu in. It's a little cringe. It's putting out here, guys. Maybe something a little more hard hitting. It's definitely been, when available, it's been picked up more frequently, it's been off the table.
Mm-hmm.
Very powerful to be able to cycle supers and hypercharge it, or essentially lock you down for a long period of time. It's also really dirty against Hank because you can just pop his bubble by freezing him up. Look at that disgust on FX's face. He's thinking about picking Lou. I can see it. He's considering going to the dark side. Don't do it, brother. Stay in school. Stay in the right lane.
Lou? I would have hoped for a meeple here, honestly. Maybe even Max for a mid. And throwers, yes, 2 of them are banned out from the side of Tribe Gaming, but we could still see a Larry. We could still see a Juju. They left the best 2 open, in my opinion, ready.
They've got some good options here.
Right?
It's just a mystery of like, okay, there's the Max as well. You talk about Juju, I think that gets even stronger here because that Stu is out of the question in terms of wall break. Jackie now going to be the strategy that BC Gaming go with. They know that they have to bring out the big guns in sort of the pre-packaged victories because they're sort of flying by the seat of their pants right now. Now, Tribe Gaming were prepared for something like this, no doubt, because I've even heard rumors that they calculate out every possible draft that they can think of and think of a way to solve that scenario. But they have started with something that is a pretty broad sort of canvas for them to build a comp around.
I mean, if that's true, that's pretty insane. Killer obviously has
they are insane.
A lot of time, or maybe it's Supers actually. That would make sense. Providing the drives. Okay, what is this? A Willow? All right, we gotta hold on up here. Obviously, this is a pick that we've seen offered on Brawl Ball maps. Being able to take control of someone and potentially score an own goal is really, really powerful. But there are some distinct drawbacks to using the Willow.
You're not operating with much damage, first of all. You're also susceptible to things getting in close range. Now, you have a gadget that you can work with. You can dive, avoid the damage for a short period. I think it's going to be quite effective for fending off a push, say, from Patchy on this Jackie, which I anticipate he will be playing since he's a really good Jackie. And I think Willow will also just be quite effective in dealing with that because you don't have to kill the Jackie in order to get that mind control.
Okay, Shade comes in here. We are getting some pretty crazy picks coming into Super Beach. I'm definitely here for it. That's a brawler that Diego Gamer can use to really threaten Zeus, no matter where they are on the map. 2 brawlers that can essentially bypass walls. Might indicate that BC Gaming want to be the aggressors here. Tribe, though, they like to play at that pace, right? They're an up-tempo team. That's why they tend to drop sets here and there. We saw it at the start of the day. In their first series against Mountain Men, they wanted to get aggressive, wanted to push up even on those bounty maps, and it did come back to bite them on occasion. But we've seen the same for BC Gaming before as well. Crazy individual skill on this team. Let's see what they've got for us.
Immediate aggression. It's going to be Patchy piloting the Max today, actually. Diego Gamer waiting for the opportunity. That was Zeus diving underwater. Diego has really bad reload speed. Is that Jackie? He will eventually fall to the effects of Luffy, and it's just FX on the top side. Not going to encroach on Luffy's territory. Instead, going to try and provide a foundation for Diego Gamer to aggress once again. This time on a different lane, getting close to RBM, where he actually does have a winning matchup if he can get in close range. Super is available, and didn't have the ammunition to take down RBM. We saw Diego Gamer fall. Patchy trying to intercept. He's successful. FX now picking up the ball, or at least trying to get close to it. RBM with the Rats of Justice now laying down the hammer on FX, and it's looking like a slaughter.
RBM's able to cycle that hypercharged super multiple times, but lacks teammates to really make a play for the ball. And here's FX again, just runs Zeus down. They can dive, of course, with that gadget. And FX eventually is dealt with. Hypercharge, though, from Patchy, Diego Gamer, both going for it here. The little helpers, though, all drag the Jackie down. Now there's a player advantage to work with. FX, though, got the ball passed to them. Mind controlled and slotted in. Oh, the Willow vibes hit a little different. BC Gaming should have known they'd be walking into that.
It hurts. It hurts to score on yourself, but BC Gaming are firing back. They got plenty of firepower. FX with the super forward, clearing the way for Patchy. RBM was on a deathly low amount of HP, and despite that hypercharge from RBM, it was just not enough to fend off that offense. That is the power of having that high health Jackie running towards the enemy team. They have to obey your presence. But with the Jackie out of the question, Zeus has another mind control. Gotta walk it in with Patchy and Tribe Gaming to a match point.
It is tough. Going to a match point set, you are BC Gaming, you know you have to pull out all the stops here. If you want to have a chance of being the monthly champions, and Tribe go and take a Willow, and you know it's so simple. Willow has the ball, Willow passes the ball to you, Willow supers you, takes over, and scores a goal. There's a very limited counterplay to that when Zeus's super is at the ready. Diego Gamer is just going to make a beeline. He knows it. Zeus burns a gadget early. Diego still probably able to take them down after the fact, and they do. An important fight there for Patchy to win, and the field is open. BC Gaming have the run of the place.
How did that happen? Tribe Gaming were walking in these really predictable lines, and Patchy was able to thread the needle through. He picked up 2 kills as Max, which is not usually a brawler that gets a whole lot of kills, but I digress. BC Gaming are gearing up for another huge offense. A little pass to an FX that doesn't exist anymore on the left side, and Diego Gamer narrowly wins the interaction on the right side. Luffy is able to break things open, or perhaps not. He was able to take down Patchy, so it's a good thing that FX respawned when he did. Otherwise, that would have been a goal for Tribe.
Okay, hard and hoodie there for FX, and Diego Gamer might try and... What the heck was that? Buddy, no way. Throws down that super. Everybody caught. No one able to interact with the ball in that state. And so he's able to shoot it straight through. Ridiculous game win there for BC Gaming. And there's life in their veins, yes.
Patchy holding up the #1 there with his finger because they're not going to get swept. Congratulations. That's actually huge for them because they really did have a tough time just finding any sort of momentum here. And if it's going to be with the speed from Max combined with that of Jackie and her hypercharge, then so be it. They got to get a game win in here somewhere, and they got to have something to build a platform off of. Patchy with a little toss over to Diego. Zeus with the interception, and Tribe Gaming now running it to the other side.
Yeah, RBM could walk it up here. Shay just doesn't quite have the deeps needed. And BC Gaming overextend just a little bit. Last time, they were able just to roll over the top of Tribe Gaming, but RBM's tough to get to. Diego Gamer again trying to run up on him. This time with a super guy, mechanically brilliant at the game. And here come the little helpers. FX has a brick wall in front of him. And now it will be Tribe once more with possession, once more repelling the red side.
BC Gaming actually do have the damage this time to fend off the Tribe Gaming offense, so that's already an improvement over the last goal that was scored on them by Tribe. But Tribe Gaming are gradually whittling at their numbers. They already took down FX. Now up next is Diego Gamer. Wall broken open on the left side. It's a wide open pass. FX, despite his best efforts, is still going to get spun on, spinning himself. He knows it's over. Tribe Gaming with a three-peat, 3 months in a row. And for Luffy, this is just a Sunday. Wait, hold up. Is that the Italian brain rot?
Of course, you instantly know what the meme is straight away. Again,
I'm actually ashamed that I don't know the name of it, by the way.
It's okay. It's okay that you don't know the name. I don't think any else of us do either. What a strong showing, Sunny. A 3-0. Just as we're hyping up this region for being so competitive, there is one team that wants to remind us that they stand head and shoulders above the rest.
After all of the set 5s this month, or this weekend at least, NA now finishing off with a 3-0 win from Tribe Gaming. It hasn't been this not close the other 2 months, 3-1 for the last 2 months, now finally a 3-0 for them. And they write Brawl Esports history. That's their first ones this season to have won 3 monthly finals ready.
Incredible performance here from Tribe Gaming. They have RBM leading the charge over here on one of his most characteristic brawlers. And the one drafting for him, by the way, killer in the back end, maybe the second best Ashe in all of North America. Tribe, they're just this wonderful, cohesive squad. And they show up today to get their 3-0 in the semifinals and the grand finals. They have crafted such a gap ahead the rest across this region. Now, this wasn't the strongest and most traditional showing from BC Gaming. I think let's give credit where credit is due. BC Gaming had a phenomenal run throughout the day, but with Tribe Gaming showing up in their usual form, there was simply not a chance that they could do it.
Man, I mean, this is a 3-time monthly champion. This is dominance in this region, the kind that we kind of saw from South America last year. And despite that, I still feel kind of like, you know, BC Gaming is the second seed coming out of this region are still going to look great. This is a BC Gaming that isn't at full strength. This is a BC Gaming that is missing one of their star players. I mean, they all are, to be fair. The fact that Patchy can slot into this team and get them into a grand final is insane. Speaks of his experience and, of course, his personal ability. But I'm not too worried if I'm BC Gaming. You are going to be taking on the whole world in Dallas. You are going to, in theory, be at full strength. So I'm not too worried for them.
The other regions better strap in for NA. Both of those teams are gonna do pretty well. I feel BC Gaming might also win a monthly final a bit later on. We still have 3 to go until LCQ and World Finals. The MVP, we kind of called it already here. Ready? Who do you think it's gonna be?
I have a feeling it could be
Just
Zeus.
cheat
Let's
one
see.
time. Just
RBM,
cheat one
RBM.
time, bro. Just look in the Discord.
Oh, this is true. RBM.
Of course
What
it's
do you know?
RBM.
Well, they're all MVPs in my heart. They all have their own little specialty.
bro.
I'm not even just saying that. This is a full team of goats. It's actually remarkable that we see all of them in the same place. But RBM, I really think that this team was looking crazy as Killer, Luffy, and Zeus last year. When RBM joined after last year's Space Station NA dissolved, it just leveled them up to this unstoppable force.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed with this little Finks tech. I think that was something that I personally didn't have on my bingo card coming into that game. The Willow throwback is great. There are definitely some conditions, I guess, where she can sort of thrive, and I'm gonna definitely have to ask Tribe like what gave them the go signal for that. I'd be very curious because it was good. There's a reason though, because of its low damage, that it's not a really popular pick at the moment, but it seemed just right for that matchup.
I hope you get a chance to do just that, to ask him what exactly was all about that Willow pick. I said it before and I'm going to repeat myself here. NA is the region of mutual respect, Ready proves that as well, and unconventional drafts. We have seen a Gale for the very first time all month. Not a single other region has picked them up before. 100% win rate in the hands of none other than Tribe Gaming. And now Willow also picked up for the very first time amongst all regions. Again, picked up by Tribe Gaming. Again, a 100% win rate. Both of those brawlers therefore better than Lumi, Ready.
Very interesting, right? We only got to see her played once, and I think it's one of those where, like, okay, you know, the time that she was left open, it wasn't a good situation for her, and Willow was left open. It wound up being a good situation for her. In a grand final, no less, is just, you know, really, really cool from Tribe Gaming. It goes to show just how deep their knowledge of this game is. In terms of the draft, it reaches far beyond just what's meta right now and into what you can just use as a good tool.
Yeah, it's also very important to point out every single time, every single month so far, we've seen different metas across the different regions. Just looking at the different picks, we had Hank as the most picked up brawler for both EMEA and SA, and then East Asia with the Bell as #1 pick. Is that because East Asia is just better with long-range brawlers than everybody else? Is it because they just have found her to be a better asset in scrims, and NA just feels like, maybe we just throw some curveballs at your opponents and we can win with them? Dog was picked up by Pioneers as well. Did not quite work out, but it was a great idea, Uber.
Yeah, I do think that Belle is such an inherently safe brawler that she seems like such an easy fallback for a lot of teams. And I honestly think a lot of teams maybe overreacted to the nerfs to the way that Hank's Hypercharge works, right? The fact that like those fish torpedoes used to fully home in on people, and now it's only like a mild degree of magnetism, more like what I guess like Meeple is kind of like, so you know, it doesn't fully just lock on. And I think that while that makes him a little bit weaker, it doesn't really address the fact that he's still so strong in this map pool. And you've got maps like Layer Cake or maps with like, you know, pretty heavy walls that are getting thrown up here. A lot of the Brawl Ball maps as well are more enclosed. So Hank's in a great spot, has great sustain from his super, good durability from his gadget. He's a very clear option when you have situations when you've taken map control.
We want to make sure that you can ask your question, Uber, about that Willow pick and many more. We have RBM for you and the viewers in an interview. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, hello. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I hope you are too. I hope you're going to be celebrating tonight. It's the third monthly final win in a row. How are you guys managing to stay this dominant month after month?
Yeah, we're so happy about that. So I think it just is hard work and always do our best. And everyone do his part, so it's part of the team.
RBM, how are you feeling about the level of competition here in North America? Because you and the team have stayed so far ahead of the rest of the crew, barring, you know, a few quarterfinals where things come a little bit close. Do you feel like that's adequately preparing you for international competition, especially with Brawl Cup coming up?
Well, I think it will be hard for World Cup, of course. So we can tell about that. So I think it will be harder than this region, of course. But I don't think our region is that bad, like the people say. It's just more about the drafts mainly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you mentioned some of the drafts because, you know, you guys today have shown us a couple of really interesting picks. We actually ended up getting to see a Gale on open zone, which is pretty rare, but also Willow in that last Brawl Ball game. When you're in the draft, what do you see that makes you think, oh, Willow could be really strong here?
Yes, so we did test that on scrims like 3 times. So it wasn't like a new thing. Like, we tried new things on screen, so it was the perfect moment to use it. So it was prepared.
Very humble from you guys. One last question here. What's the mindset going into Dallas now, into Brawl Cup?
The mindset is represent NA like the best we can. We will do our best on Brawl Cup, and we will try to get the spot on NA. Well, the spot, yeah.
I'm very sure NA is proud to have you as their representatives. Thank you so much to be on the show tonight and celebrate well.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, have a night. Bye.
Saying a goodbye to RBN, but we get Kenny back, coming out of a little bit of a shorter break than the rest of the day. Kenny was a 3-0 final here. Let's have a look at the bracket and let's have one last look at just how many sets we got to see today.
Well, it wasn't quite the SA spectacular that we had yesterday, but it was pretty good in my books. Really interesting to see that those quarterfinals were actually by far our most interesting round, I think. And I think, you know, RBM talked about it. Reddy kind of pointed that interview question, and it made RBM kind of respond with an answer of, this region's better than people think it is. And obviously the drafts aren't perfect, but I think there's a lot of pride, and I think you're seeing that in Brawl Cup. These guys are humble. They're very chill. You could tell just based on that interview that they expected to be here. They expected to beat Space Station Gaming, Mountain Men FA, and BC Gaming once again. This is just another day in the office.
We get one last look at the leaderboard as well. Just look at how dominant Tribe Gaming really is here, Uber.
Yeah, and look, I mean, they've cemented it at this point. They are the #1 team in NA by a healthy margin, and that's good. If you're an NA fan, you want to send a team into Dallas that looks extremely strong, ready to run people down. I think they're a fantastic team. They look really good, but last year they disappointed a little bit at Worlds against an international competition. This is when they earn back the reputation for NA.
We now also get the final groups for the Brawl Cup. Ready? Guide us through.
It's nice that we have this finally fleshed out, so here's how it's going to go. Group A will be SK Gaming, Zeta Division, BC Gaming, and Revenant X Spark. Group B will be populated by Humble, Tribe Gaming, Casa Brawl, and Toxic Lotus. Wait, that doesn't seem right. I thought it was supposed to be Loud. Okay, so a little correction there. It is Loud. They're here to make their names known in Group B. Big win for them yesterday, by the way, and they deserve to be in that group, as definitely going to be a tough one. Seeing the domination that Tribe has exercised over this region, that combined with Humble, although taking second place, still being such a fixture in their home region, is going to make that such an entertaining group to watch.
You're going to find the graphic later on our socials with Loud included. Now, let's go down the line one last time. Which region do you guys think is going to take it? Next up is Brawl Cup. Who's taking that extra regional World Finals spot? Kenny, you want to start us off?
Not really, but I will. I think the safe bet would be EMEA. I think they've got two of the stronger teams going into this between SK Humble, some serious training grounds, but I think there's going to be a clear top 4 overall. I think Zeta, SK, Humble, and Tribe are going to be pretty contested amongst the fans. I think just depending on how people feel about the regions is the way the vote's going to go.
I think it's one of the best times for NA right now. I think Tribe do look really squeaky clean. I hope that the competition in NA is good enough that it sort of simulates what they can expect globally, but I'm going to throw my hat in the ring for NA. This one time, I reckon they can do it.
Me too, actually. I think at Worlds last year didn't really predict a single North American victory because as much as I love our home region, I wasn't really sure how they'd fare. And seeing just how this team performed at Worlds last year, they're quite tried and tested, as well as the dominance that they've exercised in this home region, combined with the knowledge that we have of simply how hard that they work, I'm also going to put my hat in the ring for North America. I think that they can take it.
interesting. I'm asking the North American casters and they're saying 2 out of 3 North America. Well, let's see what the riders has been across all 4 regions though, and now North America has also locked in their Brawl Cup contenders. It's gonna be Tribe and BC Gaming. They're headed to Dallas to face 6 teams from all around the globe. You can still get your tickets to the DreamHack, and also the fan art contest. Voting is still open until Monday, 3 p.m. UTC. Thanks for spending your April monthly finals with us. Next up is the global stage. We'll see you at the Brawl Cup. The countdown to May 23rd starts now.
Julie and I are host, by the way. You know that, right?
I should have said.
And I'm feeling breezy, going beast mode, yeah, another species. I'm the top one cause they cannot beat me. Foot on the gas in another gear. Can't slow me down, this is our year. I'ma say it loud, I'ma say it clear. We run the world, get a whole sphere. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Yeah, baby. tryna make your body bump. Let's light the dance floor up and do it like we want. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Get busy.